They're utilizing the Mythic and Flopper loadout in the Storm to have an advantage over his opponent. He was able to close out game number 2 with a key shot there against Azures, but he had that all the way out. And then match number 3 went over to A1 Sid. And again, we talk about the power behind these key Mythic weapons and the exact glide being the difference there. Now let's take a look at that top 25 line after the 3 matches. And again, relatively similar to EU. It's scrunched up there. You can see a number of players right at 16, 17 points. However, the difference being they don't have those 2 monsters at the top who have pulled away 91 points between the 2 of them. 91 points.
Man, this is just like absolutely incredible, right? Like we haven't even hit grand finals, guys. We still have 3 games left to go. We got NA East later on in the day. And we were already driving 100 miles an hour here in EU.
That's the best thing, guys. That's the best thing about HeatSeek. Is literally you already start strong when you're going to the grand finals. This gives us more to be looking forward to in grand finals because it just gets more tense and the storylines just start to get cut by a thread. It's insane.
Well, guys, what we need to do is step away. Will these Titans hold up at the top? And who will make the cut here, the top 23? We'll see you guys in just 5 for the conclusion. Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk for all of EU, we got Sundown and Bala TW. Now, if you're just tuning in here from the halfway point, at the top, Tayson and Benji Fishy have already cemented themselves as the first two players out of the top 25 that are definitely moving on to Grand Finals. We only have 23 spots left, and gentlemen, it's about to be an all-out battle for those spots.
I mean, if anything, the top four as well have just been right there. We can see there's basically 20 spots left, and with 3 games, the question is, who is going to step up? Who's going to cement their claim and say, I belong in the top 100 as one of the best in the best region in Fortnite?
Yeah, and I think that maybe a couple have solidified their spots, but there's still some others who maybe have the similar type performances to make it through.
Well, we'll find out as we get ready to head into our next game. Clay, Shyaway. Let's do this, boys.
As you guys said, 100 players, the top 25 move on. And right now, it's game number 3 in heat number 2. There is a 1v1 at the top of the board between Tayson and Benji Fishy. They're isolated from everyone else in points. 10 ahead is Benji, 20 from Hen at third place is Tayson all the way in first at 50. So right now, it's a game of points. It's a game of doing math on who we qualify, but at the same time, these guys are playing the game of Fortnite.
And Fortnite is an ever volatile game. If any game could change on the whim of just you making the wrong step, it is Fortnite. And these players have to make sure they're not making that wrong step. They got to make sure they're going in stride, because one wrong move puts you in zone like Mr. Savage right now.
Yeah, Savage is in zone, but we've seen him make the right moves from here too. I feel like we're seeing more right moves in general, Clay, from a lot of people. And it's more than 25 people who I feel like deserve the overall spot all the way at the top. So it's going to be a time crunch. It's going to be a crunch in numbers as to who can fully win. And there's spawn fights all around the map.
I think we're going to get a picture of those spawn fights to show you exactly what's happening in these early games. Again, we did hop into this game a little bit later into it, but we do have a replay coming of an off-spawn fight that it definitely is impacting the standings. If anything, it's going to just change up the way the game is played.
Yep, and Savage is rotating in very late here on the second zone. As Clay mentioned, we're already into this game. To refresh you on that format too, top 75, top left of your screen, that number, once it hits 75, is when you start getting placement points. Past that, you can get eliminations, and that'll each and every single one will net you 1 point. Combine both of those, and that's your overall right now. The person in first place has 2 wins overall and a lot of eliminations. He has 50 points in total. His name is E11 Tayson. He gets another one in the feed there onto Chapix.
And we are actually going to move away from the replay, but if anything definitely needs a replay or a breakdown, it's this off-spawn fight between Thomas HD and Snazy. The rivalry has been created. The boat we thought was Thomas's off spawn, and then Snazy came back in game number 2 and took it, and then Thomas took it back, or Snazy took it back, and it's been back and forth, and and the rivalry is here. The community's behind it, but it looks like Thomas HD came out on top.
He wins this time, but at what cost? Because you can see with the format, if you don't make it to the top 75, if you don't get an elimination, if you're basically Snazy this game, you're gaining no points. Like, you want to be able to survive. You have to remember, though, that these are the heats. People are playing to qualify for the grand finals, right? So you have to be able to put a statement down on the drop spot you love the most, at the spot that you think you have the most control. Sometimes it might be rough. Sometimes you have to fight one of the best players in Europe as the best player, possibly in Europe too. Thomas HD versus Snazy.
But the best player right now definitely is Tayson. He is miles ahead of the competition. Only seems like Benji can keep up with him here, but don't know if Benji's going to be able to keep it up. If Tayson continues to just get these really free rotations, we know Benji down there by Slurpee, this is a very, very free rotation for Tayson.
Right now, game number 4, Tayson has made top 75 once again. So he is playing so consistently. compared to everyone else. These are really good players who've played 4 weeks of qualifiers to be in these heats. He's ahead of them all the way in first and just playing like an absolute winner.
And it doesn't even seem like that stacked of a heat if you look at the leaderboard at the top. If you just look at 1 through 3, you're saying, whoa, this is not what I thought coming into EU heat number 2. Take a look at the rest of the leaderboard, though. That's where you see the players that are the stackness come in. They're very, very close in points, and they're looking to try to get as many as they can.
With snipes being shot towards the storm side of this zone, of this game, we're now going to see a fight that needs to be won fast. A fight with a timer, because these guys are in storm. I think it's Tayson versus Clown. He's in a crash pad, or at least try to 2 different boxes. This is another chance to get another win for Tayson here. This is another chance to make the lobby that much more difficult for everyone else. If Tayson tunnel vision is a little bit too hard, yes, he has 4 floppers. This possibly is one of the most creative chases I've ever seen. Air shots all the way around. He finally, though, puts 2 feet on the ground, gets the accuracy, and takes out Nate, actually. Oh, no, Clown, as Nate goes down to someone else there, but Tayson with the second elimination now gets to survive once again. Is going to be a complete nuisance for everyone else in this lobby. Such a hard man to eliminate and get off your lair.
He will be a nuisance, but coming out of the zone with that loot, he's going to have to find another frag, and it's not something we're not used to seeing. He's been aggressive in this early in the mid game, which we're at right now. He's in a very good spot to do it. Thomas, on the other side, has a sniper rifle, and there it is. There's the sniper shot that we were hoping for.
Yep. Could have been a back-to-back too, but it's all good. Thomas is now back into an end game, hopefully. He's easily looking like the same old Thomas HD we never, ever missed, really. Always know that he's there in some way, shape, or form in these games every time you see a snipe. Kiku will be the one rolling past him. I think Thomas might be in a box fight scenario here, but possibly not, as many people are just looking to make bases. Now, we keep saying the words top 25. You have to understand, this fight that Thomas is taking every single game off spawn is putting him so much further back from qualifying for those grand finals. In these heats, you only have one chance to get all the way in there. One shot, really, in 6 games to put yourself there for those grand finals, and Thomas is only at 11 points. He needs to get up closer towards 20 to get to top 25. Here's a replay of Benji Fishy at Slurpee Swamps.
And we mentioned how contested Slurpee is going to be. Benji having to deal with an ambush. He is going to get the pickaxe off, but Loki is just going to make quick work of him. So now, what that means for the lobby is that Tayson can continue to get that lead higher and higher and higher. It also means that Hen, who was in 3rd place, can keep moving up into 2nd. Well, while there is this just is heat, there's a lot that says going into grand finals. If you say, I came 1st, 2nd, or 3rd coming out of my heat, you really want to be able to say you made 1st. But right now, that looks unattainable.
Yeah. But still, sometimes Benji can get the 1st place curse when it comes to winning something in a heat and then going to grand finals. So a nice meter off there for him. Savage at 12 points is nowhere close to the top 25 just yet. He's kind of sitting there 30 and 40th place overall. We keep talking about the leaderboards, but let's dive right back into the game here real quick. These guys who are now playing in this game do not have to deal with Snazy. They don't have to deal with Benji Fishy in the end game. If you went back and watched game number 3, you saw how good Benji was overall when he had the shockwave launcher, even if he was just alive. Now he won't be there, but who will take his place? Will it be Savage or Crew? I think both players who need these points. Ari and LY, who also gets an elimination in the feed, is kind of just right there at 27th place. I think he just boosted himself into the top 25, but once again, it's so close for everyone to be able to qualify.
And Savage, while he's here in this game, is not in a spot that he'd want to be in. 25 builds. That is not where you want to be mid-game. You don't want to be on the back foot trying to find eliminations. Now, it is Savage, and he does have crash beds, so he's more than likely going to look to pick up an elimination here. But you never want to have to play a game that you're not there for, you're not prepared for. And being low on mats, while a lot of players do practice it, if you're in this 4th zone low on mats, this is one of the most awkward spots to be in.
It's not going to be easy for Savage either. I would usually say sometimes this is exactly where Savage wants to be, right? Because easy elimination, easy points, and a refresh. We see it every time the crash pad is there for him. This might actually be it. Actually, yes. This is exactly where Savage wanted to be. As long as he just waits this out, doesn't get pressured too much, his game plan is working out. Just overbuilding, overusing his resources, getting into a spot, and getting a free refresh off of those crash pads.
And Savage making me eat my words. He said, you know what? No. I'm in a good spot. I've got crash pads, player boxed up diagonally, gonna take him down. And for a second there, it did look like Crew was gonna be able to get the fight back in his favor. But those tack shotguns, we talked about volatility. They are volatile. You have to be able to hit the shot dead on. Otherwise, you're gonna get a 23 damage tag. And Savage did not get any of those, and that's why he came out on top. As we do see Tayson. Tayson just went down in the feed.
Okay, so the top two are down now. It's everyone's game to race all the way back up and make the top 5, make the top 25 even so, that much more competitive. Here's YZip's race towards the top. He's taking out Cyrox. With Cyrox down 2, that lets other players come through towards the top 25. YZip will be in that position too.
But how close is he to the top to make a statement? He has been playing well. 26 points is nothing to scoff at, but he wants to be in that 50, in that 40 range at the end of this game. Someone who is on that cusp there. Wayne last 19 points. This is where a lot of people seem to be in that mid of the pack. He's looking for a snipe. This could get them upwards of good elimination there for him. Nothing more to say about that. The snipe didn't come through. They ended up using it to pressure the wall. Wayne last did need those mats, need a little bit of that, but he says, you know what? I'm just going to let someone else take all the loot.
On every player's POV, right next to their health bar, you can see the total points that they have. It's 21 there. The last player we just watched for Kiko will also be 21, and I was about to mention this. Towards that 19th place, or the 19 points to 21 point threshold, there's almost a 20-man tie on the leaderboard. So a lot of these players, although comfortable, cannot really take any sides of relief. They have to be active with these types of plays Kiko are making. They need to get eliminations and survive till endgame. Because if they fall down, if they even just get taken out too early and don't make one of these end games, they will go straight down those leaderboards. They will not be able to qualify for grand finals. There's a big elimination onto Diablo.
And that's what we saw him pick up the win on the Diablo. And now he takes him out mid-game. The story is being written here. It is a story of both revenge and just dominance here over your opponents. If you are one of the players that picks up the win, it's you go on to the next game to either pick up the win like we saw Tayson or do very, very well and get a top 5. So I'm expecting great things out of Kiko here. That Elim gave him so much. He had no ammo in his AR. He had a blue charged shotgun and he swapped it out. He gets more materials, more shields as well. He is in a very, 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 very good spot to solidify another top 10 finish.
So a nice breath of fresh air for Kiko. I'm just wondering overall, without Benji and Tayson in this game, how is High Ground looking? Who will now be the new controller of Second Heights? What is that entire big shot of the Slurpy Swamp zone kind of look like? Right now, Kiko kind of has control of everyone behind him. He'll be moving first with no rotation, so it'll be builds that'll block off any pressure in above and around him. One elimination, 22 points. This is not enough. This is not a comfortable spot. He needs to land more. He needs to get more. There are the beams, and there it is. Onto Jakey getting taken out. The Harpoon gets him. All the mats from long range. So good for Kiko. And he gets to live on with such a healthy endgame.
And that's a big steal away from him, who was in third place, who may have needed that refresh. Everything has a reaction in this game. You Elim, somebody, you steal the loot. It may have been Benji that you taken the loot from, and he may have gone down because of it. On the other hand, Lecce finds crash pads that he did not have and gets a nice free rotate. Nobody on this backside. He's walking out in the open.
If you listen with your ears too, there's not too many people shooting. Right now, yes, a freeze frame, but as everyone's moving forward, it's almost like it's silent across the whole map. Everyone is so hard focused on these rotations. It's natural low ground, so you can kind of play off of it, but now suddenly everything is getting aquatic. These guys are completely over water near the Fortilla. Right now, Lecce will be there with 1 elimination. I would say the most aggressive player left over in this lobby since the top 2 were taken out. The 38 players left. Storm Surge might be a thing to also consider. It'll make everyone else that much more aggressive in and around this zone line where Lecce is. Lecce only has 7 materials left, so he has to get into one of these aggro players' boxes. 2 tacks, and he's there, right on the backside of a ramp. There's a big beam coming down from the AR. It's green, and now Lecce's HP is looking so healthy too, so green in itself. Big shots actually taken. He does not have that crash pad to put down. The pyramids are blocking his rotation sightline. He's trying to get a ramp down possibly to be able to throw this and get ahead of the entire server. So many eliminations in the feed though. Everyone is getting points.
And we have yet to see Kiko go down. Kiko is still alive in this game, so we could be witnessing another back-to-back here. That would be insane, as Lecce is playing very insane right now on the backside, back-to-back. Elim's there for Lecce. Will it be a third? Will he be able to do it? Yes. He's not able to get the fourth, though. What an Elim.
Lecce just straight up revved it and got 3 eliminations back-to-back, getting placement points throughout as well in different thresholds. He accelerates all the way above the board. Kiko, though, a slow burner, gets 1 elimination onto Joe. That's Matt. He can get back. He's playing a different pace of game. Has floppers to be able to survive. How many, though? Just 1. A pocket flopper mixed with a pocket crash pad. Big pants here for Kiko to wear, to own, to use. 10 people left alive. Nate is in this game. No, that's Robabs actually taking 1 person out. 3 eliminations for Kiko. Can he find the back-to-back? Savage is in this game too. It'll be a very tough climb.
Savage finally making a new in-game. This is going to be hard for Kiko. He's got not a lot of builds remaining. He has built in. Thomas HG going to go down. Crash pad going to send him flying. Kiko, no builds remaining. This is it. He has to make a play. This could be where he goes down or he becomes one of those players that we talk about with legacies. His vibes have been popping off. Has got another elimination. Kiko, he saw the mythic grappler there, but he's not going to be able to do it. Shark is involved. That's Savage on him. And he takes down Savage, another player there as well. Kiko is going to get that elimination as well. And we may be witnessing another back-to-back-to-back. Shots come through. He does take a lot of damage, but he turns the player around and shots come through as well. He is playing zone, though. He knows he's got the HP over the top. He's got the high ground. Build's being broken there. Shockwave being used. Kiko does not have the HP advantage, though. Trulix with the shockwave grenade can get into the box. He's got to be careful. Kiko's got a shield there, and he popped it there. A lot of builds remaining here for Kiko. He's trying to take the high ground. The retakes coming in, but the shockwave going to be used. Kiko now in a very intense 1v1 here. He's got 15 builds remaining. Ed's coming through. Shockwave being used, but it's not used correctly. Kiko has the high ground now. He's looking to finish it off. Shots come through.
No way!
Kiko pulls off a back-to-back elimination victory royale.
It might have been a shark in the box that got him those 2 crucial eliminations, but Kiko is definitely the king of the waters there in game number 4. How do we have 2 back-to-backs here in the European region in Heat 2? This is completely unprecedented, and it's on 2 players who are taking this entire region by storm. Zeke, Sundown, Balla, please show me how this is possible.
Is going on in this heat right here in EU. Aqua's not playing in this heat, but we got 2 people going back to back. I don't know how that's possible, Sundown, because I'm trying to wrap my head around this. 2 players out of 100 after 4 games have won all 4 games. How is that even possible?
I mean, in particular here, Kiko's run there, the number of things that had to go right in the circumstances in order for him to execute and get that victory were nuts. And we talked about it going into that game, how, like, yes, the 1 victory royale and the 4 elims he had plus his point had put him back into contention, but we needed to see more. And he showed us more right there, but it just goes to prove that any of these players on any given day are capable of winning a game, and now they're consistent enough to win more than one. Kiko rocketing up the leaderboard there, and again, cementing himself into that top 25, 39 points, 2 victory royales, and 10 eliminations. Tayson still in first there, though, 54 points, Paula.
And because so many of these top players right here have so much of the available points up to this point, only top 5 pretty much is clinched. Only up to Lecce has clinched the qualification. We have 2 games to go, and we still don't have 20 players to go through the grand finals. This is going to come down to the wire for a lot of people. Kinzel, Safik, Wanlas being some of those people, but we definitely have to point out Kiku obviously probably clinched his qualification. Same thing with Hen, and same thing with Lecce, the teammate of Benji Fishy. He makes it through as well, but there are some other names that we have to be thinking about. I mean, we've already brought try that Thomas HT. Mr. Savage in 16th finally had a good game to push him up there. And then there's a bunch of other names who have been kind of in this area, but still not quite yet achieving the goal.
Yeah, we've talked about it. 33 is the hard safe line you know you're going to be going through if you're above that. But Thomas HD right now is the line. You have to be above him to ride that ride, which is the grand finals. Currently sitting at 21 points, and a really good performance by him to get himself back in the game. After a rough first half, you can also see Snazy down there in 30th right now, only 2 points behind him. That's the player who's contesting him way out there on the pontoon boat. And honestly, the battle between those two could be something that occurs right on that 25th, 26th line.
Yeah, it really will. I mean, they've traded spots back to back. We haven't quite focused on them yet, but we will now. I mean, let's talk about this. Thomas HD fell multiple times to Snazy in the first couple of games. Snazy, when he made it out of spawn, ended up doing well to push him into that qualification range, but this time he fell. Now, we'll take a look at what's going to happen in that, because that isn't very, there's only 2 games left, right? Thomas HD or Snazy. If that goes both ways, they potentially could both qual, but if not, the question is in the air, right? What's going to happen?
And it's such a key battle, and it just goes to show Thomas's game plan, particularly during the FNCS, was get established, don't take risks, rely on the fact that I have such a strong sniper and such a strong charged shotgun that I can pick up eliminations and make it. But he's not making it there. However, in game number 4, we asked, where was the contention? What happened? Well, Gyansa picked up Snazy with the AR off of the quick drop, which now allows Thomas, who'd really been struggling before, to all of a sudden picks up an early placement point, gets a snipe and a refresh, and now he's able to rotate himself into this mid game. And we talked about once he gets to the mid and late game, he's a player who can just be so dangerous.
Absolutely. He's activated at that point. He's already pulling out the sniper and then make it to the end game where you called it out. It's either the sniper or the charged shotgun shots, and it worked for him in this game, but still just barely in the threshold, boxes up a player, and even takes out Lecce. He made it to the top 6 in this game, so there is obviously the possibility. If he can make it away from Snazy, he can qual, but unfortunately he ends up going down to Kit Shockwave launch in the final moments. But there's more to talk about too. Kiku, again, back to back.
And just such a great reaction shot there at the end, falling down, making sure he's picking it up. And the key with Kiku was executing on his builds. When you have 45 plus builds late game, you think, wow, that's a ton. But realistically, it's either 3 or 4 full boxes when you're going through, and then maintaining enough to cover yourself from that shockwave launcher, which he did in brilliant fashion. The one thing I want to know about Thomas HD, going down in 6th there, the threshold was 5th for that 1 extra point. He's currently only 1 point above that 26 mark. That could be a huge difference maker as we continue keeping an eye on that battle back and forth.
Even missing the 1 elim on Snazy, who is bound to fight. But I do want to go back to the back-to-back for a second here, because there's some similarities between the two. I mean, what we saw from Tayson, first off, finding the shockwave launcher, and then second game fighting the shockwave launcher with the glider gun. In this case, for Kiku, it was different. He found the shockwave launcher in this game, and then the other one, he's fighting up against it, and like you said, defends brilliantly. I want to know who did it better.
Honestly, I think that they both did it differently. The one thing I'll give Kiku the advantage on is he put himself in a better offensive position to go fish out the elimination, whereas Tayson was much more, hey, I'm going to be reactive and wait for you to overcommit. That's something I really liked about Kiku's gameplay, is it felt like he wasn't waiting until the final moment where he was really pressured, where he had to win the 50-50. It felt like in a lot of these circumstances, he was going out looking for those fights, looking for those engagements, and then winning them.
Yeah, it was a kind of difference, right? Tayson barely survived in the games that he played and didn't go for the siphons. For Kiku, was kind of dropping in his box. But another guy too, Benji Fishy, we saw him go down early in that spawn fight. Was it really a spawn fight, or was it just a trap? All of a sudden, something going differently for the other player. Benji kind of just walked into that, and now he loses the opportunity to catch Tayson.
Well, and that's something we've started to see a little bit more, particularly out of EU when we've been watching on broadcast during the early in the mid game. If you can set up one of those quick little advantages, whether it's phasing through a floor over at Authority, which we've seen Hardfind do so many times over and over again, like you can manufacture eliminations, which is what they're going to look to do going into game number 5. Let's toss it on back over to Clay and Chayo.
Thank you, Sundown and Bala. I think Zeke will be back there over for the next game. Now, if you're just tuning in, this is Europe. These are the heats. This is heat number 2. And usually, I have an intense intro as to what's been going down so far. This time, though, Clay, I don't have one.
Why is that, Shayo?
Because the players are doing more epic things than I could even hype up at the moment. We have 2 different back-to-back wins coming into Game 5 from 2 talented players, Taesun and Kiku. Past that, there's like a 25-player tie overall, a 2-point difference as to who can get top 25. There's not much to intro anymore. If you're just looking at the facts and the stats, you know how close this competition is. And we're tuning in with the last 2 games winner. I mean, I don't usually get to say that. I got to say it once today before, but once again, the last 2 games winner himself, Kiko.
And, you know, I'm going to go back. I said you don't get to say that often. And after the Taesun one, he'd be able to ride that. And I said, I didn't think we were going to see another back-to-back win from the Heats. And Kiku said, you know what, Clay, hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold the chug jug. I'm going to get it.
And he got it. Right now, a lot of other people are trying to get it too. 26 points here for Robabs on your screen with the Aura skin at Misty Meadows. Remember, it's top 25 overall in the standings you have to be at. But the top 25 could be any amount of points. Robabs is close to it, but he still needs a good game. There's only 2 left to play. This is game number 5. After this, it'll only be a 1 more shot once we see that final zone.
And Misty, a very good POI for Robabs to get into that top 25. It's naturally designed, so you don't really have to see your enemy over there. Now, he did pick up that Elim. He's pretty much home free for the next couple of zones. He doesn't have to worry about being third party with many other players nearby. What he does have to worry about is Marauders. They seem to like this area a lot, as we'll stay on board here with him for a moment. And now move over to Benji Fish, who had a very interesting early game last time around, and this is no different.
Yeah, if you've been following Comp Fortnite for a bit, you know exactly who Benji Fishy is. If not, just watching today, even if you go back in the VOD and check out exactly how he's been playing, he's been holding second mostly overall for the entire day. Now still towards that top 3 slot. Did not get to play the last game out. He got taken out fairly early into the game at this POI, Slurpy Swamps. This time, though, playing a little bit more passive, focusing on farming. After getting just a few items, he hasn't really opened too many chests. You can tell because of his ammo count overall. Although he does have a lot of weapons. There's a little bit more AR for him. But if he survives out this game, he'll make it that much harder for Kiko to win again. You have to remember how prevalent this man is when he's in an endgame. How much control he has. Taesun, as well, did not get to survive last game. Did not get to get another win. But this time, the way he's hunting this player down over near Frenzy Farm, it's Joe once again who's taken out by a man who ends up winning a game.
And Taesun is doing this so flawlessly. He doesn't even care that there's a third party here. And you can tell by the amount of HP that he lost, right? He went into that fight. He didn't lose relatively any HP, and now at 190, Crew is going aggressive because he usually, if you have a fight, you're going to end up on lower HP. Taesun, however, is on the other foot. He's going aggressive as well. Crew is caught on the backside, and Taesun going to pick him up.
I mean, that is just how it works when you're fighting someone who has so much more momentum and is playing for control, aka Taesun, versus someone who is desperate, who's been losing box fights against Mr. Savage, Crew, who's trying to find a way to come back. We've seen him do it before. Gotta remember the way he dominated Game 6 at the World Cup. And now I might have to do that run right over again. Here's Kiko, though. 2 points behind Benji Fishy. A lot of points behind Taesun, but caught up all the way through. He's also in a box fight. He has to find his pass to be able to play this game. Nice quick shot there before placing down a floor. Fast reactions. Past that, though, mats are slightly getting low. Not sure how much he wants to invest into this fight because this other player could have no materials of his own. Look at all the people who are doubling back from zone to third party this fight and walking towards zone from the right side near these mountains. This could spell trouble if Kiko does not end this fast.
And he can completely disengage me once. He's got the crash pad, but he's going in, and it was not the box I had to take. Kiko goes down, and so no repeat will come through.
All right. I understand it now. Basically, you're only allowed to win 2 games, and then after that, have to take a breather in the lobby. Let's check out Benji, who does not have a win yet. Does he end up actually surviving off of Slurpee this time? Does he get to play a game? Or is it trouble for him in Paradise? It's not. It's a pickaxe. It's absolute disrespect onto Loki. No tricks here. No illusions. That's a straight up elimination. And clown emojis to boot. Benji is now feeling himself.
The insult to injury with the clown emoji. You know when someone throws that up that they mean it. They're saying, you clown, landing here. But Loki still got a chance. There's still a couple more games to come in and absolutely, you know, pop off. But he's got to do it in this last couple games. Benji, however, dominating Slurpee yet again. That's where we expect to see him. Someone, however, we have not seen much of today is the stream Skype. And I'm interested to see exactly how many points he ended up on here. Because while we saw him get eliminated early on, we haven't really seen his mid-game and his early game prowess there. As you see, looking for those elims. Again, a big name in the European region. Everybody knows him here, but today he has not been playing where we would expect him to be.
Yeah, he's been running into a little bit of trouble from so many different players. And that's one unique thing because we've been seeing the entire day today, or just in general for Fortnite, especially Fortnite competitive. You end up fighting the same people off of spawn on your rotations. For Skype, it's just been a different fight every single game. He's having a very tough time adapting, but I guarantee that he can and he will. Right now, Snap Lover also taking out people all the way near that top 10 game to game. Kind of near the end sides of the game, though, and on defense. This is the first time we're seeing him offensively go straight into a box. 3 tags already with that submachine gun. He's looking for more. Hasn't really built at all. He's only shooting. Could get one charged here. Not even a possibility. Kick name goes straight down.
And what good control over the entire area there by Snap. He now has to be careful, though, however. He turned that elimination in very quickly, but now he's got to quickly get out and see, look, there's a Predator waiting in that bush. We talked about this Predator versus Prey thing, and right now, Snap was on the hunt, but a little bit of a misfire ahead of where that player was. And oh no, Snap, the trap was sprung, but Mawaka, maybe a little too early.
It's fine, though. Milwaukee's been so good at box fights today. There's so many different ways to start fights and end them out completely. That being said, this could not be, I think, the most perfect space to be, especially early game. Stuck right beside the zone. Back against the wall. You can't really rotate there without taking enough damage. Someone ahead of that, though, is Thomas HD. No one on his side of the map. And he's got his signature sniper rifle in tow.
And you know what this means? Sometimes you got to give the boat up. Sometimes, you know, it's Snazy's boat at the end of the day. And Thomas decided land elsewhere, secure the qualification. And then in finals, it's a whole different story. If they both end up making it, the rivalry they're going to have is going to be insane. Thomas taking, you know, you could say taking the L right now, going a little bit of a different route. But if he ends up making it this end game and he ends up popping off, it was definitely the right decision.
Was 21 points that you kind of wanted to be at towards the end of this. Thomas is at 22, but overall for this heat, I feel like it might be a lot higher, just the way things are going game to game. So it's not clear anyone near that 20-point range, 25-point range, if it's enough to qualify to be in the top 25. Remember, once again, these are the heats for Europe. Game number 5. 100 players in a set lobby every single game. And past all of it, as soon as you hit top 25, you have a ticket straight to grand finals.
And Benji looking to win one of his first grand finals ever. Coming out of the gate swinging in second place right now. And he's looking to just dominate again. He does have that one elimination that we saw earlier, swapping in and out. He's got a really good rotation as well. This game is setting up good for Benji. The one thing that I am worried about for him he does not have any crash pads in his inventory.
I think it's fine for him. From what I've seen, is if he has a launch pad, he'll play a lot more exclusively for one big rotation and really try to get center zone, starting even just now in the second zone, so he can get the next ones coming through. He has Storm Surge too, doesn't have to worry about it. Remember, for Storm Surge, you have to deal enough damage compared to everyone else, or else the server strikes damage down onto you. Benji's 400 damage above that threshold. He's still looking for pressure, though. This is the aggressiveness, the new wave of Benji. I mean, it's always been like this, but since the last few seasons, he's been so good at box diving. He's showing us here right now. The first shot landed, the second, this player awkwardly staying beside it. It's Griff actually on his builds, taken out. Benji's making quick work of anyone in his way.
And this is what he needs to do if he wants to come in first. He was behind by a lot of points coming into this game, and if you want to make that distance, you want to close it, you lean back on that box fighting prowess that we all know Benji has. You lean back on the fundamentals, you kick it back in to cruise control, and you just let your instinct take control. And that's what Benji's doing right now. He's sitting back, he's saying, you know what, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna do me, I'm gonna do Benji fishy, and there you go. I'm gonna get the eliminations, and we may see him pick up a victory royale.
And that's the best mindset he can really have. In Game 5 also, it's all really about mindsets for every single player. How are they going to play? What are they doing? Benji cheekily just sitting in a cone floor. I hope that doesn't curse him. I think Thomas just recently hit a snipe. No, actually, no sniper in his inventory. You might have hit it, and then we've seen him do it before. If it's not a hunting rifle, he doesn't like to keep it.
As Thomas adding a little bit of donkey laughter into the mix there. Maybe they ended up picking the elimination and decided to add that insult to injury we saw Benji do, but not too quite sure what he ended up swapping over there. But overall, great loadout and an upgrade there for him. He did pick up crash pads. That's kind of been the story of this season, right? Chapter 2, Season 3 has been crash pad central. And if you don't have them, you're at a disadvantage.
Another cool story I'm trying to follow is, how does Letchi look in a game where Benji Fishy's actually, prevalent, working to actually fight for a game? Right now, the winners of Heat 2 in each of the last 2 EU FNCSs went on to place first in Grand Finals. We've seen patterns happen today. Is it going to be the same business that we saw from the last FNCS?
We've also seen patterns broken, right? The back-to-back. We usually saw players get a victory route and then get eliminated. So it's the story of whether these patterns are going to get broken or whether they're going to be followed. And a pattern that's being followed is Lecce getting a mid-game elimination there onto Wiza.
I was talking about mindsets. Now Lecce's is completely switched up. You want to be around 32 points for the top 25 in this game alone, and slightly at the end of last game. Lecce accelerated past that threshold. He's now playing defense on the leaderboard to keep people out rather than offense to get into the top 25. And when you have Lecce let loose into builds, you just see great eliminations after eliminations. One of the most aggressive players, I would say, in the world. He has another player right around him, and this man made the mistake of going sky high. Luckily, though, Lecce missed a few shots, but the fight is nowhere close to done.
And he's going in. The crash pads are being used to try to confuse him there a little bit and disengage. And they do. He is going to be able to disengage, but Lecce is not going to give it up that easy. The builds come out. He 90s on up. He's going aggressive. The pepper popped in the box. Edit comes through, and that's going to be a lot of shots off. And it's going to be Refsguard that falls. Oh, no.
That's, I think, the third time I've seen Refsguard go down so close to a placement threshold. Not in an endgame off of a good spot. He was just trying to rotate off of that gorge. But he's the one to fall down in the valley. Past that, though, these are all different mountains that a bunch of people have just made a village of builds on. Bad Sniper will be here. 23 points, 10 behind where he needs to be, really. These box fights are so important. Final 2 games for this Heat.
And someone on that cusp, Bad Sniper, 23 points. Kyle talked about how he's expecting it to be a little bit higher, and I would have to agree with the way everybody's playing right now. These point thresholds are going to start to make their way up around the whole lobby. As Squint is going to be eliminated with a nice edit there from Bad Sniper, who, again, is just looking to solidify his top 25. That's what he's going for now. He's looking just to get into that top 5 placement points of this game and the next game, do about the same, and he should be secured with it. But with all these players nearby, it's going to get dicey.
I'm watching so many playstyles hit back to back to back. Morocco, we've seen him just really like to be box to box with someone else, play off of their pressure. Tayson, take control. If he has a sight line on someone, he's beaming them for information. We were just on Bad Sniper. I would call him the spider of EU. He's always making webs of builds around everyone or just trying to get information down. As soon as you walk on those webs, he knows it. He has control of those builds. He'll go for shots.
And Tayson, on the other hand, last time we saw him get eliminated around this time, if he gets a good rotation here, he should be set up for endgame. But we heard the sniper rifle from behind. He's got to be careful. There's a shark causing chaos there as well, but he chooses to go down through the water. And I don't know if I agree with this rotation. It's going to be very hard to make, and a lot of shots and a lot of windows were edited. You saw everybody open up that box to start to look at him. And in tandem, you see Savage aggressive, and now Tayson down to very low HP. He's got to get out of this box, but everybody focus him, and Tayson's down early yet again.
Another misstep for Tayson. He does not get to see the end of this game, possibly game 6-2 if the tilt goes past the lobby. The Savage picks up Pavo as 2 players down. One big, one small, trying to make it big towards the top 25. Slender had 2 very good games today too. But past that, he hasn't really seen much. Could he get a beam here? A free elimination? No. He has 23 points. Once again, we're projecting the top 25 to be near 32, 33. So this is a very important game for so many people tied at 20 to 25 points. All Slender has to show for this game is placement. All so many people have right now is just a survivor's mentality. Nice elimination there onto Robabs going down. Is it enough?
Is it enough? And that's the question everyone is going to be asking themselves at the end of this game. However it shapes out, whoever picks up the dub, whoever moves through, is it enough? But I do want to point out, there was less than a 0.008% chance that we would see back-to-back game winners back-to-back.
I got to hit that one again. That's 0.0008. I'm not sure the chances for lightning. I'm not sure if it's an easier chance to get hit by lightning. I don't know the math on that one, but it feels that electrifying to me to be able to see that today. 2 different backs-to-backs, back-to-back.
That is just insane.
And there's 2 games left still. So it could happen again. We could get a third back-to-back with new players. Tayson is down. I think I'm just getting overwhelmed with the performances that Kiko's making. I'm not sure if he's 100% in this game. I'm pretty sure he's down because we talked about the curse of winning 2 games and then going down on your third. He was taken out in an early game fight. Could be Thomas HD's moment here to start the back-to-back potential. All eyes will be on him, I think, for this game.
And right now, his eyes are finding that launch pad. He is going to find it, avoiding damage as well. And this is a scary situation. You're rotating through the air. You could get shot out. He finds an Elim on the backside of his own.
Yep, easy elimination, easy shots taken down, and one person actually going down to Storm, not being able to make it all the way past. Remember, Storm Surge, once the zone does close in or is closing in, will be active while these players just try to find a way to survive. 2 need to go down. Frey is alive. Savage is here too. Box to box with Pepper. 3 big names, 3 very different playstyles.
And Savage looking to change the way he played these last couple of games, getting a little bit more passive, not relying on that crash pad, really get into the player's boxes. He's making it through these end games. He will be in moving zone if he's able to keep it up. He's got good mats as well. He does have 1 crash pad in case he wants to get crazy and go aggressive, but he's in a very good spot to make this qualification. He really needed to turn it around in this back half of games, and that's exactly what he's done. He's turned it online. He said, you know what? All right, I had my fun. I W-keyed. I got aggressive. I established my dominance, but now I got to make plays like Mr. Savage would make every single time, and he's looking to do it right now.
The plays will become that much harder for all these competitive players. Remember, after that 5th zone, from 6th all the way to the 9th zone, the next 3 zones will be moving. So they will close and also change in which direction they're going each and every time. There's Pepper getting shaken all the way down. No chance for him to even have a say on surviving that shot from Savage. Savage has 6 crash pads to jump all the way forward, but he's in a little bit of trouble on the backside of zone. He gets beamed from the back too. 1 HP. Savage taken out by Diablo 16.
And that it was such a good spot for Savage to get out of, but unfortunately not able to make it. Diablo, now the benefactor of that siphon, will launch pad on through the air. We saw Skype there as well. Do we see any of the other big name players? Kinsel is in the lobby as well. Thomas HD is still alive. Snazy here as well. So we may, Shio, see Snazy versus Thomas HD at the very end of this game.
Fully kitted, fully looted, but there is a snake all the way in the grass. Benji Fishy, I was about to name him, actually ends up getting bitten down to Milan in the 33rd slot now with the top 32 left, with Snazy with such impeccable builds, a sick loadout. Is it his game to take control? He's just waiting, biding his time, looking for eliminations, playing like Benji would. There it is, an elimination on the Tux. He gets taken out in an instant. And now Snazy is looking for a rotational play. He misses the launch pad, but in return, gains such a quick shot. Has to leave it behind. No chance to edit that ramp. It wasn't his. Snazy has to leave mobility, and now is in a chance or in a space that's very, very dangerous.
As Thomas HD goes down as well, so we won't see the battle there. But the battle for Kinsel is not over. 36 builds. He has to find an impact elimination that he can grab the loot on. That's great that he's looking back on zone to try to pick up points and try to pick up easy eliminations. But if he's not capitalizing on grabbing those mats, it is not going to be enough. 23 builds remaining. He's running out of AR ammo as well. Boxed like a fish, and he's not going to be able to get the elimination. The crash pad going to save that player, and that's just more and more mats spent there for Kinsel without an elimination.
He did get a little bit of room, though, off of that crash pad, so very good for him. Now to play the backside of the zone. There is a quick elimination onto Diablo, who we saw take out Savage beforehand. Back down for another refresh. He's looking so good. Could be Kinsel's game for mid-ground, but he has to deal with Snazy and Cammy up top. Skite is there, too, all the way up on height. It's Bad Sniper fighting someone that we haven't seen just yet. We'll see who has control. Is there mythic loot in this game? Do we have the Shockwave launcher? That's the question. Top 10. Snazy looking for shots. He has so much control, so many materials. A flub on edits, but it's not going to slow him down too much. 700 builds. Mapfi goes down. I think Chapix is the one all the way on heights.
And Chapix in an in-game is so good. We haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen the potential that he's been able to unlock. Skype is in this in-game as well. So this is a clash of Titans right now of the European region. And they're all Titans that are not that qualified. They're not in that top 25 yet. So this matters so much for everybody. Placement is what everybody is thinking right now. Snazy's doing that. Chapix is going to fall there to Skype, so he's going to go down. Jams is on the high ground there. Snazy being knocked down just a peg. Cammy is here. Kinsel looking to play that mid ground very well, looking to go for eliminations. In the box, player getting sprayed by multiple different people is going to get the elimination there on the Cammy, and he does. He's got crash pads. No, not able to pick him up. He does actually pick him up. Dropping the shotgun there for the tactical one. As Kinsel now using the crash pad to take high ground. Looks like he's going to get it. Snazy not going to get it. His Jams almost taking over the zone. And this is going over the authority. I think this is going to be it for a lot of these players. They're not going to be able to make plays happen. But Snazy looking to make plays as he does. His Jams goes down to zone. Snazy in a 1v1 versus Kinsel. Kinsel looking to pick up that victory royale. Maybe take it back to back. Snazy with 3 elims. Will he be able to pick up the victory royale?
Kinsel's trying to scoop him down with crash pads, but Snazy's actually using his own to get all the way up top. A nice trade, though, from Kinsel onto Snazy. It calms down once again. Snazy going all the way down to low ground. Kinsel will have to build. Snazy has the power of nature by his side, all the way natural. Down below, Kinsel, one more floor will be it. No, he gets to block Snazy spraying. He's in zone. He's taking too much damage. Kinsel's dropping down. Snazy is there with shots to the right side, but it's Kinsel's positions on height who will actually end up winning out that game. No builds left down to the wire. What a showdown.
And we know with where Tayson ended up, it was on 57 points before he went down. That's going to be really good to put him in the lead. This is anybody's game. But I think the question everybody is asking is, can Kinsel go back to back? I don't know. We'll have the analysts break it down. I think we got Bala and Sundown there for you.
Thank you so much, Clay. And yeah, that is a big question. Can Kinsel actually go back to back? Because what we're actually seeing is that these are coming down to the wire. These final 1v1 situations are insane. This time, Kinsel against Snazy. For both of them, this is the game that potentially qualified them through.
And that's what you needed to do. Game number 5, only one more left in the back pocket, and the key is to take as much pressure off of yourself as possible. Don't want to get 50-50'd off of the start. Don't want to potentially get picked. You want to get above that threshold. We've been talking to Prodigy Analytics in the background and what it looks like. 32 is kind of right around where we expect 25th to be, which means anybody 33 and above can basically have slotted themselves in, and that's everybody who is currently on this first page. You see Tayson there still holding off of first place, 57 points. Kinzel rocketing himself up and guaranteeing a qualification there. Goes from 32 to 49 with a victory royale there. Benji, Hen, and Kiko rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, and still all these players up in the top 10 are most likely going to be going through. We could pretty much call them clinched at this point. So Letchi went last. Cammy has made it as well. Slender too. But this man here, 11th place, Snazy, who just got second in that last game, was having so much struggles against the man in 18th place right there. 30 points for him. And this game, the first time that Thomas HD leaves him off spawn, and he ends up skyrocketing to second place from the pontoon setup. But even more here, Skite is now in contention for that. Diablo, Sapphic, there's so many. Mattfi might have done it, but these are the guys we really need to keep a keen eye on in the next game. People like Nate at the top at 21st. And then 24th, Mr. Savage is at risk. He's on the brink of top 25.
Yeah, and you also have Robab's hard find there, 22nd, 23rd. Snap currently being that line to make it to the grand finals at 27 points. But again, you can expect for it to rise up. The victory royale is worth 14. Each elimination is worth 1. And it's going to come down to a singular point, if not tiebreakers, to make it into that grand final. And it all comes down to this for some of the players. Again, we talked about basically that top 12 has cemented it. There's 13 points up, 13 spots up for grabs. Pretty much everyone in the top 70 is still in contention if you can win a match and string together a couple of eliminations. So you have one shot to be in the best of the best. All of your FNCS comes down to this opportunity and whether or not you're able to capitalize. And there were some players who capitalized in that game number 5 and were able to punch their ticket.
Yeah, it's a tall task for anybody, especially given the fact that we know the next game is going to go to Kinzel if the pattern continues. But no, Snazy clutched up and made his qualification count, even though he was struggling early this last game for him, the second place that he got. He made it through, even in situations like this. Stare on top of him, and the player, unfortunately, is not going to find the focus where Snazy does and then continues on to get second place. We know how the story continues. But Skype was one of these guys, too.
And Skype picking up Gyansa there, and Gyansa actually also picked up Thomas HD right outside of that top 20. So if Thomas ends up not qualifying, we've already seen 2 different opportunities where if he survived just 4 more seconds combined between the 2, he would have picked up 2 more points. But Skype is a veteran when it comes to just outlasting and using the minimal resources you have to pick up key eliminations. Getting Chapix there, another player who's on the bubble, just outside the top 5, and then immediately converting it into another one on Slender, a player who's also right there on the bubble at 32 points. So these are key eliminations. These are the players you're directly competing against and trying to book your ticket. Diablo, somebody else who's done a great job consistently making it into the end game, finding an elim on, you guessed it, another player on the bubble, Mr. Savage, and then chaining it over onto Mr. Funny Clown, who probably wasn't laughing about that one.
No, not at all. Diablo, a player who knew that this heat was going to be hard coming into this, but he said, I'm going to come back to the tweets discussing how difficult it's going to be. But on the other side, it was Kinzel who ended up having the 17-point game to push him above the 32-point threshold that he started at, for sure, qualifying through. And it was chaos. But like you keep pointing out, Sundown, important players who are on the brink. Cammy, who just barely sneaked his way in with that top 4. And then the final 1v1, Shai was calling it. He just barely held onto that floor and then just drops down onto Snazy, who had pretty much nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, but a great execution building off the top of authority, continuing maintaining his ramps and his tarps, and then waterfalling down. Snazy did a really good job pressuring him, but we talk about being able to close out these games, get the necessary points he needed. Kinzel was 32 going into that game, and if he had fallen early, might have had a little pressure on him. However, now victory royale, second place, he is rolling going into the grand finals.
And that's the big thing you said. If he had fallen early, one more game. So if anybody falls early at this point, that is so important for us to watch and really figure out how difficult it is actually going to be to make it off spawn if you haven't really challenged your spot yet. Thankfully for somebody like Snazy, who obviously just made it through, they've kind of chilled. Thomas HT now, who switched his drop over to the zipline area. We had a brief discussion about that, Sundown, because there is a good, it is a good setup, but will it actually last? Is it too risky for Thomas HT?
I think as long as he doesn't get caught off of the initial Dirty Docks rotation, he should be fine. However, again, being right on that border and already having dropped 2 key placement points, he has to find at least top 50 here. And even then, it's probably not going to be enough. He's going to need a little bit more. There's so many players who are on this border. Mr. Savage, hard find. Who will be able to push it in? This is the final game. Shio, Clay, take us in.
Thank you, Sundown. Thank you, Balla. You're right. This is the last game of Europe. The Heats, these guys are playing to qualify for $800,000 in the grand finals in total for the European region. And right now, the storylines that we're watching, to dub and give this Heat a name, this would be the historic Heat of Fortnite. Because there are records being broken. There are things that have no chances of happening. We have back-to-back winners. We have top players who are on the bubble at risk of not qualifying. Clay, there's so much on the line right here.
And Kenzo coming out on top has even more on the line. He's got the pressure of that last game that comes with the win. And he's got to be able to deal with that as he gets blessed by a launch pad there. Savage on the bubble. That is not something we say often, that he is not at the top. He's close to not qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, if we ever use that term again on the bubble, we're basically just saying that there's someone who is very close to that top 25, almost kind of right there, but they're not sitting comfortably. That bubble could burst at any moment. So keep in mind, Savage is a player like that. There's like a 5-way tie between so many other EU players too who are near there. But these people that we're watching at the same drop are towards the top side. Not really a bubble, but a very comfortable hammock these guys are sitting on. Tayson and Kinzel in the top 5, top 3. Looking so good. Tayson is still so many points ahead right now of second place. If he ends up getting placement this game, that'll be the goal. That'll keep him ahead. But the struggles he's had so far in 2 different games is getting taken out before that 5th zone ever comes by.
He's got to look to change that game plan. If he wants to secure first going into the Heats, yes, it is just the Heats. But these Heats have been insane, and it means so much going in. We've talked about the impact of it. If you come off a Heat and you pulled off back-to-back wins and you're able to continue to maintain first throughout all 6 games, that is very scary for your competition going into Heats. There's not many mind games that you can play in Fortnite, but that is definitely one of them. How you finish in the Heats and how you finish going into grand finals definitely sets a precedent on those mind games.
This is the last chance to play any mind games at all in the game, outside the game, for people in this Heat. Yes, we watched the qualifiers all the way in last month, and a lot of players had multiple chances to be able to survive. In this one, though, it might be Lecce's last moment with 38 points. He is locked in at this slot. No more chances, no more games. And it's one last who all dances on him. Might have been taken out before by Lecce or by other people of the same caliber, of the same aggressiveness. This time, he surpasses him in points on the leaderboard. He is at 39, Lecce at 38, and he gets to play out Game 6.
In tandem in points as well, we saw Payson and Kenzo landing in Steamy, getting first and second. That was 7th and 8th, landing in the same spot and taking each other out. So these players that are at the top of the leaderboard are in the same area. So we could see these fights happen. We could see Payson go down early. We could see Kinsel go down early. Benji, we know, is in Slurpee. We know he's got contention as well. So you have to keep your eye on this top left corner underneath the amount of players remaining, because that is going to tell you when one of these players gets eliminated. And it is just, the tension is there, and I think we all can feel it.
Yeah. I mean, early in contention, basically 2 people at the same POI off the initial glide. It's so tough to be able to get off your spot, be able to survive early on with less materials. Cammy will feel it. We are a little bit into this game, so he has a few mats to actually work with. No brick. Wow. A 180 sidewinder charge pump shot straight to the mouth of Fixie. He goes down, and Cammy gets to play the rest of this game out.
Owning Dirty Docks as well is very, very good for him. Again, it's one of the few POIs that you can get metal very easily on. He's got a very good rotation out of his own, as well as that rotation into Grand Finals if he's able to make it. On the other hand here, someone we haven't really seen much of but is doing very well, it's BL Hen.
Haven't seen much of him today, but if you guys ever followed Hen's story, I've seen chairs thrown around his tables on LAN. I've seen so many heartbreaking moments for him not actually ending up making Grand Finals off of semis, off of heats. Today, though, with 43 points, he's a surefire contender in playing the Grand Finals for Europe. This is essentially his victory lap for qualifying. How far can he push it? Who can he take out and hold below the top 25? It might be Robabs. Have to get an update overall on how many points he ends up with. But with 44, for Become Legends Hen, it is a good day.
As we're going to get, I believe, a replay here from Kiko's perspective. Again, one of our back-to-back winners of game number 3 and 4. As the edits go through, they do get the elimination there onto Arto. A very good elim, and this is putting him towards the top. Every elim that he can get is him going more and more to that top spot.
I don't see Artor anywhere here towards the top 25 or past it. I mean, I'm old, my eyes could be deceiving me, but that should confirm that Kiko has taken one person out from trying to qualify. A big person to Artor. So good off spawn at controlling the south side. Will not be able to play here and represent Europe in Sunday's competition.
And we've talked about the power of snipers, and Kiko must have been listening, because now he's got 2 in his inventory.
I mean, one looks real long and the other one's fast at following up. It's the scope sniper rifle and the hunting rifle. I don't know how spicy the strat is if it works, but I feel like with one elimination already, yes, it was just off a box fight. The range Kiko has right now, the pressure he's putting on everyone around him, that could be something that could trip even the best player up. It's so unexpected.
And speaking of one of the best players, we've got Mr. Savage going aggressive now. Can Mr. Funny Clown turn it around here, though? The minis were popped. Savage already did a lot of damage. The pepper that we always see him with has been popped. Savage, does he have crash pads? No, he's only got peppers in his inventory to get in the box. Will he pick up this elimination?
He's going for the fight right now. 28 points. If he loses this, we might not see Mr. Savage in a European Grand Final. Imagine that. There's no way. Mr. Funny Clown has to go down here. Savage, no eliminations yet at all, is looking for his first one to wrap up. It's one house. Is he invited inside, though? No. Blocked off by many builds. He has a lot to maneuver around with in this fight. A lot of people are also around this house, too. It's very elevated. We could see a snipe maybe come down onto Savage if he's not careful enough and being a bit too dynamic. Right now, Mr. Funny Clown is staying way inside the center of that house. No window, really. Is giving Savage a sight line to victory, to qualification over for the Grand Finals. Hit the first shot, though. Nice. Inside the house now, finally. No, he's still towards the outside. What a good security system there is here of all these builds, all these angles. He can't really find a good for-sure way in. Yes, he controls a few builds, but Clown is so good at maneuvering here. He's all the way outside. Gets beamed on the backside. Savage with a drop-down shot. There it is. 1 point down into the bank. He needs to get more from here, though, and there's 2 more potential eliminations right around the corner.
And it's a Gambit player here as well as 28. 28 has disengaged, and I believe Savage will disengage there. That is not something you can say often, is we think Savage is not going to make a European Grand Finals. I cannot remember the last time that he did not make a Grand Finals, so he's got a lot on the line. Someone else who's got a lot on the line as well, Vibes, 22 points. We know that the threshold is more than likely going to end up around that 31, right, 32 placement points there. But Vibes, 10 points out. Got to be careful. The edit comes through, and he's on top of it. Arizon goes down.
Arizon taken out. We'll say at one final time, you want to be around 30 to 33 points to be able to play in the Grand Finals for Europe. This is your last chance. It's Game 6. If you see anyone with 20 points, with the number 20 next to their health bar, they're in trouble. They're playing desperate. Refsguard could be that man. Tayson is looking so good with 59, taking out Sisu. And now Tayson's all the way on the backside of zone. Every elimination he kind of gets is literally gatekeeping people from being able to progress in this tournament. He is on the hunt for Refsguard. He is looking for people to block completely because he's so far ahead of everyone else.
And someone who's so far ahead of everybody else is Benji, but right now, he's
Not
going for
again!
the pickaxe again. He disrespects Matzo there, but he's got to be careful. He's on his back foot. There's another player nearby. If he goes down, Benji will not be able to take first, but he definitely will qualify. Again, Shio talked about every interaction, qualify somebody or disqualify somebody from making that top 25. As Benji get the builds out, he does end up putting the pressure back onto this player with the time that he's built there. The shot's not going to connect, though. He's got to be careful. There's other players nearby as well. This is a long fight, and Benji does have the front footing now as he's going to be able to pop this big shield. This is really good for Benji. He's able to make it out.
These are 100 of some of the best players in Europe, and Benji has pickaxed 2 of them so far at completely different portions of the map at completely different times. I haven't seen a person with this much flair in my life. Self-coning 2 to block off any potential shots from all around him. Extravagant plays here from Benji. Has a flip ramp shot available, but I don't think he's going to go straight for it. A nice dodge there from the triangle peanut butter edit. Box fighting. Really clean right now from Benji. An elimination that is just absolutely disrespectful. This man is ahead of everyone, and he's ahead with style. Nice shot to take out the shields. Another few bullets to come through, but a crash pad mid-air duel. Lanouf gets taken out.
Benji only on 5 HP after that siphon came through. He has got to be careful, and Popo's coming through. He's looking to play spoiler. And no, Benji, I don't think he's ready for it. I don't think he's got the HP to make it happen. The boxes are being built, though. He's putting the distance in between him and Popo. He needs to get some verticality here as Safik is coming through as well. This is not looking good here for Benji. But if there's anybody I'd want in this fight right now, it would be Benji. The big shield is being popped. He's got time to pop it. I think that's Safik's wall there, though. Benji got the crash pad out. He's going in, but Safik, it was a little bit away. It was not going to be immediate shots come through. The right-handed versus left-handed peek is not going in Benji's favor. He does not need to do this. He does not need to go this aggressive. But he wants that first place. He wants to get as many points as he can. He wants to take it from Tayson, but will he take it from himself? And will he go down here?
Can these players read the elimination feed before they push boxes? They are voluntarily getting into Benji Fishy's sightlines. Yeah, you're saying that he doesn't need to take fights, but we know it by now, Clay. He takes almost every possible fight before the 4th zone. And right now, this is a flex run, especially if your first elimination is a pickaxe. Safik has now switched spots. He was the man aggressing onto this fight. Benji has taken complete control. Crash padding right in almost, jumping straight up. A third party is involved with this fight too. And it's just looking way too effortless, way too easy for Benji. Quick scope with the AR. This is not even the same player he was fighting earlier on. No, it is actually Safik. He spiced up right ahead of the other man I was about to mention, Benji. Taken out by Squint, but it's okay. 50 points. I know he wanted first. He had a very good run today.
An insane run indeed. He was given those fights without any consequences, it seemed like. Everybody kind of respected that, hey, that's Benji. We're going to let him do what he wants to do. And we're going to respect it. Squint, however, said, you know what? I need to qualify. I need to get to those points, so I need to get this elimination. Someone who is, I think, going to be literally right at top 25 coming out of this game is going to be Thomas HD if he keeps these points. He did just pick up an elimination. He does not have a lot of builds, however, and there are a lot of players gatekeeping him from zone. They're not going to allow him to rotate in very easy. And with the amount of loot in his inventory, it is not looking good here for him. He's going to have to get creative on this rotate.
He's got the one item, the only item Thomas HD really needs, a hunting rifle. Speaking of, one Chapix finds the bad side, the bullet of one straight to the body. At least he gets to live, though. That was very close to the head. And this time, people are prepared. This time, the game is moving a lot faster, too. 63 players in total. I mentioned these guys are prepared is because everyone's already in this zone. No one's really storm rotating. People have found their bases. They have their game plans. The two stories right now are the guys trying to just get into the top 10, push people down as much as possible, and then those trying to qualify, who are trying to get to the top 25, trying to break the mold of 100 players and be unique. It is so difficult, though. Chapix is one of those players.
And it means a lot for these players like Chapix who have had such prowess coming into these seasons to qualify. So there's a lot of pressure here for him. It would mean so much if he's able to make it into those finals, because he's been on Twitter. He's like, this means so much to me. I need to qualify. And you can see it in his gameplay. He is set up so far in the edge zone. He's not taking any chances. You can tell he needs it, but he needs to have a great game here, as well as Savage. We saw Savage was, I believe, literally 24th place coming into this game. He got that elimination, and he's getting placement points. But does that mean it's enough to qualify him?
I'm watching the early portions of Mr. Savage mode. You see this man on a cliff in a brick box sitting in the pyramid. Meditation. He's just waiting for the carnage to start. He's going to be the person delivering that carnage too. I feel like he's definitely in his element now. He was pushing boxes at this point in so many other different games. Clay, you mentioned it. These guys are getting ahead of themselves, but this time Savage is sitting way far back.
And he's not really going to be able to impact this lobby right here as much, as there's not that many people rotating where he's looking. He is, however, going to find one elimination, a quick one there onto that player. Now 30 points come through, and we're going to get another placement point here soon after this half in, half out shows. But he needs this game. This game is everything for him. If he is not able to perform here, it's going to hurt so much. The heartbreak that we all are going to feel as we all are invested in this story is going to be so much, as we see Tayson, however, our leader, continue to be aggressive here, Shia.
He has nothing to lose, and only a few more things to prove that he can still fight, get fast eliminations. He can take out people like Tamir, who I don't think is qualified either. 615 damage above Surge. Tayson is literally taking out people's hopes and dreams.
And that's what happens when you get so far ahead and your competitor falls. And we know Benji went down, and we assume Tayson knows that based on the elimination feed. And this allows him to do this. It says, you know what? I'm so far ahead of everybody else, I can just run through the entire lobby, and it does not affect me at all.
This man on your screen right now, Skite, has had so many hardships. Good pickup on Cyrox. In general, the entire time, these 6 games we've been seeing so far today, taken out multiple times by top players, people who end up winning out the games in game 1 to 3. Barely seeing game 4, performing though in game 5. Now in game number 6, I would still say he's on the bubble. He could possibly not qualify if these points get a bit too out of control. But 35 seems safe overall. On the other side of things, a lot of people side by side. Nice Nico with Skite, ZQ, Griff at 25 points. So close to not being able to play in the grand finals either.
And a very hard rotate to make. This is not going to be easy. 56 builds, he's got crash pads. But look how many arrows are between him and the zone. There are so many players that are looking to hold him out, looking to gatekeep, looking to stomp on his dream of getting to that finals. He has to do this perfectly.
Mentally, no matter where height is for him, it's an uphill battle. He's crash padding to another side, to a big base, to possibly get a better crash pad ahead of him. Very risky. The whole lobby could see him right now, but they're also rotating. One of his crash pads taken out. Griff has to use another one of his own, as people like Kinzel, Froggy, Kikname are already in the zone looking for beams.
And again, it's a back and forth race right now between Kinzel and Tayson for first, but the bigger story is that bubble. We keep talking about it, and it means so much, as Kinzel is getting pressure here onto this player, the RPG, which we have not seen used a lot in solos, is going to take down Duzik, who, again, another player not in that top 25 looking to claw their way in.
We've seen so many players not in the top 25 go down. The only assumption I can make is the majority of players left now in this endgame, in this Fortnite game number 6 of Europe, heat number 2. These guys all have to be in the top 25. Griff is fighting people who don't want him to invade their slots on the leaderboard. He has to not only overcome the zone, bullets flying around him, he has to pass by people who are more comfortable than him, who have less pressure than him. It is the most uphill, the highest incline a moment could get for a player in a tournament. He only has 3 crash pads left to be able to overcome any in-game hardships. Mentally, he's all on his own.
And the zone not helping him. He's got to go up as well. This is going to make it that much harder. He's trying to crash pad through, but these old builds are not going to be broken that easily. He does, however, find a rotate and crash pads to recycle. But he's doing it, and I was very surprised he was going to be able to find this very well. As you see, crash pad is out. He's throwing it there, but he's getting beamed. He's got to make something happen. He has to find an elimination. He has to get into somebody's box. 6 eliminations, and he's down very, very low. He's got 1 build remaining. This is really bad for Griff. He needs to find an impact frag. He needs to find elimination, but shots come through. The dreams are on the line right now for him. 13 HP. Zone ticks once, but it doesn't tick twice. He's able to get out for now. Shots are going to come through here, but he's not going to connect.
Yes!
No, he does. He gets an elimination, so his dream is still alive.
Griff, 53 HP, 1 more crash pad, still minimal builds, stuck in the zone, the last one gets popped. He's now thrust into an unfamiliar land, into mid-ground, and so many players are fighting for control. Can he find another quick shot? Griff is sliding shots into places that should not be possible. Floppers found, shield in his inventory. He's looking good for endgame. Griff, can you qualify? 29 points. He needs about 4 more. 1 more elimination, just a little bit more survival. This is Griff's moment to shine, to just make it towards grand finals. He's out of floppers though, once again, back towards the wall, taking so much zone damage. He needs to get another one here.
But he's got mats to do it with this time. This is what's different. He's got enough HP to get in the zone and pop a mini, but he's got the mats, and that's the most important thing right now in this in-game is he's got the ability to get into zone, to box up, to heal. He needs to desperately wait for the zone because it's continuously moving away from him. He's going to try to pop a mini, but he doesn't have the time. Zone continuously moving away. Nice builds come through. 3 builds remaining. He's going to sneak in. There's no way this player's going to let him sneak in like that. He does. Shots go through.
Yes!
And another elimination. Griff now on 33 points with 3 eliminations. The miracle run is coming through here for him. But how many other players are on the same run? How many other people in the lobby are doing exactly what Griff is doing?
It's still so close to call for Griff. I would say 2 more points would 100% confirm it. But it looks like he has qualified so far for the top 25. After that, so many other players are looking to do the same. Mwaka's all the way up towards that high ground. I don't think he has enough points yet. Getting dropped down by Wreck. Froggy's there too, down towards low ground. Loki survives once again. Here's Wiseup at 46. This is now the perspective of a hunter. A man who doesn't want anyone else to be able to qualify with him. Shots are not there for him. He's looking for the perfect drop down. With this tac shotgun, missed a few, I think, or just chooses not to actually drop down those shots. There it is, finally, onto Stitch. Stitch going down, 6 eliminations for Wiseup. What a phenomenal game. Wrecked is now all the way on height. Mwaka's on low ground. I think he still needs to qual. A top 6 that will go down to the wire. A big edit from Wiseup, and he bags that one up perfectly. Loki fits into the box, gets into Wiseup's elimination count. With 7 eliminations, is there anyone who can stop this man on low ground?
The only thing that can stop him is the mats that he's running out of right now. He's got to find this player on the low ground. Oh, a 5-player match remaining. Is Froggy is making a run as well. We don't see Savage, so he fell earlier. Cammy in this game as well. Wiseup going to take down 1. Don't believe. No, yes, he did. Cammy going to get eliminated by him, but Mwaka going to take him down. Now Mwaka versus whoever is on high ground there. It's going to be Froggy. Froggy making a run as well. Don't know how many eliminations he had, but he was not in top 25 coming into this game. This is a great play for him, and he's got to get the victory. Shockwave going to be used. Mwaka on the low ground. Not going to have the HP to do it. They're effectively equal, but Froggy's going to be able to take it. The victory royale. I believe that was a 19-point game there for him.
Froggy qualifies off of that win and gets to see the grand finals off the win, off the eliminations. What a redemption arc here in Game 6 for everyone that we saw towards that end game. Congratulations to every single person who's in that top 25. Europe Heat number 2 was possibly the sickest to watch, and it was also because of this man on your screen, E11 Tayson. 2 back-to-back victory royales, 67 total points, and a whole bunch of eliminations.
And we can't forget, he wasn't the only back-to-back winner we had today. Kiko able to get that back-to-back as well as qualifying, I believe, from the numbers he put up, should be able to. But that was an insane number 2 from Europe, and I don't think we expected anything less.
I didn't expect such a showing on 2 fronts. Tayson winning out against players who are so hard to beat. Kinzel, Benji Fishy, people near the bottom. Griff looking so good, getting towards top 25, surviving till the end. It was a beautiful story on both sides, and what a way to really start things off this weekend on broadcast.
I'm excited to see more, but we're definitely going to need people to break that game down and see who qualified. I'm sending it back over to Zeke, Paula, and Sundown.
Thank you so much, guys. That's the conclusion of Heat number 2. Tayson will take it, but what a day. Sundown, there were so many close calls.
So many close calls. Tayson led wire to wire with the 2 victory royales off the start, but congratulations to everyone in that top 10. Kinza, Wyzet, Benji, Fishy, Kami, Hen, Glorious Wanloss, Kiko, Skyte, and Gyansa. We'll all be seeing all of them in the grand finals, but the question is, in match number 6, who was able to clutch up and cement a spot? We see Quartz Froggy with a monstrous 19-point performance to rocket him into qualification, 39 points there in 13th. You have Diablo in 11th, Scrib in 12th, Letchi there in 14th. Hardfind also clutching up in the final match, pushing him up to 15th. Slender, Snazy, Milan, Thomas HD, and then Mwaka with a great second place performance there to also come up huge. But Bala, final page, who's on the outside looking in and who's going to the big dance?
Yeah, who's going to be here on the final page? I love to see Snazy and Thomas HD right next to each other, but here it is. Bad Sniper, Mr. Savage have made it through, and Griffin with that final play, with that final game, playing in the zone, the one flopper, but hitting the shots that he needed to get the elims, pushes him up to 12 elims and 33 points to clutch up. But then it's Sapphic, and last qualifying spot goes to Handy, and you can see some people heart breaks as they miss by a single point.
And Handy, with just 4 eliminations, had the least amount of elims out of any player in the top 25, but also on the flip side of that, averaged a top 28 placement across all 6 games. So a good job to secure his spot there, but major props to all of those top 25 players, especially the ones who are able to clutch up in the final moments when your backs are against the wall, whether it's 3 HP in a dream as Griff or your Gambit's Milwaukee up on that high ground and just trying to run it out for every point possible. You guys executed and did everything you needed to be playing for a spot and an opportunity to be that FNCS champion and wield the Axe of Champions.
Yeah, so let's talk about it. Heat 2 done. EU for today is done. They get to play 2 more Heats tomorrow, Heat 3 and Heat 4 with some big names like Mongo and Co. But let's talk about Heat 2 because looking forward, it's grand finals. To me, a big story here is Benji is active. Is this Sundown the first opportunity for him to really win, to be informed, to win a major tournament finally?
I think he's setting himself into a good position. We ended up seeing in qualifier number 2 where he got the victory and then rolling it through. He didn't stumble at all today. I think the biggest indicator of whether or not Benji will do well are his first 2 games on Sunday. If he's had a solid game and can build the foundation, you can basically cement him in for a top 5 because it's really difficult to push him off. However, I will note today, it felt like he kind of took his foot off the gas a little bit, especially compared to Tayson, because he got caught out in the mid game a few times there.
Yeah, it definitely felt like after Tayson had his back-to-back wins, Benji was like, hey, I'm still here. No matter how hard you are slaying, no matter how well you are playing, I'm still going to compete with you. So bringing that back, though, Kinzel ending up really far up there, close to Tayson. That's definitely going to be a thing that we look forward to Grand Finals. But regardless, guys, that was Heat 2. We've got still NA East. Even though Heat 1 is wrapped, Heat 2 is up next. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, there is going to be that NA East Heat 2 to show and watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Jonesies, Bonesies, and everyone in between, welcome back to the FNCS. I'm Sundown, and we're here to cover the Heat action. We're going to hop on over across the pond to check out NA East, and joining me on the analyst desk, we have Bala and Clay. Gentlemen, how are you guys doing today?
Okay, I thought you were going to introduce us for a second there. I was like, oh, so I'm Sundown. No, it's cool, man. This is a really, really good first broadcasted Heat in EU Heat 2. EU Heat 1 was great, and East Heat 1 was great. So I can't wait to see this. There's a lot of names in here that I'm excited to see play in Heats.
I'm just excited. Killing off that cast was insane, and I'm hoping NA East can do the same. Put that same level of energy into their games, and I'm excited.
And as Bala said, we did kick off the action a little bit earlier today. Let's check out and see how these players are playing, the tournament format, and basically how they're able to advance to the grand finals, what the stakes are up for grabs today. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is the NA East portion. We're checking out Heat number 2. That means 25 players have already advanced to the finals. We'll touch on that a little bit. We'll be covering 6 matches today, and at the end, another 25 will advance. We'll have half of our pool that will be in the grand finals, where again they will play 6 matches, and 1 FNCS champion will eventually be crowned and granted that Axe of Champions.
And what a good moment that's going to be. That's going to be on Sunday. Right now, we're looking at the Heats, and again, it's going to be so intense. But this is how they earn points, guys. You should be familiar if you watch competitive Fortnite, but if you're not, you earn points by placement and eliminations. 14 points up for grabs by winning the game, but there's a bunch of thresholds in between. 75th place in the game is where you're going to get that first point. But again, 1 point per elim, and it's so important to have a good balance between each.
Yeah, and you can note too, eliminations are capped at 20. However, haven't seen anybody get that in round 3 or during the heats yet. The key for a successful format here is getting towards the top 5 if you're trying to get it. Let's check out though what they are playing for. Here is the grand finals prizing across the board. Again, don't forget, the players, just for qualifying for the heats, did make a little bit of money, but this is what they're looking to compete for in the end. Europe up for grabs, which we saw this morning, $800,000. NA East, which we'll be covering right now, $500,000, and you can go through the rest. So a good chunk of change there available across the board, both PC and console.
That's a lot of cash up for grabs, and you know these NA East players are just as hungry for it as EU.
And I mean, that's going to be the real thing, is who's able to buckle down, because particularly in EU, as we saw, there were moments where you were able to capitalize both in games 5 and 6 to come up huge, come up clutch, and cement yourself in there. But the key also we saw is getting off to an early start and doing everything you can. The question is, who from NA East Heat 1 is already going through? Who can we pencil into the finals, and who will we be seeing on Sunday?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those results and figure out who it was, because it was an intense battle. We went 6, compared to EU, we went 6 games with new faces getting victory royales. It was Tragics who took the first place, 57 points, but you'll notice it was a tie game, so that 1 win made the difference between him and Qua, and Class is back at it again in 3rd place with 51 points. Justice was holding on for the entire time up until game 6, where unfortunately Tragics was able to take the lead.
We see XMB up there as well in 6th place. Agers, a familiar name, able to secure a 10th place qualification there. Again, top 25 is what we're looking at. Sid, Batch, Crims, Nanolite. We got so many staple NA East names are up here in the top 25. And just look how close it was with those point thresholds.
It was so close, and there were a couple clutch qualifications. Nanolite, Crims were some of those. But even on the next page, it's top 25, don't forget. There were some people who you really, really expected. I mean, Sid is somebody I expect to be up there with the 1 win. But in this last page, Colazo, a clutch, ending up qualifying with 33 points, and then Mac with the same thing in 25th place. But look who he holds out. It's Day, your day 3 FNCS qualifiers winner. So that is a surprise, to be sure. 2 elims is the difference that makes that tiebreaker work for Macwood.
Yeah, in 1 point either direction, one placement, one more top 75 would have done it. You can also see Binky sliding in there with a clutch victory royale. And that's really the theme about these heats when we come down to it. Each and every single one of these interactions matters just so much. Every single time you're fighting another opponent, whether it's mid-game, late game, or in the early situations, you're impacting the standings that are around you. And we're going to see examples of that right here.
Yeah, and I think it starts off with, of course, Till, who won that first game in NA Heat 1. We're going to take a look at all those winning moments because they were so important. Everybody who got a win ended up qualifying with the 14 points that you end up getting that. But for Till, it was the Shockwave launcher literally launching people out into zone to win this first game. Oh, what a shot on Tedeschi.
The heads-up reaction there to realize that player's coming up is very, very good from Till, especially him going into finals. You do see him pick up the victory out over League. Blinky as well, the Shockwave launcher being useful here for him to be able to pick up this victory out. It's actually a 1v1 versus Agers. Again, got 10th place. Blinky looking to get it there. The Shockwave launcher going to be the proponent to do that.
And I think something, obviously we see the similarity between the first two games, but Binky, this one game basically carried the momentum from here because after that it was small performances time and time afterwards in game 3, game 4. He fell early in these cases.
Yeah, and it was the difference of just 2 points pushing him through there. So getting the victory royale in 2 different top 75s, putting him through. But Tragics was the player who ultimately, in the end, was at the top of the leaderboard here. And I think you're noticing just the ability to execute in these end games so much comes down to your positioning and your ability to put your opponent on the back foot to get that first shot. This is another player we're hopping on board here, Cobalt424, who has been surprisingly consistent across all of NA East, really, qualifying for 3 of the round 3s during the qualifying section, and now putting on a show here, snagging a solid victory royale and qualifying himself for the finals.
And then the last game was Trentman, who qualified himself for the finals with the 29 points that he had, but winning this last game will do just that. It's against Qua as well, and he will close it out with just one shotgun shot. But you see in this package right here, in these replays of NA East Heat 1, what we're going to see in Heat 2, and obviously we still are thinking about Kid's Shockwave launcher and the impact that it has on these games.
I mean, it's just so incredibly impactful. You can see whether or not it's coming directly out of Caddy or whether it's transcending over the course in that BR fashion where you're getting the loot and you're getting the upgrade. High impact eliminations, refreshes, when you decide to go for them and whether or not you're able to execute has really been the difference between these players at the top of the leaderboard, but also the ones who are able to edge out in that top 25. It seems so often that it's just the difference of one fight that really gets you that quality game. What goes into making those decisions, Clay?
It is so many different things because it's your MAC count, it's your HP count, it's where you are in the zone, it's who's near you, how many shots are being taken near you. There's so many different things that you have to be able to recognize and capitalize on. Some of the best players are able to do it in an instant, and if you hesitate for just a moment, you are going to be eliminated.
And I think getting over that hesitation is something that comes with having played in practice just so much and really putting in the time and the effort that really comes with being a part of kind of this old guard. And in NA East in particular, there's such deep routes that go all the way back to kind of the scrim servers and the old practice days. I mean, it's really been solidified for a long time, Bala.
Yeah, that it has, and there's a number of those guys in this heat. Of course, there are, not necessarily from the beginning days, but still. I mean, Kanata is one of those guys who's in this heat. He's been playing so consistent. We'll get into basically all the different people who are playing in this heat because it is a very difficult list. It is a player list that is so interesting on a level. And obviously, Aspect also here, somebody who's really kind of turned it and shifted gears to be back to that aspect of old time, the aspect that we know would place back-to-back first places in many of the first online matchmaking style tournaments.
Speaking of someone turning it online, Clicks recently has been doing very well in solos. He's looking to keep this up, looking to keep establish himself as an actual solo player that we know he is, as just an insane player nonetheless. Again, has been around for a while, established himself, but can he do it here today?
And noticing in particular the positioning of these players and the ones who are able to execute in these final fights is just so key, and they do it so incredibly well. And now you can see Kaz also getting some good shots there right on the edge of zone. And that seems to be where we're finding the most kind of key eliminations. It's either the player who's on the high ground working top down and fragging out at the end, or it's somebody who is in desperate need of a refresh, dropping on the backside of the Storm and then making one of those absurd runs like we saw from Griff during EU.
And that's kind of what we saw, of course. Consistent play where you put yourself in position to do what Griff did in that final game, to do that over and over and give yourself that possibility of skyrocketing up with the placement points that are available, but also making sure that you aren't relying, I guess, on the kind of randomness aspect of landing in and out of the thresholds for the placement points and getting yourself some elims to solidify your points in every single game.
And that's really the key, is just making sure you're able to kind of establish that and not get picked off. Because again, we talk about how every single point mattering. Well, the first placement thresholds are coming in top 75 and top 50. In particular, in that fourth and fifth game, we see those thresholds occur relatively early on. So if you're able to kind of get yourself established and just avoid that initial round of conflict, your rotations generally will set you up to at least get a point or two, which has been the difference maker a lot today, Clay.
It has, and you don't want to have to rely on a pop-off performance like Griff did, like Froggy did, because you want to be able just to consistently make it to that top, I'd say 20, 15, right? Consistently get those placement points, and then in your last game realize, hey, you know what? I'm pretty far ahead in the qualification. I don't have to pop off. I don't have to worry about this last game needing to be a 5 elimination second place or a 10 elimination victory royale.
Yeah, and it can be so hard to get in that type of situation, but it's not just the old guard who have been able to kind of establish themselves and be challenging out and who are out here on the field today. There have been a number of players, particularly over the course of this FNCS, who have really kind of boosted themselves up, gotten their names up there, and making consistent performances in really one of the toughest regions.
Yeah, and it feels like every FNCS, every competitive Fortnite season, we have some of these new guys. Of course, some of these guys have been around for a while, but when it comes to solos, we didn't necessarily think of them as top dogs. And P-God has changed everybody's mind in that regard and said, hold on, this guy has what it takes to actually win a grand finals. I mean, you see some of the clips right here. It's ridiculous. He's playing on another level since the days of World Cup qualifiers, since prior FNCS seasons. He is here to play with the way that he took that day one qualifier.
Egan as well, one of the newer players making their name on the scene, has been absolutely dominating the NA East region. And as you see right there, playing that backside of zone very effectively, picking up 6, 7, 8 eliminations time and time and again. And he is not shy from getting these victory royales as well.
Dude, he's ridiculous. And something about DGen is it's another level for him over the past couple of months. Cash Cup performances, also off-region performances. He's crazy. Now we're looking at Skittles, who won the final day. And it's not just been the final day for him. He has dominated throughout the Invitational, throughout the Dream Hacks. He's been here, and he's showing up again in the FNCS.
And this is the scene you want to be able to show up on as we hop on board here with Kid Sprite, another player who's been really putting in these performances. But you can see here, again, we talked about getting yourself in a position. It's all about making these late games, making these top 10s, top 5s, accumulating those placement points, and then dropping down into the storm, going and making your play, as we see Owl doing again. And I feel bad here for Day, because not only was he 26, but he seems to be on the opposite end of a lot of these highlight reel clips, going down there 3 times in a row. Rox, another player, very much so capable of making these huge last-minute plays and executing towards the end. And I think there's also a decent separation between players who, yes, they have the capability of kind of working their way up the leaderboards, but then the ones who consistently, when they're put in these top 5 and top 3 situations, have the ability to close out the game. Because in my opinion, it's so hard to do that on a repeated effort, and they just make it so easily. You can see Jock here, another player who, him and Acorn just doing so well during the duo phase. Both of them have really translated it into strong solos performances.
They have indeed, and it's just slowed up some of these players that are coming out of these opens, out of these qualifiers, That's definitely what you want to see in these moments. You want to see new players challenge the old players. You want to see if they can topple them.
That's what we're looking for. Who will rise up? Will it be the new players toppling the old guard, or will they stand strong? Enough from us, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Game 1, take it away. Aussie Monster D-Face.
So very much to the boys over there. Hey, man, we got a long day in front of us here. It's your boy Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics. Aussie, talk to me, brother.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm excited. I mean, they covered as best we can. They set the groundwork. They've laid the stage. And now hopefully we can do it justice. I'm really, really excited for today's games.
Absolutely. And what we're seeing already, just translating over from Heat number 1, is that there's a bunch of new names up and coming. I mean, there's some upsets for sure. Even players like Day, who is what we would consider a new guard, right? Someone who was popping off during those qual days. He got edged out at 26. So there's going to be tons and tons of upsets. But don't worry, we're here to crown some new people here for grand finals coming into Sunday. And it looks like the battle bus is right underway. So here we have it. It's NA East Heat number 2 underway right now. Game number 1. Aussie and Monster here to take it away.
Oh, I'm so excited. Another day, another good day of games, I'm sure, as well. And this Heat has got some big, big names in it, but they talked about it coming into this. This is the Invitationals, obviously, this is the FNCS. We've made it to Heats now. There's a lot of people who need to go from that open stage. Can they translate it now? Can they really close it out? They've now had to make it through day 3 qualifiers if they were in that top 25 to make it to this point, and now they're looking to try and get top 25 again, and it's looking like a pretty stacked Heat.
This is going to be a stacked Heat indeed. If that highlight package was any indicator of some of the big names we're going to have to keep an eye out on, you guys know that it is going to go down, especially with players like P-God, who are here in Holly Hedges, uncontested this time around. Completely different, Aussie, from when we saw him in the qual days. Remember, he was always battling here. I compared his run to players like Reason, who was, you know, they had to fight for Holly.
Yeah, he was usually taking down 2 players, but he was taking them down with what I want to say is ease the day that he won. And I feel like a lot of people, especially maybe casual Fortnite players, thinking uncontested might be a good thing. It's going to be a lot of loot for P-God, but I feel like maybe fighting those people on spawn was really big at his Storm Surge management. So we'll see how it plays out for him. He's got a lot of loot here, though. So if he can play this one well, and P-God winning a week has proven that he can play endgames consistently, I don't think it'll upset him too much. But I mean, that's just the respect, right? If you're looking at your Heat and you're seeing, okay, cool, I got P-God in my Heat. He won a week going Holly Hedges. It's probably not the first place you're looking to go.
It's also just interesting. Holly Hedges in general, you wouldn't think as like a championship landing spot, but
no, not at all.
I mean, Reason for EU show that you can take a first. P-God was obviously putting it on the map, so pretty great to see these new, or honestly old POIs come up and be highlighted as, you know, places that you can actually claim, land, and create great games out of. It's going to be interesting to see what P-God can do. And you made the best point, right? Storm Surge. How is he going to manage? Because, quite honestly, this is a completely different start to the game, like you mentioned before. I think that might be a big factor that he's going to have to, you know, decide how to play off of.
Yeah, here's central map, though. Holly Hedges obviously towards the edge. It's on the western side, but it's still kind of central if you look at the map kind of vertically. So he has a bit of time to maybe get to zone and start going for it and then get some shots. Looks like we're going to replay of maybe a fight that we missed break out somewhere else on the map. We're going to see Skittles now. Phenomenal player. Actually, also, we talk about people who've won their week. Skittles here trying to close this fight out with his blue tack coming in, and he does. Picks up elimination. Not sure where this is. This is just outside Misty Meadows. I would not have thought 2 people would be on this house monster.
I mean, it is Skittles. It is the mountain there. You do get to land on that elite-style chest that sets you up for success. And you can see a blue tactical. That'll give you all the confidence in the world to W key and hop up on top of someone. And now his rotate is bringing him on over to the caddy's corner, where there are several players on the map there. You can already see the wide pan shot gives us a good idea of how much control he has now of the bridge. He's pretty much cut players off. It's Swayeswell who's down below. And Skittles here is probably looking to heal up. Yes, that's right. Wants to make sure he's completely ready to take this battle, or in case he gets pinged one time here.
Yeah, and something you mentioned as well, if you've been playing competitive Fortnite, or maybe not, and you haven't seen the changes to the map, with the addition of cars into Fortnite, we saw a lot of the cars around the map actually disappear, which was a staple metal source for a lot of these players. Skittles moving over to this bridge and making sure he gets his max metal as quickly as he can, because some drop spots were very, very massively affected by that metal change. But I also want to talk about a little bit, Monster. We talked about P-God and people being able to recognize they're in heats. This is very different. If you watched any of the qualifying weeks, players had pretty much 1 hour between their qualifying qualifying round 2 games into their round 3 to figure out their game plan. With Heats now, they know who they're versing. They can do some research. They can figure out who's around them and who they need to look out for. And I really think that's going to kind of change how these games will play out.
And let's not forget, we're talking about NA East here, the most notable region for playing slow, taking your time. So we are expecting things to get very dense, very compact between the players as time goes on. Even this right here is an indicator of just that. Spy sets off a couple shots there. Frost the Spy is going to land some onto Rootfield and then just back up. You see? So it's a little bit different of a pacing, especially for the first game coming into NA East. It's almost, as history repeats itself, they like to say, this is how it plays out in NA East almost consistently, as we have 93 players still alive, and the first zone is about to close.
Yeah, slow and steady, get your tags, then disengage. I mean, he has some good loot as well. I don't know if he just dropped on this disco house, but walking away with the loot that he has definitely either gotten very lucky or has a nice loot path where he doesn't really need this fight. He needed the tags, but he wasn't going to gain much. I'm pretty sure I saw a legendary shotgun, an epic AR, and some good meds, but Rubified has that sniper rifle, needs to be careful. I have to think he would have hit that. There's no way at the highest level of NA East he misses that. He doesn't. Frosted Spy, you can't do that. Having the thought to know to take some shots but not engage, but then to just waltz on over and stand still. There is so many snipers right now in these lobbies. The rarity of snipers have gone down quite considerably in this season. Almost everyone has a chance to be carrying one. And unfortunately, Rubified ends the game but can't get the loot. All that good loot I was talking about slid down the mountain.
That is true, but hey, he gets to pick up some of the resources and the big pot for the road, so quite the come up. And more importantly, the prestigious point that's one game down. Talking about snipe shots, you're going to see the danger as Stowe catches one onto Built Different. And just like that, it's going to be a point in the pocket of Stowe. Off to a great start here in the competition. There's another enemy nearby. Hunting rifle. Snipers and solos are just so deadly. They are like the worst nightmare, honestly, for the lobby. We see big names, small names, doesn't matter who you are. It's just a problem in solos.
Yeah, it can take you out so quick. You can have the best game plan in the world, but all that was just a few steps too short. Just try to get into that bush and just goes down. Stowe picking up a big elimination. Only has one shot left, though. Gets the peppers for a bit of mobility if he wants to carry them, because right now, that's the one thing I'm looking at Stowe's inventory lacking a little bit. Doesn't have any of those crash pads, no launch pad, no peppers. With this lobby this stacked, he's going to need some mobility to move around amongst what is going to be a lot of opponents. As we see Platinum Race looking like maybe he needs to go for a refresh. Fearfill has his eyes on him. Maybe knows he has no shield, so he's going to have to put that sniper I can see him holding to good use, because it's going to be pretty hard to clutch his way back into this if he doesn't go for an elimination soon. Oh, and never mind. He's just peeking. Fearful was ready for it, coming over the top now. This player is now down to less than 50 effective health with no shield. Fearful's going to get straight in, and Platinum Race has to go back and reconsider what he's going to do in game 2, because game 1 definitely did not go the way he wanted.
Yeah, there's no way Fearful was going to let that one slip by. A 46 white tag as a headshot to open up the battle. You best believe he was going to wrap that one up, and he does that cleanly as well. Let's talk about it. Nice little ramp boost into the box, making it look nice and easy. Doesn't waste any time there. On the other side of the map, though, we talk about time. It's Cease. He's got a lot of time on his side, and he's still holding onto the Volt key card. So we have enemies down below holding him out from accessing the Volt. That's a lot of loot, and this is why Cease actually doesn't even have that much medium ammunition. He's kind of starved out here, although he has the mythic loadout.
Yeah, he starved out on everything. Only 58 builds as well. You could maybe see him go for a late Vault play. He has the grapple gun in the back pocket, so he's got that extra mobility these players down below will not have. So maybe assuming they're going to move first, and then he'll go down, maybe find a med kit, which is quite common in the Vault loot. Kind of use that to get in Storm a bit late. But this is a scary situation for Cease. He really needs to get into that Vault. And as you can see on the minimap, those two players are rotating away. So maybe if he's going to sense that or notice that or see them, he'll be able to go down below. But Cease, we talk about old Vanguards, like this is definitely it here from Cease. He has kind of had a big resurgence, though, I'd say. Like Cease was never considered a bad player, but he kind of obviously fell off a little bit after World Cup with not placing as highly in tournaments, but he is just on top right now. He's been playing so consistently. I was even talking last week with you, Monster, about how I think he's one of the most consistent players, if not the most consistent player of any region out of a mythic drop. He's the one who seems to have a game plan that's consistently getting him that mythic loot and getting to endgame with it and placing consistently.
Yeah, whatever it is that he's been doing for the Season 3, it has been working. But now we're on the other side. A player who we know that's finding the formula to success as well. It's TSM Kanata. He has been turning up in the solo division. honestly one of the cleanest when it comes down to rotating, keeping a low profile. I'm willing to call now and here that Kanata is probably going to be qualifying himself through. I know right now he doesn't have any points just yet, but he is so good in stacked lobbies. He's proven it time and time again. So I'm willing to put him up there on the pedestal as one of the best solo players on the NA East region. That's what makes this heat so scary. There are some great players we're looking at here.
Yeah, and 25 slots, when you think about those players who, you pretty much almost guarantee they're going to make it. That's another slot taken up from someone else. Steen setting up for that crash pad in. Doesn't quite get it right. Needed to be a little bit closer to the wall. Still gets some good shots, though, with kind of the breaking up the builds and all the turmoil it causes. He jumps around, gets the right-hand peak, and that was a really, really nice play there, Steens. And this is what you need to see from these players in the Game 1 monster. These are the players that I want to see. Some of those kind of names that maybe we're not as familiar with, unlike Kanata, but having the confidence to take fights like that. Got a few tags, and then just had the confidence to back himself to go for those eliminations. It's just going to be whether they know when to not do that. See, P-God maybe having some of those problems with Storm Surge like we talked about, is rotate. Not looking as good as it normally does. Held out in Storm here, has some extra shield, also has the crash pads, but he needs to get in. He has 4. He's not going to make it. Storm's ticking 2 at a time. He's going to go down here. P-God inevitably will fall. He has no white meds. He has nothing to get his health back, and P-God has to go down here. He does. Goes down to Haj, and maybe I feel like I'm almost sad to predict the monster. I think we figured it out there. The uncontested Holly might actually go worse for him. This is a pretty difficult rotate, though. He drops on the far west side of the map. This is a southeast zone. Maybe just a particularly difficult rotate, but unfortunately, P-God is out of this one, and Haji gets to swim his way into the next zone.
And more importantly, he took the most congested rotate, right? We're talking a white line directly to the new zone. So if there's someone who deserves to get, or if you deserve to get jammed up, it's because of your decision on the rotate. And that's going to be one of them. Apertz is actually going to dodge the shark. He saw it coming from a mile away, and it throws him into a box battle that looks like it's going in his favor here. He's going to land a bunch of SMG shot now, Alcy. And he's going to conclude this one. I think this might be a fight that he can take and finish up.
Yeah. Maybe he needs to as well. He's got no spare shield, so now that he's committed, TJ, another good player I was looking out for, needs to try and make his way out of this one, and maybe that shark just giving Aperta the confidence, or maybe just the last-ditch effort to dodge and have to engage, but he needs to make something out of this. I don't think I particularly like him slowing down here. I know he has a chance of getting third party. There's a lot of eyes on him, but he's carrying no spare shield with 39 medium ammo. I feel like once you've cracked that opponent's shield, you have to get in. He has no shotgun. No, he gets elimination, though. Ooh. He takes down Seabass. He takes him down with a sniper, and I was just about to say, though, Aperta has no shotgun. So I don't know what's gone wrong with Aperta's games plan here. There's definitely something has gone off, and now he's pushing forward trying to get this loot to see if he can secure just even a shotgun. He secures so much from that. Never mind, I take it back, Aperta. You knew exactly what you were doing. Do not engage and get the easy headshot elimination.
It's actually insane because you think about it. If there's any game mode that you can get away with not having a shotgun, it's going to be solos where you can play for yourself, take your time. And I just had to assume that his game plan was play for the long haul, even if it meant playing shambles off of the scavenger routes, right? And he's going to make it work this time around. Zone's going to pretty much favor him now. He's going to be using that excess material here to rotate on in. In comes some sound nearby, though. It looks like, yes, there are some extra shots from some opponents, but it's not going to mean anything as he's going to be able to double on back now and hopefully refresh that material. Loadout, though, completely looking nice now that he's gotten that impact frag.
Yeah, and we got our first Storm Surge warning on the right. I'll take the chance to explain to anyone watching from home who's maybe not a massive competitive Fortnite player, or you haven't experienced Storm Surge. It is reserved for these massive lobbies. But very simply put, it is just basically a mechanism in the game to kind of control the size of the lobby. So if there is too many people alive at a certain point in the game, the player with the least amount of damage done in the whole lobby will take 25 damage a second of Storm Surge until they are eliminated, or until enough people go down to go below that threshold. Of this zone, the threshold was 70. That's why it's now disappeared. So when me and Monster are talking about Storm Surge, it's just the fact that these players have to be constantly looking for damage. Even if it's just a couple of shots, they don't have to go for eliminations, but if they're not managing how much damage they deal, it is going to leave them in a really, really bad spot. And the Storm Surge, when you're getting hit by it, is a very big visual cue. It is a big pink lightning bolt. All the other players lobby can see it. They know you're desperate, and they know you're taking damage and you don't have long left. They will focus you or avoid you until you inevitably go down.
Yep, and that will force players into your box. So it's pretty much high alert mode all around when that thing goes off. You do have to be on your P's and Q's here. Aperta, though, is going to find his second elimination now. All of a sudden, things are coming together for what looked like a very scary start for him here in Game 1. Excited to see how he's going to be able to carry on this second breath of air he's managed to pull himself this early into the competition. We're approaching that mid-game, though, now. things are going to get really, really intense here. This is where zone favor becomes so important. And this time it is going to pull Southern. So all the players here that you're looking at on the zone right now are going to have somewhat of a favorable rotate on in. Not that it lands on top of them, but the fact that they're on this side and they don't have to cross the water is going to be huge. And we're going to see how that's going to play a part. There's 68 players in the game right now. I'm anticipating that a fair amount are going to go down as Oglagen is going to find someone on the rotate there. No shields for that player, so quite a little freebie for him.
Here's the tough rotate. It's going to be looking at who has that mythic launcher as well. I think we haven't touched on yet. It's going to be the story of most games. A lot of the players who have that mythic shockwave launcher have a huge advantage, but quite often they don't have the zone advantage too, where here, zone pulling towards Caddy. I have to see who came out with that. I know Cody was dropping there. I'm not sure who was contesting him. Maybe walked away with it as Posick here set up in a good spot. You talked about it, Monster. When you get these kind of water zones or lakes or islands, you've really kind of just got to gamble on which side the zone will go. It is really, you can kind of, hedge your bets and try to pick a spot that's going to be the best for you. But as you can see, this zone is pulled pretty far southeast in the existing zone, so you never really know, and this mountain is the spot to be now. If you're on this high side, on the backside of zone where all these players aren't rotating into you, looking in a great spot as Posick, kind of breaking those crash pads that we haven't seen done too much. They're one of the best mobility items in the game right now, one of the best items in general, and like popping them so other players can't reuse them and recycle them is a really good strategy for players already in zone, just making that more difficult rotate for everyone trying to get on top of them and holding them at bay on the edge, or even just setting them up for a good elimination. We haven't seen too much lobby manipulation come out, which you'll see a lot in these bigger lobbies. Is if someone starts to get focused by multiple people, other enemies will see that as a chance to start focusing them as well. So if you can keep holding people on this rotate like Posick is doing, you've got a very good chance at a good elimination. And there it is, little Ale comes in a little bit too weak and Posick closes it out, and he only had 13 more bullets to do that with, Monster.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's ever a time to get lobby manipulated, it's when that storm surge warning is up, because everyone starts to throw themselves into a panic, into a frenzy for the elims. On the other side here, though, we see Aspect jump into a box with pure confidence. We talk about the old guard being back here, as Bala, Sundown, Clay mentioned in the opening highlight segments. Yes, he is. He's going to hop right inside, and now he is well above the Storm Surge damage threshold. That's someone who's not going to have to worry about it anymore. One big point here for the Aspect and Sentinel fans back at home, and he's going to follow up with another one. Yes, the RPG is going to connect onto Owen, and this is looking like such a good game now. The momentum is in Aspect's pocket here.
Yeah, you can see he's playing momentum. He is looking constantly. He has 6 crash pads and 2 launch pads, but we have to be careful here. This is where, actually an extra 5, he has 11 crash pads. But this is where you have to be careful. We saw this the other week. We saw this in his qualifiers. I think it was round 3, I'm pretty sure, where he was going very, very aggressive. He just took that one fight too many and he went down. But Aspect is looking like he's in control right now, as he's going to push for this extra loot. He has 2 eliminations worth of loot, and he was already stacked going into those fights. As we now see Cease here, I have to imagine he got the Vault Monster. That's a big loot upgrade from when we last saw him.
Here's a little info bit for you guys back at home. 100 Thieves, Cease, and Kanata converted almost half of their games to top 15 placements. So that means for a fact. Wow. This is why I mentioned Kanata as well being one of the top players when it comes down to rotates and just playing ahead of the curve. He's so good at it. You can best bet that these 2 players are placement style players, and they're going to try and do that here today. It's their play style. It's where they shine best. Just looking at the zone, though, it coming north, it's pulling to the opposite of that big mountain that we saw. So this is really going to even the playing field up a little bit here. So you can see the crash pads coming out. You can hear them literally exploding and popping left and right here. If you're caught last in the zone, you're not too happy right now, as you will be the focus. Skittle looking to see if he can find something back here. Nothing just yet, but he needs it, though. He's only got 30 bullets left inside of the AR, so that's the 1 mag. That's pretty much it. He's out of ammunition.
I'm looking at that crash pad. I think he's going to try and find someone that maybe he can get in. He hasn't got the worst materials, though, so he can still play for placement, but he is going to be struggling a little bit when he's trying to go for eliminations with that only 30 ammo in the gray AR. But 1 crash pad right now, it is the best item to have in your back pocket for resets, just going straight through walls, fully built walls as well. So, I mean, in seasons gone past, the heavy sniper was that thing you feared, you dreaded, right? Once you talked about hearing them, right? You'd hear heavy snipers ring out and you'd be so scared. Now it's crash pads. If you hear someone running up to your wall, you have to be ready, and there it is, though. Never mind. Gets his elimination at range, takes down Ugalagan, someone we were watching a little bit earlier. I saw him pick up another elimination right before that, so still a good game. And we haven't talked too much about the points here, Monster, so we're about to break into that really, really high placement point threshold. Once they get inside top 40, they'll pick up another point, but it's inside that top 10 where you're getting a point for every player that goes down. And here we see Ronaldo, someone we haven't seen too much here in the qualifiers leading up to this, but already 2 points on the board, no eliminations, but managing himself really well. Good loadout and good mobility to close this one out.
That's right, and that's that placement that we talk about. And let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of NA East here in Heat 2, so things are cooking up. If you're just tuning in, it's going down right now. You're in nice and early for the action. This is where things get real juicy. It's that end game for Fortnite. Launch pads are coming out. The full moving zone is now here. It's zone number 6. And Ronaldo's going to be landing now to try and get a piece of the action. Will he be able to conclude with an elim here? It is going to be the question because he's already has some for points. And yes, he is going to find one. It's on to Suestro, who was doing so good in the qualifying days. Someone like Ronaldo coming through, this is massive for him. You know he plays off of his mood and how he feels. And yes, the tactical coming in, he's feeling it right now. Just look at that, the piece control. He grabs the wall as well. He's going to find fired now. And that's going to be 5 points for Ronaldo. So good on this first full moving.
He grabbed that wall from so far away. I was about to jump in and say, with these crash pads going through these builds, it's going to be a dicey rotate, but he makes it well as we now see Skittles and Starving Box Stew boxing. Someone gets elimination. Can he make it 2 back-to-back? No, he had that Pepper Pop. He's rotating through. No, I think he did. He's trying to make his way back through. As you see Cease, I see Kanata on there as well. I see Cody too in the lobby. Blake, we have some big names here. Some new guard and some old guard. Starving Box Stew has to keep making his way through. He's on your top right of your screen, kind of making this really, really congested rotate, just trying to find his way through the builds. 53 left. Skittles also on 52, so both of them looking pretty healthy. You see on the left side of your screen there, Aspect getting taken pretty low, pushing away from Spade, trying to get away from this one if he can with that top-down view, and there's some big names to look for here, Monster.
This is a who's who type of lobby right now. You have Jack down on the low ground, Posick and Ronaldo engaging in a battle on the left-hand side. But on the other perspective, Skittles still alive in the game as well, running down to the low ground. So he's going to be colliding into all of that congestion down at the bottom. He's looking for a big elimination. He needs it. Only 2 builds, 0 builds now. Nothing left. Will he find it? Yes, he is. He's going to connect in full onto Kirk's there. And now that's going to be the massive frag that he needs to at least hold him out for a couple more seconds. Hold up, though. It's not over yet. Things are only getting more and more intense. We talk about the placement points now. It's top 15 on the line here. There goes another point as we're approaching the top 10. On high ground, it's Dab, though, who's holding things out. Ozzy, it is going down here. Both players, Box and Skittles, are fragging out to keep themselves in the game right now.
It is, and Box fragged down on Kanata, so he took one of those big sharks out of the lobby, and you got to look for those players who are going to close this game out. I'm looking at Blake here as well, down in the low ground. Can he kind of put the end to Skittles' run? He's down there, toe-to-toe, very close, and there it is. I think he does. Blake might get the elimination. No, it's Ronaldo who takes down Skittles, and now Cody's down there with Blake. We're going to tune with Starving Box Stew. 4 eliminations now, only 7 builds. Has that blue charge shotgun, trying to charge it up and hold those angles. He's got 1 player above him, 1 player to his right. He's inside the top 10. He is gaining these placement points. He's holding an angle, and he does. He holds it so well. Takes down Viable Soul, pushing for that top 5. Still has 1 Pepper. We'll see if he pops it here to get that extra movement speed bonus to try and close this one out. Takes a big shot from behind, 4 health to try and close this one back out now would be miraculous. You can't even take a single tick from zone. Blake takes down Cody on the low ground. No, he's fighting back. I called him out too early. He wins this one on 4 health now. He is back in the game. He's popped the Pepper. He's happy to make his way through. I think this one might even go to a heal off Monster. I think this one's actually going to go right down to the wire. There's almost no way he can make his way down here.
It's going to be so close now. This is some heavy material as well. It's going to get edited open. He jumps into the box and gets bodied by Kaz. And now it's a 1v1, and Kaz actually closes out onto Ronaldo. But Ronaldo's still surviving so long. Kaz found so many elims. That was a great game, Ozzy.
Yeah, I don't know. Ronaldo jumped off the desk there. He comes second, showing that he is still one of the best players in NA East. Going down to Kaz, another phenomenal player. I think we're going to have to get the replays there to see exactly how Kaz kind of found his way through there to the end. But we saw a whole bunch of damage going out there by Skittles. He played so well, proving why he is so dominant right now. We are going to have to throw it to the analysts, though, so they can break that down, because that was a ridiculous endgame. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Ozzy and Monster. In game number 1 of FNCS NA East Qualifier 2 goes to Kaz, but Ronaldo debatably stealing the show per usual there.
Man, I don't know. I thought I was going to be able to be the best caster in terms of play, but man, Ronaldo clearly going to be way better than me after that. You guys got no candle to me, but Ronaldo will beat me, unfortunately.
Caster, content creator, comedian, pro player. What can he do?
I mean, he certainly thinks he has jokes. Sometimes some of them are good as well, but right now he himself is no joke. Let's check the standings after that victory royale from Kaz. Of course, Ronaldo there with the 5 eliminations, but Starving also 6 elims right there neck and neck, going to put him just ahead of the recent NRG signing. Viable Soul in 4th, Pure Skittles in 5th, Sentinels Aspect in 6th, Blake in 7th, Timbers Cody in 8th, Venice Jacques in 9th, and then 10th is France. So good showing so far here, but Kaz out to an early lead.
And this is exciting because Kaz up at 19 points, winning a heat would be really, really useful for him, moving and having that momentum forward. And still on that first page, we saw a lot of people that we pointed out in that pre-show, but lurking behind them, but not too far. Clicks with 8 points, Kanata with 8 points as well, but Rocks, 9 points for him. There's a lot of players here in heat number 2 who are definitely starting off, not necessarily the win, but there's time for that later, right?
There is a Perta in there as well in 18th. Again, it's top 25. That's what most of these players, that's what everybody's playing for, right? We see Cease in there at 24, Spade in there at 25th, and one player down there fired in 29th. This is going to be very, very close in NA East as well for that top 25 position.
Yeah, and right on track for around that 30-31 points. Again, we do have 6 matches across the board. I also do want to give a shout out to Clicks there with only 1 elimination, but still 8 points. If he's able to get himself rolling and not get caught in those early game fights, I think that's going to spell out for a good heat for him here.
Yeah, that it could. I mean, there's definitely some space for him to work with, and you've seen how good he's been playing recently, taking that Booga Cup, playing well in all sorts of the Cash Cups and even some of the qualifier rounds. He did very, very well, so we expect him to do well. But right now, we're going to take a look at some of the top players from that last game. It was Ronaldo. He got 5 eliminations in 2nd place, and then Kaz, too, on the backside of this. But this was Ronaldo's game on the low ground, showing off that he's still got it. He's not just a viewing party personality. He could also frag with the best, and starting off with the 16 points that he has should put him in contention to qualify for the grand finals once again. And don't forget that this guy is an FNCS champion. That's how he made his name with Unknown in the squads era. Now back at it 3 seasons later in solos.
Some really heads-up plays there from Ronaldo to get those elims. But now is Kaz's turn to shine. As we saw, already had 1 elim hopped on board. That heads-up play to get that elimination. I believe he was around a very low HP here at this moment of time. He had no builds remaining in a very, very good find onto Jock to drop him down and pick up those eliminations because he desperately needed it. Look at that. 30 builds after that, and it just, again, heads-up play after heads-up play, dropping people down in their face doesn't even matter. And then look at that, immediately turned right onto Ronaldo and got the elimination.
And I mean, those 2 back-to-back shots, we talk about having composure in the endgame and the ability to execute. A lot of players would have panicked with so few HP. Some might say 0 right there. However, just enough for it to count. The Siphon ticking him over, the refreshes, enough to push him over the top, and currently sitting at the top of the standings. But Balla, do you think it'll hold up?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking about. Is Kaz is one of these guys who we've known for a long time that he could have games like that, but it's the consistency factor that we're kind of missing. We saw a little bit of that with him and Crims back in the FNCS duos, where they would win semifinals with multiple wins out of like something like 40% win rate in those semifinals. But when it came to the set lobbies, when it came to the round 3, it was always a question of can they actually pull through the consistency? And we saw that a little bit in the invitational from Kaz as well. So it's still a big question in my mind. It's almost certain that he's going to qualify today after that performance, but by how hard is he actually going to qualify, and what are we going to see from him tomorrow is still a big question, like you asked.
Ooh, that could be a big burden on him with... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Clay.
I'm just looking forward. I want to see him pull off a back-to-back victory royale.
I mean, we did see it twice there going through in Europe this morning. Tayson and Kinzel taking it down. Will NA East prove it? Because in our previous heat, it was 6 different champions across all of the games. And really, those victory royales generally will signal like, hey, I'm there, I'm close. But now 12 points over the course of 5 games. He should be able to relax a little bit.
I think the one thing too is like the victory royales, while they are a lot of points, it's also like not necessarily a signal that you're going to follow all the way through and win the tournament. Usually you look for the people without wins to be able to actually get the consistent placements to win the tournament, which is kind of counterintuitive, but that's how the cookie crumbles in Fortnite.
Especially with it being so top heavy. If you're consistently able to get top 5 placements, you're looking really, really good.
I mean, it's so hard in these regions, but now it's time to get into match number 2. Aussie, Monster D-Face, load up the bus and take us in, gentlemen.
Fam there was talking about some back-to-backs. I think we had a fun stat earlier today. You have a better chance getting hit by lightning, so we'll see if any East can step up to the plate. What we saw in EU was just absolutely phenomenal. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We're jumping into the battle bus now. It's game number 2 for Heat 2 and East.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map as well. P-God still uncontested a Holly, but whoever has that Coral Castle loot to themselves is what I'm looking at right now. That is a new PY on the map that not a lot of people are going. There is upwards of 50 chests in that northwestern area, but in that temple alone and the one next to it, there's something like 20 chests. That person's looking really good, as now we get to see how Kaz started his run, where he copped the victory royale last game, and looks like he's doing it out of Frenzy Farms, Monster.
And before I give Kaz the breakdown and the shout out here, I just want to mention Coral has some decent metal too. There's a crash site there, so you can get the full loadout. Like, Coral's a busted spot right now. I think it's one of the better ones to play off of. But here we do have our game 1 winner, Kaz, Team Vanish, hanging nicely there. Peppers and everything in the loadout. But on the other perspective, it's Ale who's getting into some early game engagement. Someone's going to need it too. Only 2 points signaling that he made it past 75th place, possibly picked up an Ilum as well. We'll see what Ale can do here. It's Misty Metals. We know this to be a hot spot for early game fights, and yes, he's just gonna walk through Fired, making it look easy.
Yeah, it's good. He pushed up in there, a little bit of drop spot knowledge there. Knew that if he ramped up on the top, the player's kind of stuck up there. A little awkward spot when you get caught in those kind of roof areas. And I want to touch on Kaz's drop. Frenzy Farms is looking like a pretty safe drop for someone to continue their consistency. It's very central on the map. It looks like he's not overly contested. So I feel like he's going to be able to keep up that momentum with a drop like that, as we see IREC coming out of Steamy, a spot that we haven't seen kind of highlighted too much, at least in NA East, Monster. I don't think we've seen really anyone doing too well out of this drop. I don't think for any particular reason. Maybe IREC looking to change that today, but still on 0 points. So something went wrong game 1.
That's right. What these boys need to do is hit up Janice or Tayson VODs, because Tayson was popping off from here today, really making it work. He's been landing that steaming for so long. Guys, take a look at that placement format over to your right-hand side there. There's placement divvied out after 75th and above, so these early game engagements are so important. Players like Rek are looking to get something going here. He's using this crash pad, though. He does have the advantage of the high ground here. And look, he's going to bounce him right out the box. Okay, hits the headshot in the air as well. That was pretty impressive, I do say so myself. And the edit now, the cone as well. Aussie, he's working right now.
He's doing well. He's going to town right now. He's trying to jump down, see if he can find another angle to get this on. But yes, he is playing this very well. I was actually going to question the use of the crash pads in that way. Like, it is a good way to jump them up into the air, but you've really got to back your aim, and IREC did just that. I thought where he was going to kind of stumble was the box control, right? If you're sitting back using your crash pads to throw people around rather than using them to get in the box, I thought maybe his box fighting mechanics would be a little bit off, but apparently not. IREC just styled all over that player, and looks like he has Steamy to himself now.
Absolutely, that was so clean, showing that you don't make it this far without knowing the basic high-level mechanics of PvP in Fortnite. But on the other side, someone that we know had a nice, slow start last game, willing to wait things out, it's Cease. Cease was taking his time in the previous lobby. He only went into mid-game with about 50 mats when we saw him, and he waited to play the zone out all the way to the final moments. I gotta know, and honestly, maybe it's just a review. We gotta do the homework here, but Cease consistently finds the loot. He consistently picks up this mythic grappler and the mythic drum gun consistently from Jewel. I don't know how he tracks him down so consistently, but he is great at it.
I've done the homework on it because I was curious. I was actually I was helping out Eclipse looking at Cease's games and how he drops this authority. He always goes west side, and what he'll do is he'll drop on the west side and he'll break his way down into the basement section pretty early, but he prioritizes staying around where the kind of prison cell level is, because that's your highest chance to find jewels, in and around those prison cells or in and around that level in the mid area. So he usually drops around there, gets that chest. If he has enough time, he'll also grab the henchman chest because he drops on a disguise station, and then he'll push out and grab jewels as quickly as possible. I honestly think he's one of the best people playing authority right now, and that's why he is so consistent there, like we talked about in game 1.
Makes a lot of sense when you know your drop spot and you're perfecting those rotates and how to play off of it. We see the placement, we see the leaderboard result in that as well. I mean, he's off to a pretty decent start. Let's not count out the fact that 6 points for game 1 is pretty good. You can do that 6 times in a row. I mean, that's enough to qualify through. The cutoff point for the previous region EU that we just saw was, I believe, 32, and I think NA East's Heat 1 was 31, right, Ozzy?
Yeah, so it's around that like low 30s what you're looking at for these players to qualify. It's probably a good pacing to be on, but yeah, it is. Cease is playing so incredibly well, and that day, that qualifying round 3, day 1 of the FNCS solo qualifiers that we saw is when Cease had such an incredible average placement in that top 5. He's definitely a placement warrior, and I feel like 6 points doesn't do him justice for how well he played. We did that panning wide shot. I swear he was alive there, like right into second moving zone, but when lobbies are this stacked, it's just that extra 30 seconds can rack up so many more points.
Yeah, time feels like it slows down in those end games when there's 20, 30 alive. You just need them to fall for the points. But on the other side, it's 20 here who needs something more than the donut that he's sitting on. But he has the floppers to play off of here. He can easily bounce back. It's going to be the mini followed by the big flop here to put him at 86 shield now. Player up above. He's got to make some good reactive timings here with the shots, considering Mini has the crash pads and he's hunting. He's going to jump in the box, and he is. He's going to react beautifully there and find the big charge shot.
I don't know, we might have to get a replay maybe if we can. I don't know if Mini crash padded himself and kind of just fell into... I think maybe he tried to crash pad, go into 20's box, but it was the box that 20 was next to.
Yes.
Because it looks like he kind of just flew straight into him, and it almost looked like 20 set the ambush, but don't really know how that happened there. And perfect timing to close that one out quickly as Marauders roll up and a third party. If that turned into a prolonged fight, I don't think that was going to go either of their way.
No, and that's the key importance of early game elims. You have to close them out quickly, or the factors that are the BR world will come colliding on top of you. One of them being those Marauders, or, of course, other players. On the other side, though, A1's King here is going to get tagged up. He's in a pretty peculiar situation. He only has 8 shotgun shells, meaning that he was bullied out of his drop spot. Probably a bit of a skirmish that didn't go anywhere for him, and he's already down on his shield luck here, so he's looking to finish this fight and take it here to take end. Who's on the run right now. He's going to box up after getting tagged one time. Playing into the big pot, though. It's going to be a good old-fashioned box fight. The cross pad in. Can he find it? Yes, he's going to connect all the way through. It's going to be nice and easy for him.
Just gets straight in here. As soon as I saw that legendary SMG and then the green tack, the shotgun SMG combo, it's almost always going to mean that this player is going to go aggressive and they're going to try and get into a box. Because when we're talking about Storm Surge, if you've got an SMG, you can't get those range tags. So you need to get your damage at close range, and it's exactly what King does. Just backs his confidence straight in and gets a nice little refresh. It's just interesting to see right now, Monster. I feel like crash pads are being incredibly dominant, but more so than last season, we're seeing a lot of diversity in the loot pool of what you can run. Do you run the sniper? Do you run the crash pads, peppers, double meds, triple meds? There's so many different things you can hold on to. It's really kind of like fleshing out individual play styles of different players.
Yeah, and seeing the SMG, we forget that the compact is deadly when it comes down to that high fire rate and hopping into boxes. Here, though, bit of a standoff. Big pots being popped.
See if Blake
here,
can do the same thing. See if he's going to go for the crash pad in. Blake, usually a more conservative player. He's staying that one layer back, going even more safe. No, he's going to crash pad out. Like I said, Blake, known for being a bit more conservative, pops that crash pad so the player can't use it. He's not going to be happy about this. I guarantee Blake is not happy about this player. I don't know if he needs Storm Surge, but this is a very, very aggressive push that you're not used to seeing at this point in the games. There's not too many eyes on them, so if this player really needs a fight, I guess it is a smart fight to take, but unless this player needs it, I feel like just kind of hanging out for the placement is the way to go. Blake is going to be upset if he goes down here. He's going to want to beat this player because he did not want this fight. This player wanted it. There's nothing worse than going down to a fight you didn't want to take, because it's Degen, a player that we have been seeing seeing play consistently well. Blake gets in the box with a crash pad, and no, he can't capitalize. And those are the fights that are really going to put that mental in check, Monster. Blake has to somehow come back from that now, sit it out for about 20 minutes now, jump back in, and just try and figure out what went wrong, because he didn't want that fight. So there's only so much you can do.
You're looking at two of some of the hottest Fortnite players on the come up. Dejan's been on one, Blake as well. So just a battle of names here going down on NAEs. That's some big upsets. Dejan's been on fire lately. I mean, his game one didn't go his way. And you can see why, though. It's because he's putting it all out there. He's putting the marbles in the basket, in the single basket. He wants to get in there, earn his points through the frag fest. He's already on one. He's taking his next fight onto Posick. Let's see how it's going to work out for him. He can cross box in now, and no, the sniper shot's going to sneak in, and Posick gets taken out.
And Aspect. This is just a who's who of NA East right now, and Dejan was pushing forward for that one. He still gets the mats, though, so he gets a full mat refresh and some more crash pads. So good aggression from Dejan there, and I think without seeing the fact that player got cracked, which I think happened just kind of off from our perspective, Dejan is not just pretty much running at everyone he can see right now. I believe he wouldn't have taken that fight unless he saw that player get cracked.
There you guys have it, but here it is. With Kaz's game one win, he's now won a game in the heats of every FNCS to date. So Kaz, as an under the radar player, showing up every single time when it matters, that's just a phenomenal stat right there. That's one to be proud of. You can wear that as a badge of honor. Yeah. It's so hard to take a victory in high tier competitive, but then to do it in every single heats of the FNCS, that just proves a lot. Not only that, he can win, but that he's qualified for all the heats as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's insane consistency. And that's what I was saying. With the drop spot he's got right now, out of everyone we've watched so far have a big game one performance, he's looking the safest with his drop spot and how his games are playing out to continue that momentum. It's those players that are going the mythic drops, especially caddy corners, who have their big game win, or maybe someone who doesn't drop caddy corners, who gets their hands on that mythic shockwave launcher and they go on to win, that I'm a little bit more dubious or skeptical of how they're going to keep the consistency up. But Kaz right now, with that statistic on top, which I'm happy to admit I did not know, is incredible. I've definitely got eyes on him even more now to see if he can maybe be the one here to have the lightning strike, as you said, Monster, and pick up the back-to-back, because he's got one on the board with 5 games to go. That's a good sign he might be able to get a second.
It's possible. Anything is here. One thing I'm loving about P-God's rotate now is that he's actually playing into the dead side. The previous rotate, he just moved right through too many enemies, and it was the downfall. It was on somewhat of this same rotate on in. Now he's playing the northern portion of the map. So although he's got the same cross-country rotate here, he is on a different portion of it. And it's already looking like it's playing out well for him, as he is a few damage numbers above. And in the feed, Kaz finds Sprite.
Kaz finds Sprite. I was just kind of having that moment of just like, as P-God gets what looks like an opposite zone where you said he rode the dead side. There's only one other player over here for the most part, but he now needs to be able to eliminate this player and then make it all the way the opposite side. I think this player is going for the crash pad in off the roof. It's a very common play. We've seen Benji Fishy picking up so many eliminations today with that same play, setting up a cone or a stair outside the box and falling in. But no, I'm guessing P-God predicted as Hydres goes down. It is a very, very good way to get into a box, but if someone predicts it and they've got a charged shotgun, that extra like half a second to a second to charge it up when they fall in is huge.
And that's the thing, right? These pros have now gotten enough time to recognize the danger in the setups. It was like when phasing was first becoming a thing and a tactic in Fortnite, everyone was just getting caught off guard by it. And all of a sudden they understood how to recognize it and play counter defense against it. It's the same with the crash pads. It can be too predictable. Here's Stitch, though, is going to find every shot he needs onto Chucky. That's going to be a free elim for him this early in the game. And he needs this, actually. Only 500 material to bid with. He's going to have to pick this up. Yes, he is going to be able to snatch some of it up. Not too much, but hey, it gives him a little bit more of a moment here to gather himself and figure out the next big play. He's got a long rotate.
Yeah, and that's what's hard with those crash pads. If you can't time the game, if you don't know how the crash pads work, you gain momentum, or if you hit a crash pad with extra momentum, say if you're falling off a higher location, or maybe you've just come off a launch pad, you will go further and faster. If you're hitting your first crash pad in the open like that, a lot of these players, this top tier level, their aim will be able enough to close you out. So right now you see Cosmic tying them together, and now he's going further and further with each one, and this is where the rotation skill of them really comes out, and that's why he's trying to tee them together. If you use just one, it is very easy to get beamed out of the sky, as Cosmic trying to get some shots on what I believe is Cease, as we saw that he had the grappler gun and getting an elimination onto Ogalagan to Storm Surge. So what happened there was Cosmic actually did the last bit of damage to Ogalagan, who then went down. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, Monster. You might have to help me. I can always blame it on the accent, but I'd like to hit it right if I am. But very, very lucky on who he got his tags onto, because he gets a freebie.
Yeah, no, and it was actually to the Storm itself. Just look at it. It's on the move right now. So that player was lagging behind. He didn't have the lucky crash pads.
It wasn't even
actually.
Surge.
Yeah, he didn't even have the crash pads to rotate in. And you were right on the call, too. Remember, Cease does have that grappler. He confirmed to pick that up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is NA East Heat 2, game number 2. Things are getting cooking here. I like to just remind you guys as we approach these mid games, because this is where things get taken away. There's no more breakdowns. It's nothing but action. So while we can, I want to remind y'all what's on the line here. You need to get into top 25. That's what the stake is here, so that they can play in grand finals on Sunday. You only have 6 opportunities here. And Aspect is off to a great footing. 13 points is massive, and he's already scoring more because he got that cheeky elim that he snatched up earlier by third-partying the fight. And now he's looking for another snipe, though. Can he find it? This is going to be an impressive one. Yes! It's on Kanata! Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's rough. Kanata rotating in again. He talks about Deadside coming in a little bit late there and unfortunately getting picked up. It wasn't even the headshot we've seen so much. It was the 105 body shot from that blue bolt action sniper rifle. And P-God's the one who's there. He made his rotate, and P-God's next to that loot. If he can maybe grab it, but Aspect kind of has it on lockdown. And that's the player that goes down, as we see now. Click set up in a really good spot next to Irek as well, who we saw come out of Steamy. And this zone has favored him a lot. He can pretty much, he hasn't moved at all. He would have just hit the stacks even and just flown to this spot. So Irek looking good right now. Taking some shots down river as someone tries to make this rotate with that down river. It's a good way to get some speed going, but at the same time, it does open you up to a lot of lobby focus here. Right now, he's in that middle section where pretty much all eyes on him. There's no elevation. There's no builds to give him cover. And Irek just, there it is, Cosmic, who we saw earlier, trying to make that rotate with the crash pads. Unfortunately, you talked about a Monster. White lining it sometimes just runs you into too many opponents. You really, really got to pick your rotates in these stack lobbies. It's a work of art. It's why a lot of us casters like to look at it. We break it down, we watch it, we go back in the replays, because some of the decisions these guys make and some of the factors they have to take into account as they make these rotates is just, it's unbelievable.
That's right. I mean, Fortnite is impressive for a multitude of reasons, right? It's not just the APM, the action per minute, how fast you can click your binds and how mechanical you are. Honestly, the best of the best are equally as smart at playing the game and finding key frags like that, just like Rox is going to find right here, forcing that player out. And now he's going to look to fish up the loot. Yes, this is not one that you see often, but it is possible to actually pull the gear up. Take a look. Rox is making it work here. He already pulled up a purple weapon, and yeah, it may be only like 1 or 2 items at a time, but hey, it's going to work here.
Yeah, and that's why some of those items just have so much more utility when it comes to competitive Fortnite compared to regular matches. Obviously, in a regular match, you just drop down and grab the loot, right, Monster? But in these games, we just saw if you drop down and you just drop fresh builds, which is when you place your builds and they haven't fully gained their durability and their strength, you become a target for the whole lobby. So sitting up in your fully built box like that from Rox and just having a little leisurely fish down below, you can catch a lot, and it's a really good play.
I love that. So I'm willing to bet someone at home just probably hit the little light bulb in the brain like, hey, I didn't know that was possible, because typically you see it with the harpoon. So very impressive. This is a standoff that you see happening back there. Those Skittles, Rox, all in a nice little tee up against one another on the back half of the zone. They're going to have to make the rotate together and figure out who's going to go first there. Now, though, John with high ground and the half in, half out. He's sitting on the power line up above.
Ooh,
this is a strong position to be in.
This is a very strong position to be in. He's one off that top 50 placement threshold. So the reason why there's such a strong position is this power line is indestructible. So you can't break it. Like almost everything in Fortnite, you can break. This power line, you cannot. So John pretty much has just ultimate high ground right now up here. He has a launch pad as well. Has 2 launch pads and 6 crash pads. So this is a play you're going to have to see. And this is what kind of scares me with these players. I haven't seen too much about John. I'm happy to admit I don't know too much about him. But this is his game to try and close this one out. If he somehow doesn't have the game that he needs right now, it's going to kind of cause big issues for his qualification and his confidence, because right now he has everything. If he does not close this game out, he has no excuse for that, and sometimes that can be scarier than anything because the pressure can get to you.
I do agree, but hey, the pressure's not here, not on him, not just yet. He's going to find CJ floating in the air off the stacks there. That's going to work out for him nicely here, as that's going to be a second elim Someone's trying to goblin up the loot too, though, and this is going to be another freebie. There's not a single player with a big line of sight on him, not that we can see at the moment, and hey, he's going to get a little bit of the action there, so it's okay, still being proactive. Now, if this was like Aqua from EU, there'd probably be some insane stat showing how many games he can win when he pulls half in, half out. You get so much advantage at having this dominant position. I am so curious to see if John can at least pull a top 10 or a top 5 out of this, because he's been granted such a strong hold here as someone who didn't have a great game 1.
Yeah, he didn't have a strong game 1 at all, and Zone goes pretty far across, and you probably won't expect to see him hold it here. He's marking some of the high ground opposite. He's probably going to launch pad and try and retake that high ground. The only issue that scares me as well, Monster, we haven't seen the caddy launch too much in game 1. I heard it ringing out. It was there, but it didn't have that same dominance we're used to. No matter how stacked you are, going for high ground without the caddy launcher is a very, very difficult situation to be in. You have to play it nearly perfect, if not perfect, to pull it off, as we now see Prickly Boy on 8 points, so kind of had a good game 1 for sure, and having a consistent game 2 here as well. 3 eliminations on the board, and actually no, he would have picked up 5 points already this game, Monster. Top 75, top 50, and 3 eliminations. He's looking good.
That's what I was going to say, and he gets another point now for just breaking into top 40, so hey, let the lobby do your bidding for you, because it's working out right now, and now he's looking to set up the next crash pad or the launch. Yes, he is going to launch across. It's going to be the zone 6 full pull, and he's going to get a nice hefty rotate out of that. That's going to work out beautifully. Just think about how much material he just saved, and the fact that he wasn't tagged on the touchdown there is going to work out so lovely for him. Prickly Boy now with the gray tactical shotgun. What can he do considering it doesn't hit that hard? And no, he's going to tuck himself way out. A little bit of a misplay, but that's all right. He's still very much in the game. Looking back now at the zone, putting down some pressure. It's not going to be anything too big, but on high ground, it's Ronaldo v. John, and on the low ground, it's Kaz. The game 1 winner gets taken out by Seaflit here.
So I haven't seen Starving boxed you. I don't think he is in this one. So this might be Ronaldo's chance to jump back up there as Prickly Boy picks up his 4th elimination of the game. I was going to say dropping down here was a bit of a misplay. You identify Monster. If zone goes back up, which it now has, not a great position. It's not a huge elevation, not one of those big mounds at Misty, but he's really got to be smart about how he gets back up here. Top 25 placement points secured. Prickly Boy looking to have the game that's going to secure him and jump him back up into this one. You touched on a blue tack, not the best shotgun, but not the worst by any means either. And never mind, doesn't go up the elevation, just taking a really nice, just gentle rotate around the outside. Still 5 crash pads too, and 3 floppers. Haven't seen the floppers come out too much. One of the best meds to have going into endgame, because when you think about how much damage Storm does, 10 damage a second, and you can eat one of those floppers in 1 second to heal for 50, it is pretty massive as Prickly Boy finally getting contested on low ground as Aspect takes down Commandment, tabs in the feed as well. Prickly Boy just having a nice quiet one here, but it is going to spice up very, very quickly, Monster.
He's doing a great job reading the zone here, now following up with the box fights. He's looking to find something big, but not just yet. He still has a couple crash pads to guarantee him a few rotates. Finding a player on the back half was scrambling for some loot. This might be the easy indicator for him. Can he take the fight? Yes. He's going to find Twix on the other side of the wall. That was his control to begin with. And now, finally, the crash pad elevates him up. He's going up and over. He's in the mid ground now. Who's going to be next? Tabs is in the box nearby. He knows it, though. Looking for the edit, trying to gain control of the walls. Early rotate, early control to give him that freedom to move across here. Zone still playing against him, jumps down onto Owen, and another one. 6 eliminations now for Prickly Boy. It's looking so good. And it's just timing. His timing is impeccable right now. It is just working. The points are flowing in his favor. On the other side, though, Ronaldo, the big Ron, trying to find something huge here. He's in the mid ground with no material, Ozzy.
No material whatsoever. I saw him going for that hunting rifle shot and knew his back was against the wall. But there it is. No! So much damage. But Zijon, who we talked about, takes him down. He is capitalizing. He is making this game his. Prickly Boy's in the air right now. And Ronaldo, who was in 3rd place, I think he might have jumped into 1st unless someone else here has a big game. But Prickly Boy trying to jump his way all the way up there in game 2 as Knifer falls as well. It's kind of going back to these old builds now, so it's slowing down a little bit. But King trying to command some dominance from the high ground. Altio on the low ground getting in a bit of a fight. Prickly Boy's down here as well. Spade in this one as well. We have a bit of a, so top right is a bit delayed right now. We have Spade in the bottom right. It's a 1v1v1. Spade, Fish, and Prickly Boy. Prickly Boy's back out in Storm on the top right of your screen. Prickly Boy looking to try and control this one. Shockwave launcher is still in play. I'm not sure who had the Shockwave launch there. I think it's actually Fish. I think he shockwaved himself out into Storm as they go toe-to-toe. Prickly Boy, can he have such a huge game here and close out Spade? No, is it Prickly Boy with the Shockwave launcher? He is. He's getting some shots out, drops down onto Spade. Can he find his way in? He's on the wall. There he is. He breaks through, but no. He overshoots it, and Spade closes it out. It was Mythic versus Mythic, and Spade takes advantage of Prickly Boy's misplay with the Shockwave, but a huge game from him nonetheless, Monster.
And barely with 7 HP. We're talking 1 additional second on the zone tick there. That was a ridiculous endgame Mythic v Vithic. And you guys already know we're going to be sending over to the boys at the table to break it down and show us what we missed throughout the action.
Thank you so much, Ozzy and Monster. And what a game number 2. And it just really boils down. Would you take the old guard? Would you take the new guard? Or at the end of the day, would you take one Prickly Boy? Prickly Boy putting out a brilliant performance there in match number 2. However, falling just short. He was trumped by Spades there at the end. But Bala, what a performance.
Yeah, that was crazy. At 7 eliminations, I don't know where this guy came from. He's wearing a freaking cactus skin. I like it. It's really nice. But we do have to see who's actually on top, because I don't believe it's the one Prickly Boy standing up tall just quite yet.
No, and it's Vanish Kaz again on top, but he's tied for first right now with Ronaldo. The victory royale being the tiebreaker, but in third is Spade with 23 points, who also has that victory royale.
And you can see Prickly Boy and then Aspect rounding out there the top 5, both at 21 points, shared with Tabs G in 6th, Pierce Skittles in 7th, Rocks in 8th, Starving Boxed You in 9th, and then Altiu in 10th right now, currently sitting at 16 points. But again, do not forget, top 25 is what you need in order to advance to the grand finals, in order to play on Sunday and have a shot at that AXA Champions. As now we flip on over to the next page. And what names are you guys looking at here, Clay? Like, who surprises you on this page? Who do you expect to be here?
I'm definitely surprised about Zijon, one of those players that's in the new guard, had a great run, 5 eliminations there. Dplit as well, up there in top 24. Definitely surprising, but someone we expect to be up there. Beast, Flix, and Blake definitely showing up here today.
I also expect kind of to see Aperta up a little bit further than where he is right now, 9 points. Unfortunately, that puts him slightly out just with Cease. But, I mean, there's still obviously time to play, and I think the last time we saw him in Duos FNCS, he definitely ended up qualifying in the last couple of games as well.
Yeah, with 4 games remaining, still have 2/3 of the competition left, so plenty of Fortnite to be played, plenty of opportunities to have those big games, to rack up those eliminations, and to just keep securing those placements. As you can see, Ronaldo, despite not picking up any eliminations, a top 10 performance will push him right up into contention for that number 1 spot. But right now, we're going to pay attention to the players who are in 4th and 5th, tuning in for what was an epic battle between one of those old guard members and, well, somebody who has really gone just completely all out in the branding, from skin to back bling to emotes to name on Twitter. Prickly Boy, aka Adonis, but right now starting off with Aspect, who hits an amazing snipe right away onto Posick to get it started, and that's really kind of the explosive plays you expect from him, Bala.
Yeah, that it is. I mean, this guy is a monster with the sniper rifle, and we saw in the last game as well, power weapons are this man's tools, and he seems to have found it again. Last game was the RPG, and then of course, endgame prowess, endgame awareness, the multitasking ability, but it's still one Prickly Boy. Now, you might have it a box fight against you, and he will take you out. Don't forget, Aspect was in 5th place. Prickly Boy rises to 4th. They're now tied at 21 points.
And I wouldn't want to be in a box with one Prickly Boy. As you see, the crash pads are coming in clutch. He's hurting everybody that he comes into contact with, elimination after elimination. And he's not shy for going for these mid and end game ones, right? Stone's not moving, and yet he's still out here fragging out.
And one thing you can note in particular here is, while he's making really good use of his utility, his weaponry right up until this very end, until he hit the top 17, he was dealing with just a common attack shotgun and an uncommon AR, which he's still holding here throughout the course. So it's not like he was super loaded or got a kit and was taking these fights. He found good advantages. He was able to capitalize, turn through, and then pick people off, able to get King right there. 7 eliminations into 2nd place. Really unfortunate here, though. This is the type of situation where you'd expect you to be able to execute, because, again, lost this fight by just 7 HP to Spade, and you saw him take a 20 chunk there as he fell down. So if he had tightened it up a little bit, maybe he could have been less prickly and finally held a nice little T-pose there at the end. But he's still going to be happy with the second place in 7 elims.
I like the confidence, though, for him to try to shockwave in that box horizontally when the zone is that tiny, when it's so constrained. Usually, that's a recipe for disaster where you'll end up flying all the way out through that box. But in this case, he knows the angles, he knows the timing, and it clearly knows how to play a Fortnite competitive endgame because that was sensational.
And it's really what you're looking for, trying to tie it all together. Unfortunately, missing just out on the victory royale, but he should be able to keep rolling. Now, we're 1 game away from the halfway mark. What I'm going to ask you guys is, who do you think is one player who needs to step up right now, or else their tournament is on the line?
I gotta go. Cease is on the bubble, and I gotta say Cease. We haven't seen him with the grappler gun, with the glider gun there yet. And I want to see him up there. He's one of the old guards. We all know him, and we all know him as a great player, but right now, it's been kind of average.
It's the same thing for Clicks right on the bubble, but for me, what I want to actually see, because I've been rooting for this guy for a long time, is Jack. I know he's in 11th place right now, and he's playing decently, but really, when it comes down to it, for him to win a Grand Finals, he's got to be able to change his tune in the heats, like Benji Fishy did earlier in EU, where he plays very, very well. Right now, sitting at 11th, we need to see these victory royales that Jack is so known for start to roll, because I do want to see a Grand Finals win from him.
I think those are great call-outs. I'm going to double down and agree on the Cease point in particular, but we're about to find out. Game number 3 underway here in just a second. Aussie Monster, take us on in.
There you guys have it. Some bold predictions and some great insight from Bala, Clay, and of course, Sundown there to give us the rundown on what's going on. You saw Spade serve up a nice hot dish to Prickly Boy. That was how it all played out. But what's on the menu now, Aussie, is game number 3. We're at the halfway mark, so it's time to put up.
Yeah, you got to start putting some points on the board, and that's what's so crazy about these qualifiers, though. Top 25 is quite high up there, but when you think that, it's going to be around that low 30s mark, if you're kind of on the bubble, even going into the last game, if you can put up a win or some big points, we saw Prickly Boy there just jump a massive game and go up on the leaderboard. Anything can happen, but yeah, it's kind of that point where those bottom team, players, have to start really making a jump for it and making a run for it, and that's what's going to scare those players at the top. If you run into one of these guys who's on 0 to, 2-3 points right now, they're trying to pick up the pace, they're going to be feeling a bit more aggressive. You don't want to go up against the person with their back against the wall. As you see, Zijon goes down here on the rotating boat and is starving Boxu, who takes him out, who we saw coming second going into game number 2. So obviously had a rough game, and this drop could explain it, Monster. Do you want to break down why this drop is so volatile?
This is a 50-50 location right here. It's always going to be flexed about, and it's a matter of who can secure the better drop and win it. Only one player is going to walk away alive if you land here at the pirate ship, so that's kind of how this one's going to play out. I mean, we saw it on EU with the battle between Tomas, so that's just kind of how it is here. But Starvin Box with 17 points, and honestly, Zijon has some good points too, so you're seeing the back and forth. This is a literal contestation between the two for trying to secure what is one of the more difficult drops to play because it is such a 50-50.
It is such a 50-50. We see right now these players trying to go for those eliminations points. You've got the kind of point breakdown on your right side of the screen there. If you missed it, the victory royale is worth 14 points. So you need to get 14 eliminations to equal a victory, as Logic's trying to get one of those eliminations on the board. Can he get it? He does. So you have different placement thresholds in today's game. So after top 75, you're going to get 1 point, top 50, top 40, top 30, top 25, I believe. And then once you start to push towards that top 10, you just get them even faster until you get 14 for the victory royale. So these people are taking these early game fights. They need to get it on the board, but now's when you get 1 or maybe 2 eliminations early, you got to start to kind of bring it back. Logic here on 3 points, so that is 1/3 of his points that he just gained with that 1 elimination. He needs to start hitting that placement threshold because clearly the eliminations aren't doing it so far.
Indeed, but it's okay. He's going to get the one that he's going to need for now, and that's going to keep him in the game here. As you're seeing, there's still 92 players left alive, so not too much action unfolding here in the Fortnite world. Common to the NA East region, things are a little bit slower, especially once players start to realize they need to put up more points. On the other side, though, Cody's going to be able to secure all of Kit's mythic loot here. He's got the shockwave launcher and the shotgun to kick things off, and he's in full disguise, so it looks like he is safe and sound. Some snipes, though, coming in. That one might have been from...
I ducked. I ducked in real life. I'm happy to admit I dodged that one. I dodged it for Cody because that was way too close. I saw him taking the AR peeks, that guy up at Weather Station with the sniper, and thought, all right, he knows he's there now. But no, man, he has the confidence. I think if I was in this game, I would have swerved into that one. That was way too close for me.
You got to think about it too, right? He's on a slightly lower elevation, so being super conscious of your character model is so much more important here, which can get hard to do when you're in disguise. Regardless, though, it's going to work out for Cody. He's going to stay alive for a couple more moments here. And that is going to be who's crowning Caddy's Corner this game, this time around. We'll see what he can do with the powerful loot, if we'll see him in the end game. It can be a free pass to Victory Royale if you can secure that high ground early with a strong resource pool. On the other side, though, it's Clix, king of the Pleasant Park. He's always been here. He's been a good contender for Pleasant as well in the qualing heats, or the quals leading up to the heats. And this time he's kind of middling in the competition. He's somewhat dormant so far. Hasn't quite turned online, not in the big way that we know Clix can do. But this is a matter of mentality game for him, right? It's staying positive because he knows he's got that championship stride in him.
Yeah, and he's got the ability to do it. Clix is one of those players I'm a bit more confident going into the final games where it does get scrappier and you see those fights kind of break out that, you know, could maybe throw someone else's tournament. Clix just always seems to have it. If people start, like we saw it last week, Monster. You and me were commentating the week before, I believe, actually. I think it was week number 2, and someone took one of those fights on him at Pleasant, and he went all in on it. Someone takes a tag on him, you think, okay, you want to take a fight? All right, let's go. And he will instantly always take a fight if it turns into a box fight. So those scrappy loppies towards the end, I feel like if he's around the bubble, he will be the most consistent, but he's going to need maybe one good game to really put himself in a comfortable position. You said the mental side of things, right? We've seen that Clix can win these set lobbies. He won Booger Cup Round 2 NAE, showing that he has the ability in these top tier lobbies, and he's been doing well in the qualifiers, but he's had a lot of experience too. I must commend Clix for taking these games so seriously, where I think he qualified for every single round 3, right, Monster? Or at least I know it was 2 of 3 at the very least, so he's definitely been turning up and getting the practice in, if nothing else.
Yeah, he takes these very seriously. Even after qualing, he was giving it his best. I mean, it's the best practice you can find out there, but the opponent in front of Juzo looks like he just got tagged from behind, and now he's going to have to pause. It's Irek who's on the defense here, giving Juzo the full benefit to hop on in. Yes, he's going to walk through. The fresh edit on the build makes it that much easier, and oh, the counter! Dude, from behind, but oh my gosh. Juzo, 180, turns around and saves himself. That was a quick edit from Irek. I have to commend his offense. Look at the opening right there. He went up and in real quick.
Yeah, he went over the top and back down, came behind him, but it's just the reaction time, unfortunately, takes him out. And it was a good play from both of them. It was an interesting little fight. They lost the piece control on the wall, so it was very quick to go notice that he had the piece control on the roof and just went back over the top and tried to come back in. And Spade on 23 points in 3rd place, coming into this game on only 1 point behind Ronaldo and Kaz, who are tied for 1st. So as you can see, Spade is in 2nd player in any region to win a game in heats without making qualifier finals. Wow, okay, so we got kind of someone turning up today who didn't turn up so much in the weeks before, Monster.
And that just shows you the pressure that can put on these players. But all right, he's got enough experience in his pocket. He's been here before, and now this time it seems like things are finally going in his way, in his favor. Sometimes that's all you need, just a little bit of luck to give you that confidence boost and surge you into those final moments, into that victory stride. Remember, this is a marathon. Think about how many grueling weeks of competition all of our Fortnite superstars put themselves through. And now they're in the final sprint. It's a matter of who has the largest lungs and can hold out, honestly. But now, though, we're looking at other players. Well, I've already saw Mini light up the feed at the start of this entire thing. On the other side, though, it's Fear, who has no points in this game right now, but 12 coming into the halfway mark of the competition.
Yeah, and he's setting up there also that zipline scaring me a little bit. I was just about to comment on it. That zipline, if you guys don't know, if you jump on one of those, it makes you pretty much invulnerable or impervious to builds. You go straight through them like butter. You can just walk through the builds. They will break and destroy in front of you, and that can kind of open up these peaks into this box. And it looks like this player wants to go aggressive. Mini trying to find his way up in here. 2 eliminations on the board, and Monster, that's his only 2 points. So these are those players that I talked about who their backs against the wall, they need eliminations, and he had 2 eliminations already, and that was his only 2 points coming into game 3. But Fearful, not the player you want to go toe-to-toe with, and these are the players I'm looking for to hold their own when it starts to get scrappy.
Let's not forget that qualification mark is going to be around the low 30-point threshold. So with 3 games in front of him, you have to average out at least 10 plus a game now that he's been taken out so soon
Yeah.
Placement hasn't even been divvied out. There's still 88 remaining into the lobby. Players like Hydra's here as well. They have to stay up. They have to score something in order to minimize how much more of a clutch factor they're going to have to put on.
He's going to have to try and clutch up here in a big way. And as those games slip away, and there it is, Hydrex getting a really good shot onto Cosmic with that epic hunting rifle. And that's a nice little refresh. Not that he needs it too much. He was looking good, but big points there.
Absolutely. On the other side, though, visuals versus build different, and Hydrex is just going to back on out. But he's looking at the battle off in the distance here, trying to possibly decide whether or not it's going to be a good to re-engage here. We're getting nice pan shots of the other sides of what's going on in the Fortnite world. Sprite, though, on the rotate here, just outside of the Pleasant Park. He sees builds in front of him. He sees a player as well. It's going to be a headshot moving onto Dabaruni, and that's going to be massive now. But these are players that need so much more coming into the game right now. Remember, this is game number 3 for NA East Heat number 2. Only 3 points is not enough. We're going to need endgame after endgame or some massive victory royale to close the deficit of points that he missed out on earlier in the competition. So here's a look. Sprite has the full-on refresher here. Plenty of options as well when it comes down to what he can pick up there. And he's going to stick with the sniper. Maybe now he decides, okay, yeah, maybe I should drop this sniper. Yup, he's going to take the splashes here for some white heals. And that's going to be how he's going to change up the loadout, playing into endgame. I love that pro players tend to do that. You see how they weigh different options later and later the games go on.
Yeah, you got to think how much that sniper's actually going to come in the end game, and Larson now needs something on the board. He's only 44 above Storm Surge, which again, me and Monster talked about it earlier. It's just kind of looking at that mark. Any player that you see below that damage threshold, they need to put down some serious numbers. Otherwise, they're going to start taking 25 damage every second until a certain amount of players go down. So right now, if he goes to the lowest in the lobby, 70 people have to be alive before Storm Surge ends. Larson not going to wait until that point though. He doesn't want to wait for 13 people to go down. He doesn't want to risk it. He wants this damage right now. 71 tag, but I don't think the tag's gonna be enough, Mosty. He wants to refresh. He has no spare shields. He has the crash pads, trying to find his way in, gets the cone, and 20 goes down, and that's exactly what Larson needed. But it looks like, I think he's looking at the loot the same as I am. Unfortunately, 20 also on the back foot with no shields, as Larson with a bit of the disrespect.
Gotta appreciate the crash pad fake there when he already had the wall as well. So the quick cone and edit there is gonna manage to put him in the lead. And I mean, we talked about how the crash pads are becoming more and more predictable. You saw even there, he knew, hey, this might be a bad idea. So he mixed it up just a little bit. Love to see the mind games come into play here in high tier Fortnite. On the other hand, Stowe, someone who's only 8 points in right now. Shots being divvied out underneath him. He's trying to see where they're coming from before he makes the rotate in. Oh, he's going to get ahead of him. He doesn't want to sit in the zone, not at all. He's going to base up right on the outer edge. Player's going to come right in. Could have coned him there, but no, he's not. He's just going to take the full 50-50. It's going to play into his favor. He's going to catch Cuddle Bear easily there. Not before getting exchanged a few times, though. 34 health before the siphon was given.
And Stowe gets that elimination. It's interesting. So you can see one of those smarter, more experienced competitive players knowing that he's happy to take the fight, knowing that he needs to take this fight on the player aggressing onto him, but wanted to make sure he got into zone first. He didn't want to start taking that storm damage. He closed it out quickly, but if that was a long drawn out fight, even just 5 steps outside of zone, just that extra damage you're just whittling away at can be really, really troublesome, as we see Kaz here, who'd been dropping Frenzy Farm, who's currently in our first place, but tied with Ronaldo. So every point here is going to matter so much as he almost picks one up, and he's got 3 peppers and a launch pad monster. So we haven't seen, actually I feel like we have seen the peppers kind of used a bit more today than previously in other games, as this player Cplit must have been low on Storm Surge or low on something, because that was a kind of last ditch effort attempt there to try and do something to Kaz, as he gets another elimination on the board and 26 points now.
That's right. That's probably going to give him a little bit of a lead here onto Ronaldo's. They were neck and neck in placement, elims, just across the board, having such a close game. The Victory Royale being the difference maker between the two. But now the elims are starting to spread across the competitive field here. Altu, on the other hand, though, is going to get edited in on because the wall was weak. The fresh reset allowed Kaz to attack through the build and catches him completely off guard. That's going to be another step distancing him from Ronaldo now coming into the competition.
Yeah, and obviously as well, if you guys are tuning in at home and you're not really aware, this is the Heat. So coming first doesn't really have anything else other than pride. Top 25 is going to qualify them for finals. Anyone who qualifies for finals is going to get guaranteed money, as well as anyone who doesn't qualify for today. So currently the 75 players who don't qualify into the finals are going to take home some money today. But Kaz really wants to prove something. These players aren't all about the money though. They want bragging rights and they want confidence going into those next rounds and the finals. So Kaz looking to try and put himself number one on the board and say, hey, I'm in the grand finals. Look out for me. And we talked earlier about P-God having that respect at Holly, just winning a Heat and then going into grand finals. I have a feeling that'll really kind of deter people from wanting to go Frenzy and try and contest him. So he's trying to jump that lead up as big as he can.
Absolutely. Fortnite is as much of a mind game as anything else. So having that respect earned through your heats is very, very important. It can play a big factor into how players are going to treat you when it comes down to your drop spots. Pump Shotty Rush still alive in this game. Doe from Team NorCal still alive in this game as well. They're going to be hugged up on top of one another on the outskirts of the map. Tico here looking to find some shots. I hear the burst rifle in his favor. That quick fire rate on it now is going to play a good factor here as it can add some nice pressure. That was a white tag, so you know the shots aren't going to stop. Yes, so accurate to connect. It's going to be Pavide who's going to fall there. Another point for him.
And just another addition of Fortnite in the new season that I feel like kind of went a little bit under the radar. The addition of the scope on the burst rifle, just that extra kind of like ability to just scope in further to hit those really precise shots has been massive. And when you're looking at Storm Surge lobbies, and we Monster have talked about all those lobbies where you're doing a lot of damage from a distance and you don't want to go through too much medium ammo. If you can't get a refresh, as you see there, Tieko got the elimination, but he couldn't go and get the loot. So being able to shoot only 2 bullets but have them be far more precise rather than just full AR spraying walls can be massive.
Absolutely, though. Prickly Boy, the most on brand in the tournament right now. He's got the skin to match the name here. Sitting in a shambles position, 33 HP. He had a very impressive last game. The comeback, second place. Showing that he can work with the gray tack against all odds. And he's in that same position again here. Only a gray tack, but a legendary compact SMG. I don't know how you get such a stark difference inside of the loadout, but it is what it is here. In front of him, Dijin's going to hit the rotate. Catches him off guard with 2 tags and no, the sniper cross. It doesn't matter. The body shot here from Logic. It's going to be enough to take him out.
And it's those impact players that when they get to endgame, they just drop some massive eliminations and they can really clutch up some big points, but you got to get there consistently. We talked earlier today about Kanata and Cease and those players that can really convert their games to endgame and play it consistently, but some of them can just get to endgame but then drop the bigger limbs they need, as we see Starving Box You again, who was doing really well after game 1, had a bit of an iffy game 2. We touched on his drop spot being a big 50-50, which means basically it's whoever drops there first. It's a 50% chance on whether you get it or not, as he's now going to try and make up for it in game 3, putting some more eliminations on the board. With that Pepper going, he's got that increased movement speed. If you think that he's running fast, it's because he is that Pepper. You see the steam coming out of the ears. That's going to give you an increased movement boost for, I believe, a whole 60 seconds, which is massive. And he's looking at what loot he has. He might pop the next one and then go for the crash pads. He does. A nice little upgrade. Probably going to grab the floppers for the harpoon, I'd imagine, as well. But in a nice spot right now for Boxdew.
Yeah, kind of interesting that he didn't already trade it out. He's prioritizing the harpoon here. We'll see if that ends up helping him in the long run. Those floppers can be such a blessing, especially since there's 3 of them there. So, big decision to make here. He's going back, though. Okay, there's actually 2 there. Still deciding. Yeah. Even extra mats, though, to build out with as well. So, now with the zone and everything kind of working for him, we'll see. He's very, very likely to continue to make it further and further into this lobby. It's looking pretty good for him. 1 second to the zone pops, though. And there.
This could be a big swing, though, Monster, because we have Cody with the caddy launch. He has 2 mythic items. So you have the Kit's mythic charge shotgun, and then you have Kit's shockwave launcher, but he only has 23 builds. So what I was going to say was, if Cody goes down here, this is a big swing to whoever can pick up this loot. This is going to be a very, very big fight, because if Cody gets his mat refresh, he can control this game. If he doesn't get it, though, it's going to probably be how long can he hold out for, and then who gets access to that loot. As Cody gets in, and there it is, though. He is so precise. He drops caddy a lot. I've seen him dropping caddy in cash cups in qualifiers. He knows that drop. And honestly, 13 points, I was going to say, going into game 3 is very consistent out of Caddy. So he's recognized when he can get his hands on the mythic loot and when he can actually get out without it and still get a good game. You see a lot of people going Caddy, just going all or nothing for the mythics, and if they don't get them, they pretty much go down. But Cody's been playing consistent today, and I think this is the first game he's had the Caddy launcher, so fully expect a massive game from him.
Absolutely, and Cody is on the bubble right now for qualing through. He's going to find a response shot, though, onto Spy with the AR, and that's going to be the full-on battle of the AR out in the open field. He's going to be able to win that there. Seabass, though, is going to get taken out on Aspect on the rotate here, and Aspect is right on top of Cody as well. He's going to walk through the box. What is Cody going to do? Yes, he's going to follow up with some AR shots, trying to grab the wall now. The lobby's looking to get in as well, and Aspect's going to fall too. That's a third elimination. Cody has now fragged his way through multiple players, and he manages to pick up some of the loot. This is going to be massive for him. We talked about what it could be like if he got the loot, but now he's gotten a multitude of impact frags. That is plenty to set him up for success. Big names still in the lobby, though. Pump Shotty Rush, Kanata, P-God. I'm seeing here still
Ronaldo
in the lobby.
Ronaldo as well, our second place. We're going to tune in with him now. So he's coming second right now. He went into this game tied with Kaz, but he has no eliminations. And I know Kaz has put some on the board as we see NRG clicks fall as well. So the NRG contingent being held onto here by Ronaldo. Decent loadout. You notice he's running that epic hunting rifle quite a lot, Monster. Really kind of backing himself with it. And I saw that last endgame, him going for that no scope. But if you didn't realize at home, the legendary and epic hunting rifles have a very, very high accuracy from the no scope. It isn't just the luck like it is with a bolt action of just hitting the no scope and hoping it lands. You can land a very accurate, heavy damage shot with that. When the new shotguns were revealed this season, a lot of pro players actually opting to use the hunting rifle like that to have a bit more of a familiar, consistent weapon to hit some damage with, as Ronaldo trying to find something around these corners. Harpoon in the back pocket too, so he can get a refresh, or he can go through these walls if he needs to. He's stuck in a bad spot though, up against the wall. Full Metal has to break his way through. Never mind, just drops straight onto the launch pad. Had the sense there to know it was there. And does he land into a box here, or does he hold on to his 90 bills and just try and close this one out, Monster?
This is a ridiculous game right now. The stacking of the lobby. 15 players need to fall here. The Storm Surge is already active, so Ronaldo has to land and do something big. He's only 11 damage above. That's not going to be enough to hold him through. We'll see, though, is he got the material to play for the high ground, play for that mid layer. And he's up here looking for the impact frag. He needs one. He needs the siphon more than anything right now. Only 50 HP. So 100 effective full health. He's hunting back and forth now, looking on the backside of the zone. Will he find someone? Yes, there is someone coming outside. But no, it's not going to be able to connect here. Still, though, connecting his shots. He's going to jump down. He's getting into the box here, Ozzy. And no, he gets crash padded through, falling onto another layer. A little bit of a scramble here. He's trying to go into the storm for this one. No. It's just chaos here for Ronaldo, and he falls to the storm, gets ticked out, all because of the Storm Surge pressure that was on his shoulders to try to perform there. On height is boxed out, though, who's still vibing because I think he has materials from when we last checked in.
Yeah, but I mean, vibing not for long, though. I see Cody lurking beneath him. If he's got any rockets left in that mythic shockwave, he's going to be taking that high ground very quickly. He's going to say, thanks for holding on to it, but it's mine now. I think Cody, there it is. You see it on the left side of your screen. Cody going high and going far, going to take that high ground. It is so dominant when you have that shockwave launcher. Plenty of rockets still left, and he is, like I said, he is used to having this mythic charge shotgun. He knows how to run it and put it to good use, as you have rocks on the bottom side now trying to find some eliminations too. But big names in this one. Kanata's still in there. I'm looking for those big names that even if it gets to the end without shockwave, can they try and take Cody out of this lobby? As we see P-God in here too, having his biggest game so far, I'd have to say. Cody trying to just do something from the high ground, trying to get some damage out. He's still got 60 builds left, so this endgame is just everything in his favor, Monster. I have to think he's going to close it out.
That's right, and this is looking like the qual run for him. Let's not forget, it's top 25. You want to break that 30-plus point threshold, and we're seeing Rox do that as well. He is popping off in the low ground, so both perspectives are putting on quite the show right now. 3 elims for Rox. Still looking to find something big. He's got the lurk going, and yes, he's going to find the white tag in the follow-up. There it is, 29 points now. Can he make it 30? He's going to find the refresher for himself. Still keeping him in the game, though. Only one material for Rox. I'm focusing on that bottom right. He's in a box fight here. He needs this more than anything else. Let's see. That's the last builder right there to block his top side. And no, now Cody's perspective on high ground. Firing shots down. He still has so much material. This is going to be an easy hold for him. All he has to do is continue to connect. There goes visuals out of the lobby. More AR shots, and down he goes to connect. This is the victory walk for Cody.
This is the victory walk. This could be the qualification walk as well. He's getting shots from above. I talked about the mythics, but it's not really the mythics that are doing it right now. Someone with a grappler. Cody hears that grappler coming up. Kanata's below. 4 players alive. The shockwave's coming out. Anyone who doesn't have the builds to block it. Kanata just blocks it, but he can't block the second. Cody is raining his rockets down, but Kanata's not going down without a fight. Shots coming back in from the outside, but he falls. It's a 1v1v1. Cody jumps up. He's only got 11 builds left. Can he close this one out? Hits the emote. Cody knows it's the finishing run. Hits the emote. Jumps off the high ground with a clean charge shotgun. Lands 2 back to back. I'm so happy I called it out. Cody is so clinical when he gets his hands on these weapons. The 8 elimination win.
Massive game for Cody there, and doing it in good fashion. The drop kick from the high ground just like that with 2 back-to-backs. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we have more Fortnite action to be broken down by Sundown, Clay, and Bala over at the main desk. What a game!
Thank you so much, Ozzy and Monster, and what a call there at the end to take us to the halfway point of heat number 2 here in NA East in Bala. What did you think of that finish?
Dude, it was crazy. The final moments for Cody, the confidence for him to not only throw up the emote, jump off, hit the shot, and then hit the next one too on the starving to take out the win. That was fantastic stuff. That's mostly in line of what we've seen recently from Cody. He's really, really been doing well, especially in clutch moments like that.
Yeah, he's done a great performance, and that one is going to rocket him up. Let's take a look at the leaderboards and see where we are after 3 games with just 3 remainings. And again, don't forget, top 25 is where you need to be in order to make that grand finals appearance. Traditionally, the line so far has been right around 31, 32 points, so we can slate in Cody and Kaz for making their walks there halfway through. Everyone else will still need to put in a little bit of effort. As you can see, Rocks, Starving, and Ronaldo rounding out the top 5.
And of course, on the rest of this leaderboard, there's so much to digest. I mean, you mentioned Ronaldo's Spade aspect as well, and then moving to the next page, Kanata with 19 points, 15th place right there for him. Stowe as well. King has started to push up a lot after that Game 2 performance that was super clean.
Doc as well. Now, I did go down early, but still 19th place. Again, top 25 is where you're looking. You see Knifer in there as well. Is now on the next page. Is where we're going to see that line start to build. It's 14 points right now, so definitely on pace. But currently, Commandment and Divine right there on the bubble.
Yeah, and you can see the number of players tied at 14 points. The Reloads, who had a phenomenal performance there in qualifier number 4. Commandment, as you just brought up, just north of it, 2 points with only a single elimination to his name so far, so lots of placements coming through, but expect a really tightly contested race towards the bottom. I know it's something we kind of harp on about, but in particular, once you get to the highest level, but I think this format almost doubles down on it just because of the fact the actual point totals are so much lower, and we're seeing less kind of aggressive and really high elimination games where every single interaction matters, and sometimes it's down to the very second or the very millisecond on whether or not you're staying in the game or whether or not you're getting a crucial point that could advance you in the tournament, Bala.
I think even more so in this heat stage, right? Because we need the top 25 rather than, you know, one person coming out the champion at the end of the grand finals with take the axe of champions. It's like there's so many people here, and there's a larger amount of spots, a larger amount of things that we care about, where that kind of every interaction matters is a little bit more impactful.
And it just gets even more that way the further the games go. In Game 5, every interaction is a qualifying or not qualifying interaction. You'll see that start to affect some of these players.
Yeah, so let's take a look at some of those key interactions that are going to impact some of the players who we've had our eye on and are going to be right around that bubble, and also some of the players who are able to pop off in that last situation. So first, we're going to hop on board with Cease here during one of the very first early engagements. You can see still 97 players left here, Bala, but he goes down.
Yeah, and there's so many different people who need to do well. I mean, we called out Skittles, the day 3 winner, or day 4 winner. No, Skittles, pop a medkit! Pop a medkit, son! Please, pop a medkit! What are you doing? Pop a medkit!
Well, actually, if he had just gotten his siphon instead and ran to zone, like, he could have had an extra HP that would have been okay. Like, we get it. But unfortunately, there's Skittles going down. But another player on board who's been right around at the border here, Jacques, getting taken down on an aggressive play by himself, but Starving pushing through with the pepper, using that speed, and he really took off this game, Clay.
He did, and this is a stark contrast to what we just saw, as it is very hard to perform in these games, but it's Starving. He hasn't boxed many people up, but he's running through them, as you see elimination after elimination, making it all the way to the top 2. We do know that he falls to Cody there. And 4 eliminations in the second place is really, really good to see.
Yeah, and one thing to note here on Cody, getting that refresh right there, he had low mats in pretty much all of these situations and pushing forward when he really needed them, because the Shockwave launcher is great, but if you don't have the materials to combine it, Bala, you're not able to really execute on this endgame, which we see him doing here now.
And that's the importance of, impact eliminations, finding extra materials, because if you don't have it, you're not going to be able to bring yourself to the end game. I mean, we're looking at Cody right now, finds Kanata in zone, who he probably launched out there, of course, and then this is the final moments, the fire emote, and then the fire shots, first on and out builds, and Starving, you might be pressuring, you might be expecting Cody to play defensive, but he'll let himself fall right on top of you and take you out with just one shot.
Yeah, and he's letting everyone know that he was on fire there, hitting his shots, emoting not only at the end, but right before that second to last elimination as well, rocketing himself up the leaderboards and guaranteeing him a spot in that grand finals. Again, 25 players advance. We've seen 2 push over that threshold, but we still have 3 games remaining. However, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the back half of the games.
You're live. You're supposed to be hosting.
What? Oh my gosh,
Gee.
guys, wait. Oh god. Hey, whoa, what's up, Fortnite fam? Hey, guys. No, I'm just kidding, guys. I know, I'm back. Listen, technical difficulties will not keep me from you. Don't worry, I'm back. We're here. We're gonna finish strong. Sundown, thank you, brother, for stepping up and being me when I couldn't be there. Guys, we got 3 games left to go in the competition. I mean, what can we expect? I'm hoping we bring some fire here.
Yeah, I think we will, and I'm glad you're back. We bring some fire. We bring the energy with you, of course. You're never going to miss it. But no, Heat 2 is shaping up so well, and there's so many good names in here, but also a lot of these new guys that we've been talking about. I mean, Cody, not necessarily new. He's been around for a long time, but recently his solos performances have been out of this world. DreamHack, back-to-back type good placements, and back again in Heat 2.
I think it's because he found his landing spot. Caddy corner is so powerful for him. The first time he was able to actually get Kid Shockwave and Charge Shotgun, he ends up picking up the Victory Royale.
Man, so many of these players just executing when they need to. But we can't forget, it's only top 25 that will move on. Now, Fortnite fan, with that being said, let's get ready to hop into our next game here. So let's send it over to our casters, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. There's no lounging in the Fortnite world. Not here, not today, not with the heats on the line. And that's right. It is game number 4 now, Aussie. What do you think is going to unfold? The battle bus is already on the way. Things are getting stacked here.
Yeah, things are getting stacked. We jumped in a little bit later than we have on the last ones because of that break there, so we're seeing it kind of already unfold, but this is what I'm starting to see. I've talked about already, those scrappy fights start to break out, and for those players like Cody to have that big game out of Caddy, you need it because it's going to be a lot harder. This is where you start seeing those players who are on, 0 to 5 points, like, you know what? I need mythic items, and they just start just going full in on drops like Caddy, so I'm expecting it to shake up a little bit here. I think it'll be what we saw a lot of the qualifying weeks, that the lobby clears out a bit more early, as you can see, 82 now at this point, but it still stays stacked towards the end because the players who are still in it playing well, the ones who survive all that chaos, are the best players who can still hold their own till endgame. So it shouldn't change up the pacing too much, but fully expect to see some of those players get stuck in fights in the earlier games they were able to avoid.
Absolutely, I agree here. And someone who had no issues in the previous game until the mid game where he was taken out was Clicks. It seems like he's just been put on the red light pause here in the district. He's kind of struggling to bounce back, and already I'm noticing he's playing somewhere completely different, Aussie. He's not in Pleasant Park. He's in Salty Springs, hovering around just outside the Authority.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how this is going for him because it's a completely different Clicks. It's a different strategy right now.
I mean, he could have rotated here. He's had enough time because we're kind of tuning in a little bit later, but I don't know. He could have maybe dropped here because I feel like this isn't... Either way, this is not his usual rotate path, that's for sure. Depending on where he dropped, and he's picking up, a whole bunch of those ghost mushrooms, popping them back to back, goes up to 199 just off the beautiful 100-100. But yeah, you're right. Rotating down into Salty and not really the area I feel like you'd stay in if you're trying to have a passive game. I think maybe he's looking for those players, maybe looking for someone he can show that box fight prowess against because, yeah, you don't rotate through Salty unless you're looking for a fight.
I'm assuming he landed here, quite honestly, just looking at how the zone is favoring this entire area. Either way, he's on the bubble right now. He's on that 13-point tied up mark, which is hanging from like 30th to closer to 40th place. Remember, it's top 25 you want to get through. The format there on your side. Victory Royales are worth 14 points in placement, not given out till top 75. The speed, the placement, the progression of this lobby, a little faster than the previous ones. You can see only 82 players remaining as we're jumping directly into the action. So the lay of the land, the players have already kind of had their nice fair spread here. And now it's a matter of getting to the zone and playing for that mid game. Fearful, trying to rotate his way on through the Authority. We know Clicks is just northwest here now. So there are so many players already making their ways early to the zone, and that's going to play its part sometime soon.
I feel like we've had a pretty even spread of zones so far as well. We've had 3 games, and I feel like so far they've kind of gone a bit even. We've had a couple north, we've had like, I think we've had 2 south and 1 more northern, and now we're having another one northern. So it's kind of playing into everyone who's got their drop spots, right? You like to see this. Sometimes you got 6 games. You can have the Fortnite gods against you. It's very possible to have, 4+ zones pull south, and it can really mess you up. But so far today, everyone's having an even chance here. I feel like a lot of them would be hard pressed to complain about how these games have gone, but you got to capitalize when you get those zones. That's the difference. When you get get that advantage, you have to make it work, because you got to be in the top 25 best players in this heat out of the best in NA East, and it's no short ask. You need to take your advantage when you can, but if you have a big game like Cody, and that's why people are going to see that and set their eyes on Caddy, that's where you have your big jump up in points, as we see Jark here only 42 above Storm Surge, so he's going to have to try and find some damage pretty soon here on this rotate. But someone that I know the guys touched on earlier in the pre-show, who's kind of had a lot of momentum coming out of duos with Acorn, and now they've both kind of run home with it. I believe Acorn unfortunately didn't actually make it through his heat, just showing how difficult some of these heats are.
And it was crazy because Acorn has some great qualification showings on the qual days, so quite the up and down, the hot and cold from both of the players here. Jack, speaking about it, he's on the halfway mark right now, not only in the competition, but as far as the placement, the points goes as well. 17. He's going to need a double up now, and I mean, he's there. We're just there. It's game number 4, so at his pacing, he cannot drop a game. He needs to continue to stay stable all the way through. Someone who needs the same as well. They're on the final push through right now. It's Ronaldo, and into the box he goes. No, it's going to overthrow him, overshot just a little bit, but it's okay. He's got this guy checkmated on the backside of the wall. How's this fight going to play out, Ozzy?
Wait, the player drops a launch pad, maybe a panic launch pad. I have to think that was a misclick. There's no way that player thought that was actually going to work or get him out of there, because there was so many builds on top of that as Ronaldo trying to push his way through, and I think the player does disengage. Ronaldo backs off, but he has a launch pad there now as well, so that's not the worst fight to take. We've seen Ronaldo. He's currently on 28 points. I don't think I've seen him have any more than one elimination, if even one, going into like top 60 monsters, so he's just managing his Storm Surge well. He's usually avoiding these kind of mid-game fights, and it's working for him, so could have got the elimination there, but not the end of the world. He is clearly playing his end games very, very consistently.
And I love this because we've seen him so many times in the end game, but didn't quite get the story of how he made it this far. But you're seeing the plays, you're seeing the activity from Ronaldo. Just look at the strong spacing, positioning that he has here on the map. He's got a nice, comfortable hold, and the zone is going to favor him. Yes, he's going to get this early rotate. Let's see if he takes advantage of it while the distraction's happening behind him. Good little scout here coming out from him because there's so much action happening behind him. And all right, he's going to double back. He's going to get a piece of this battle here. Let's see if he is going to be able to find something. Meanwhile, in the feed, as things are catching up, Skittles is going to find NorCal's dough, which is massive, and P-God is going to fall as well. As I see that, though, Ronaldo finds another point. He's so close to qualification now. 29 points. This could be the game that puts him to grand finals on Sunday.
Yeah, and you can't overstate how smart that was. Just how smart of a player Ronaldo was. Obviously, coming out on top in Squad's FNCS, I don't want to say out of nowhere, but performed very well with a team that not a lot of people had big hopes for. And I believe a lot of it was due to Ronaldo's incredibly smart IGL or in-game leader like mechanics. He's such a smart player, and you saw there, he disengaged from that fight, but knew that player was weak and hung around, made sure he came back and got the easy elimination rather than having to brute force his way through. And it's just incredible to see. You love seeing those smart plays, the patience pay off, and I have to think that hunting rifle is starting to become a very deliberate choice. As Kodal here, I've just realized, is getting hit by Storm Surge. He is, as you see, that 25 damage being taken away every second. Kodal is 87 below, so he needs to do 87 damage to get above this threshold, or 3 players have to go down. And no, you're seeing the effect of Storm Surge and Cease picking up the freebie, and now Cease is looking really, really good.
It's a difference in the strategy that they employ. Remember, Cease goes up nice and early to his high ground position at the Authority. He bases up and he goes for tags as opposed to trying to just find and loot and go for resources. And you see how that plays out in the long run. So he's in it for the long haul, and the strategy is just a little bit stronger later into the competition. Now, though, it's Taken who's looking for the snipe shot. We've seen so many connect. This one's not going to do it. Not just yet, but the amount of players in front of him, my gosh, I'm happy he's veering off to the side, because if he could see the map now and see how many players are actually boxed up in Salty, he'd be definitely afraid here to rotate through. So a little bit of instinct call here is going to work out.
Let's see. He might have to use that sniper to apply some pressure. Those players opening up the windows and holding them. We've seen it happen a lot of times. A lot of those people think they're on the offensive, taking the shots back out, but you can very quickly turn it with a sniper rifle as Taken trying to make his way into this very big area of congestion. He makes his way in, and there's a few more players who rotated that a little bit later than him, and they're the ones who are really going to struggle now. All eyes are going to be on them, because when you're first getting in, setting up, those extra 5-10 seconds can be massive. If 3 people get in and they're now ready to, and they're looking at you, things are going to go poorly for you very quickly. With active Storm Surge happening last round, round, these players are going to be extra aware of the fact they need to be looking for shots. They're not going to kind of go quietly right now and just sit here and wait and get the placements. They're going to start looking for that damage, worrying the Storm Surge will go active again as Taken sees his player. And as soon as you hear that shield crack, that ominous crack, you never want to have your shield broken in these kind of situations because it's a very loud audio cue and everyone's going to start focusing you.
Just take a look there. 12 of the top 25 players who've qualified with their series points. It's the highest rate we've seen, and it's playing its part here. I mean, just take a look at Taken himself, who's fragging off right now. He's going to find that one. It's a massive one for him as well. He needs these, considering he's at 9 points, so he's well off the mark for qualification. He's going to need a big game here. So many players are. There's another fight unfolding in front of him. He's going to get the rotate on through. And this guy's running. It's Steens who's on the other side of the wall. Beams are going to come in. He's going to get cracked from a team or player firing inside from Salty. Here's a look at Salty.
Just to go back to that statistic, in case you guys are confused at home as well, this is obviously the Heat. So these players have qualified. So half the people who qualified for the Heats in NA East is because they came top 25 in their 4 respective weeks. The other players, though, the other 100 qualified off consistency points. So what you're seeing there is you're seeing 12 players in the top 25 who didn't manage to qualify coming top 25 are now in the top 25 today. So whatever was their issues in the qualifying weeks, they fixed it. They've remedied it, and they're here to show up today. If you can have almost half the people qualifying through here off consistency, that would be amazing, and it shows why this format was created the way it was. You can have a bad day in some of these tournaments and you can still qualify and then show up and have that one good day. It's not all or nothing, but there is no consistency here. We see Nobu Divine getting that elimination, jumping him up. There's no consistency for these players now. They need to get top 25 or they are not making grand finals.
And current first place just fell as well, which is going to be Cody, who had 35 points. You got to assume he picked up a couple placements along the way, so somewhere in that 36, 37 point threshold, that's going to put a halt on him, allowing the leaderboards to change just a little bit. Remember, when the top players go down and the points start getting more and more divvied out, it allows players like Soul and others to really spread the point, making it so much harder and closer for other competitors on the way up to the top. This is getting tighter and tighter here. Taken is going to fall to Steens, though. We saw them battling on the rotate on in. Steens is going to get the best of him. That means the shield crack was enough for Steens to take advantage of the situation. Here, though, I see Ronaldo. I see Fearful. Cease on the backside. And things are looking good for Fearful, who finds a nice long-range AR tag.
And if you're just tuning in from home, this is game number 4 of NA East Heat 2. And the reason why me and Monster are talking around that low 30-point threshold is because we've already had 2 heats out of EU, and we've already had 1 heat out of NA East. And in those heats, it was around that 31, 32 points to get top 25. So that's what you're looking at for these players. So people like Haji here, he's on 15 points, and he's pretty much at the halfway mark. He needs to pick up the pace just a little bit, just over double his points, and he's got a chance to qualify. If he doesn't pick up that pace, he's not qualifying. So that when we talk about players like Cody, who we believe have already qualified, even with the remaining games, it's because they're above that threshold. They're on around that 35-point mark. They are safe. So they're playing for bragging rights, but it's these players who have the pressure on them to perform because they want to make grand finals.
That's right, and this is weeks and weeks of competition, all leading up to what would be the grand finals on Sunday. So tune in with us throughout the course of the weekend as these stories are unfolding and things are getting interesting. We're setting the stakes nice and high for these players. They're trying to lay down their own history as Haji's going to hit the nice rotate here. The crash pads making it nice and easy for him now. Half in, half out is going to be the split zone here on zone number 5. 30 seconds till it closes, and the first full moving is revealed for zone 6. There's a player right up above. He's going to break the structure. I love that, and the pre-edit on the wall. And just like that, 17 points now for Haji. Beautiful impact elimination to scoop up all of the loot as well. Nothing's going to get left behind. This is looking like a great endgame for Haji.
Really smart positioning as well. You see Kanata up there too. With those crash pads, you need to try and go for a bit more elevation. If you try to use crash pads under old builds, they won't break you all the way through like a shockwave, and you'll get stuck in those boxes. You've got to get a bit of elevation. You've got to get up high so you can crash pad off that height for your mobility. If you have crash pads but you're down low, it is so much harder to use them, as we see Clicks maybe in that position himself, kind of set up here inside the cone underneath some builds. So he's got some room around him to land that crash pad, but if he tries to go straight vertical, it's going to cause some issues. As you see now, he's jumping up into the cone and sitting inside that looking for angles, and then Kanata on top of his lobby. Someone we had high hopes for today, Monster, who hasn't performed too well, but very good chance this is his game to do it.
Kanata is on the bubble. He's got a lot more to step up to and perform here if he wants to make it through. I mean, we're seeing that bubble just stretch wider and wider as all of these middling players are scoring points right now. Just look at Clicks. He's already gotten a fair share amount as well. Coming into this game, he had 13. He's at 16 now. So many people we've seen move up with him. He's going to have someone land in the box. Great layer change there, though, to drop down and give himself a little bit of freedom. Chug splashes now are going to go out, and it from the side, and he escapes death again. So close. He almost got taken out there as well, but the crash pad's going to save him and give him the distance from the opponents. 49 players remaining, and the moving zone's happening. It's a storm surge as well as things catch up here, and yes, he's going to find Juzo on the rotate. That's going to be the second elimination now. And just look at the lead on the rotate here on the storm line, pushing his way out through the front. I mean, his material's looking great, too. We can see Clicks make a full-on endgame.
In the feed, though. Second place goes down, so this game is breaking up quickly. You have first and second place out of here, so Rock, Starving, Box, or Ronaldo, it's their chance to jump up here as Yunobu Divine jumps up onto 20 points, 36 alive, and you think these players have made it so far into the game. They are so close to getting endgame, only a few minutes away as we're on 7 of 9 zones, but this is where placements haven't really even come in that much yet. They've only gained a few placement points. They need to get into that top 10 especially to really start racking up the points, and that's where I'm seeing players like Cease, Kanata, who just got an elimination onto Ronaldo, playing so consistently, but just falling that 30 seconds short they need as Ronaldo falls. Clicks getting in a limb, so there's a few big names about to jump up from the bubble. We see Clicks and Kanata now running home with this one. If they can stay alive for another minute, this is going to be the huge game they need, like Cody last game, to guarantee their qualification or just make it more comfortable. Nosh falls. We have so many big names here who just haven't been performing today, where this is their opportunity. They need to make it soon.
That's right, things are shaking up. I see Kanata in the mid-ground with Click, Skittles, and Jack. That's such a scary layer to be on. On the height, though, is Oglagen, who's trying to rotate across and just figure out what it is that he's going to do so high up in the sky. On the other side, we go down to the low ground now with Divine. We're in the pits. We're in the trenches. 141 materials remain, and he's slowly but surely running out. He needs something massive here. He's looking to get into the tunnel. Yes, he's going to find Jack. That's going to be a massive drop right there. Jack was in the middle. He was on the bubble. He had 17 points before, so you have to assume they are neck and neck getting taken out with one another. And now Divine at 4 eliminations is king of the low ground, and he's continuing to do big things. Look at the loot he picked up off of Jack. 350 material, holding someone out to the storm line now. He's doing some massive plays here, Ozzy. It's looking so good for Divine.
It's looking good for him, but I'm seeing Kanata run it up in the feed as well. I think this is at least 3 or 4 eliminations. Make that 5, I believe. I've been trying to keep count, but he is racking them up. Kanata in that mid-ground layer. You said it was a scary layer, and it's because he is in there right now. He is commanding it and controlling it. Mid-ground, a hard area to play. Players on all sides, but Clicks on 4 eliminations now too, up to 25 points. If he wins this game or he keeps playing, he could qualify off this. 6 points is doable. Still left here today as Kanata falls. Clicks, it's all about him now. Can he make the movement? He's stuck in that water. He's being pushed down river. You don't want to be in that water level. Jumps up now. Rubified down on his level 2. 5 players left. Haji having a very, very solid game here. 2 eliminations. Still has 17 builds left. This player above him, I think, is out of materials or has very little. Nice little ramp reversal and pushes up and takes him down. That is Skittles. Another shark in this lobby. 4 players to go. Clicks, Divine, Haji, and Rubified on the high ground. Ruby, I feel like we haven't seen too much of, but he might be holding it back for this last finish as Clicks is just making his way in Storm, and he falls. Clicks goes down 4th. A phenomenal performance. 1v1. Haji dropping down, just catches himself, has that shockwave launcher. Can he put it to use? Drops all the way down. I don't know if that's what he meant to do. He has 1 splash for the heal off, but he can't. He doesn't need it. Nobu Divine falls anyway, and Haji picks up the 5 elimination win. Massive game to secure, I believe, qualification.
Ridiculous game that possibly just put 5 new players up and on the brink of qualification. Remember, top 25 is what's on the line here, and seeing all new endgame names is absolutely massive. That'll hold ramifications into the leaderboard. The analyst table is getting sorted and ready right now. We're going to be heading on over to the boys there. It's going to be Zekamus, Prime, Bala, and of course Clay Selling to take it away.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the desk. I'm your boy, Zekamus Prime, as MDF just stated. We got Ball TW, we got Clay, and that was game number 4 on the day. Guys, I love the way Aussie kind of set this up for us, that there's like sharks in the water right now. NA East is very, very close. And for Haji there, that Victory Royale is definitely going to be doing wonders for him on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that it will. I mean, there's so many sharks, there's so many big names who still need to break their way in. I mean, we've highlighted a few of them, but I don't know. I think this is the time where in EU we saw a lot of people clinch through. So let's take a look at the standings and see if anybody did just that. It's still Cody at the top, but we're having another one of those days in this tournament right here where everything is so close. 1 point separates everybody on this page.
And you talk about clutch qualifying, right? Haji in 5th, Nobu Divine in 6th. Right there. There are 2 players with their last game just absolutely clutch qualified. This is game number 4, and they're already looking to just make sure they stay in that top 25.
It's going to be difficult, though, guys. I mean, like you kind of said, look at the top spread. From 1st on to 10th is only 6 points, and then we flip over to top 20. You're down to 23, right? I mean, it's still anyone's game, and this is very reminiscent of EU a week ago, right? We came in thinking, oh, this is just going to be anyone's game, and then we're looking out as far as top 15 that could strike in a first, and we're seeing that happen again here in NA East.
Yeah, I think that's for sure. And this threshold for top 25, this magic number for the players in the bubble, is going to be so difficult to predict just because of the kind of variability. Fish is the player who holds that 25th spot. Rubified, who was in the top 3 or 4 in that last game, ends up pushing himself into that range, but we've got to hang on. King, again, falls slightly in that last game, sits still on the 21 points. People cannot have these stagnant games if they want to achieve this because there's only 2 games left.
And Stowe right on the bubble. You hear us keep mentioning the bubble, but that's that line between 25th and 26th. Only 1 point separates him between qualification, and you got to know that that's going to give him motivation going into these next 2 games.
Yeah, and this is kind of like that you need that confidence, right? Because when the moment you thought that you've already lost to someone before the fights even happened, you're going to lose that fight. That's something I like to talk a lot about is confidence, and that's what these guys need to bring to the table here in the last 2 games. If they can do this, they can get themselves prepped and reset their mindset tonight for tomorrow's grand finals, right? Like, you need to be able to do everything you can and put your very best on the line. And there's a few people that have done that, right? Kanata, you've got Haji, and Nobu that just were 1 and 2 in that last game, right, Bala?
Yeah, I mean, they did it. There's a couple people who have just done it in this last game. We saw it on the leaderboard already, but Kanata is one of those guys. He's pushed himself up to the spot where we expect qualification to be, and with 2 games left, it's almost certain that Kanata will get himself a couple more points to push his way up and past that barrier. And he did it in style. I mean, he played well, and this is what we expected out of him. Catching Sprite, catching other players, making endgame time after time.
And the same thing out of Haji. He played very well in this end game. As you see, eliminations come through on half in, half out. In the end game is getting eliminations as well, finding players on the backside of zone and playing the zone well. And this is exactly what he needed to do to clutch qualify with that elimination on the Skittles. Kind of holds him out as well.
Yeah, and Skittles is up there, so we're not too worried about the day 4 winner, but regardless, Divine was another guy's in this one, and you could see he was only at 20 points before this game started, but he went on a tear, taking out Jack in that one, a player I'm keeping my eye on who's on the bubble. Again, these interactions so important. At the same time as Kanata was starting to frag out, he took out Cease. Clay, you had your eyes on him, and he gives him the grappler or the glider gun potentially. No, he doesn't even pick it up, and eventually he takes out Kanata too. So it really comes down to it for him. He will clutch up and qualify in this game. He doesn't have much more to worry about after this.
And we talked about bubbles, and they're bursting all of them there, especially with the second place here from Nobu Divine. On the flip side, though, Haji was able to pick up that victory royale. Again, clutch qualifying, bursting through that top 25 threshold that we saw in other regions. And with that victory royale, just securing any tiebreakers that may come.
And, speaking more about confidence and even qualifying, a lot of these guys, though they have technically qualified, they have enough points to move on to grand finals, you don't really want to stop there, right? You want to keep pushing that momentum forward because you need that confidence heading into tomorrow's games. You need to be in a mindset where it doesn't matter what happens. We have to play 12 games. First 6 on Saturday and the next 6 on Sunday. So being able to kind of balance these things, it's going to be tricky.
And you have to do it in a manner where you actually win your off-spawn fight, because otherwise, if you're bringing everybody else with you from your off-spawn in the heats, you're going to run into trouble. And I worry for people like Cease, no matter if they make it through, if they get the confidence for tomorrow, there's still a big question mark about how their performance today will actually carry over into tomorrow. And will they have the space? Will they have the room to work with? I specifically even worry about that for players like Cody at Caddy Corner, because we have all these heats diverging. We've already seen one down. This is going to be the second, and then tomorrow there's 2 more. So with the 4 heats diverging in terms of drop spots and everything, it does get chaotic. So you need a dominant performance.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at someone else potentially coming in and contesting you. Like, this is grand finals we're talking about, you know. You cannot lose that 50-50 off spawn. You've got to be able to say, it doesn't matter who is in my face. If I want to be an FNCS champion, I have to be able to win. And I have to make endgame, and I've got to rack up these eliminations.
And like Ball talked about, Caddy is one of those most volatile landing spots as well as the Authority. So if you're landing there now in this heat and you end up making it out, you really have to watch the other heats to see how other people are playing it.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, getting word. It is time to go into our next game. Let's get ready to jump out of the battle bus for game number 5 here in NA East of the FNCS. Take it away, boys.
Appreciate the insight and the breakdown, boys. And there you guys have it. Heard it from the best minds in Fortnite there yourself. It is not safe. The volatile drop spots, the heats, as well as you might be able to play it. Grand Finals is going to be a big question mark for everyone coming in. It's Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics here, leading into game number 5 now for the NA East Heat number 2. All that's on the line is the Grand Finals stop for Sunday.
Yeah, got to make grand finals right now. We're talking about those players in the bubbles as well, because obviously we want to focus the top. We want to let those players have their winning moment, but the win is bragging rights. 25th and 1st is the same going forward. They make grand finals, and that's their chance to really hit it home and get some of that big prize pool we were talking about in the pre-show. So today is for bragging rights, but these players around the top 25 really have to start performing. We actually had Prodigy Analytics kind of run the stats, and it's looking like this qualification heat's going to be maybe even a little bit lower. It's slipping more towards that 30 mark, like right on 30, but that could always change. So keep your eyes open for pretty much all these interactions. So many of these players, if they take each other out, it's going to be huge.
Absolutely. Kanata, someone we haven't seen his drop spot today, but we have seen time and time again. It is the Risky Reels location. He's been king of this spot for quite some time. We talk about just alphaing up and letting people know where you're going to land. This is one of them. You can see there's not a person in sight here. As Kanata's at 31 points. We can surefire bet that if he can just get a placement or 2 this time around, it might just be enough. And you can see the respect. He's already earned it this time around. So the drop is looking nice and clear for him today.
Yeah, he's got this drop kind of on lockdown. It's such a good drop. I talked about the scarcity of metal earlier, and it has a big play into it. And as you can see here, we have Kanata now has 8 games with 10 plus points in this FNCS, the most in NAE, showing that he can have those massive games. If you're looking at anyone on that bubble to kind of have that, well, never mind, sorry, 31. I only just came back with the call to action there over the screen. 31 points, and he can drop some big ones, so he could even take the lead. We saw him, I think his highest placement in the qualifying weeks, I know it was top 5, I believe it was 3rd, so...
Do agree here, but hold up. We're hopping over to the other side. We have a little early game engagement. This is a major fight for Cuddle Bear. He needs this. Yes, 15 points is what he's going to secure himself here. And he takes out Logic, he still needs points too. So you're seeing how close it is here on NA East. You hate to root for one or the other, but some people are going to be upset before the day is up. And we're seeing how close, how cutthroat it is to qualify yourself through to grand finals. It is not going to be easy to find the next 20 or so points Cuddle Bear is going to need. But hey, he's on his way. He's got this game and the next one to prove it.
Yeah, he's gonna have to have a big one. Cuddle Bear Gamer. I like the intimidation factor there, knowing letting his kind of gameplay speak for itself. We see Prickly Boy, someone with the same kind of approach. I believe Sundown said this was Adonis earlier on. Either way, Prickly Boy making a name for himself. 23 points. So he had that big game. He just hasn't had that consistency. Trying to use that crash pad to go in. I think he was setting up for it. Needs to win this fight. Like, things are closing out here, Monster. He's proven he can have a big game, but the consistency is really scaring me here for this player.
I'm seeing it, and I mean, he tries to set up the crash pad there to send him flying. It is going to work just a bit there. No, that's going to be someone completely different in the distance. He does lay some tags down to tell the players, hey, give me some respect. I'm in a battle here. let me do my thing, and that's gonna pause his momentum now as he's just hovering up above. Out in the open, though, I am a bit nervous for him. Yes, it's gonna be broken down. Oh my gosh, the charge is gonna connect, and it's not gonna be enough. That crash pad's not gonna save him. He gets taken out by Mini. Mini only on 38 HP. He is gonna get tagged again as well. Now he's in a fight, a box fight here.
Yeah, and this is Beef, obviously part of the Nobu team, trying to kind of make his way through into this fight. We aren't going to see how that one closes out. We see Fired having a fight with Little Ale, a fight we've already seen once today, Monster. We saw, I believe it was Little Ale walk straight through Fired in one of the roofs before, but no, Fired getting some payback on 26 points, so doing well. That was a big fight for him. As you do see in the feed, Beef takes down Mini, so he did fall, and Beef is continuing his push for the top, but as we saw those replays coming into this game, showing what he can do if he makes endgame.
That right there could be the difference maker that's going to keep him in the game now to possibly break him into top 25. This is the same situation for Theo now as well, who has to make something huge. But no, he's going to get tagged so hard, and he gets taken out. One more opportunity now for XO there. Now Cosmic, only at 9, has to do something miraculous this game here. He needs essentially a victory royale or something big here to get a lot of points to qualify.
Yeah, we got Aspect now. One of those kind of big names. I'll actually see how many points he's on. I don't think I've been keeping track of his points. 25. So he's looking really, really close. So he's got a bit of breathing room, but not a huge amount. He needs to kind of, have 2 decent games here, or 1 really good game as he takes what looked like a pretty accurate shot back into that. Hey, obviously can't see in like we have the ability to do here with the replay mode, but that play, the kind of bullet spray that comes out, and makes you a pretty noticeable target, so needs to be careful with those ones, as Aspect doesn't have the best loadout, Monster, but not the worst either, as we have 84 alive, so this 5th game going pretty strong.
That's right. I mean, he's right there, so it is still anything can happen, anyone's ball game. 25 points is still very, very far from the finish line. We know he's going to need this performance to fall all the way through for him. The hunting rifle not quite finding its shot, and I love that we're seeing all the perspectives of the players that need these engagements, that need these battles, because it's a big blanket we're throwing over the scene right now here in game number 5. Everyone is still battling for the same thing. Only a few have truly secured their spots at the top, and even then, it's still looking so very close for the majority of the competitors. Take a look at your format there. 14 points for the Victory Royale, all the way down to 75th. You'll continue to earn yourself placements as they trickle on over. And, of course, in good Fortnite fashion, 1 elim is worth 1 point. Here's Larson, though, Ozzy.
I was about to say, if he takes, it's going to be a big fight. These are the players, you can't help but feel for them. A lot of these players are names I haven't heard of, and that makes me want to see them succeed even more and have their moments. So you're seeing these players around the 20 points. It is very, very likely they can qualify, but every fight's going to matter. If he falls here, needs to drop a 10-plus point game in his last game, and gets the wall up just in time, comes back around and blocks it, and no, he does. He falls to 20, who I think is also, never mind, 10 points. And these are those fights where it doesn't matter how high someone is on the leaderboard, they can easily take someone out and ruin their chance of qualifying just like that, as Mandatory pushes up now, trying to be a bit aggressive, maybe to secure the loot, or no, looking like he definitely wants the fight, not just the loot, Monster.
That's right, because everyone needs it. These are names that we haven't seen too many times inside of the end game, so you know they're desperate now to do something big. It's all or nothing, and that's why the lobby is slowly but surely dwindling out here. Everyone on their last desperate takes for trying to get as many points as possible, trying to get the miraculous run, the blessed run all the way through. Going for the exchange on the AR shots, though. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game here. It's a chess game between the two. Stepping up, though. Looking to take it to the pocket now. Mandatory versus 20 in a good old-fashioned 1v1. We'll pay close attention to the feed to see how that plays out. On the other side, though, outside of Lazy Lake, here's Arrow, who's going to see someone rotating across the water now. He might be going for the engagement here. Yes, trying to get closer and closer. Remember, the water will speed up his movement here and allow him to close the gap just a bit. Bit of a shambles build here, though. Just the pistol. But, hey, the RPG tactical shotgun is pretty good.
Yeah, he can still get an impact if he gets close enough with those 6 crash pads, but we're definitely looking at kind of a close range encounter. Even at range, we've seen the prevalence of the epic and legendary pistol, but he's rotating, right near Cody, one of the Sharks lobby who runs into a Shark, and you mentioned it, there it is, Monster, the RPG, getting that, I think it was 115 tag as he kind of pushes his way in, gets that stare in, but it breaks. Can he take the wall? He does, he's in, but he doesn't have the stare. And the other player, Skittles, has an RPG of his own, and unfortunately, Skittles goes down there purely to the damage of the RPG, his own, and Arrows, and Arrow picks up an elimination. Again, it's those fights that matter so much. Arrow is on 19 points. He needed to win that to continue his push to qualify here.
Let's not forget, Skittles was in 3rd place with 35 points, so that's another player in the top 5 who's going to get put on the pause track here. He is no longer on the fast lane. His positioning in the tournament could very well be in the air. I know the cutoff has been about 32 on the high end, but with how spread the points have been here on NA East, we don't know what exactly is going to unfold. There's no dominant player, not just yet, not here in the Heat 2 pack. This has been a very tight division. But okay, Arrow, 19 points, no, gets shut down from Doe, downrange sniper shot. And he's not even close. He's not even close. He needs so much more.
That's what I mean. It's all about that. It's solos at the end of the day. The person who's coming completely last can take out the player in first. It just is how it is. And NorCal Doe gets that big elimination. That player didn't even get placement, Monster. 76 alive. 2 people had to go down to get even that 1 point, which, when you're around 20, could be huge. 1 point will separate qualification today. I guarantee it. It will come down to tiebreakers.
Oh, we know it. We've seen it every single heat. You see how close it can get. Literally a 75th placement is a difference maker. Staying alive just long enough, just a breath longer. On the other side, though, it's Clicks, 27 points. Just like Aspect, still needs to do something big here in these final 2 games. He's going to get tagged a lot. He's going to have to back up here now. The fresh builds, the fresh edits, he does get a mini off. That's going to be 25. It's going to play into his favor. Tries to go for the wall take, and it is going to be his. Doesn't capitalize on it, though.
Never count Clicks out of these situations. Look at him. He's just so confident. He's so calm. Even at, like, what was that, 125 health up against the wall. He has the pieces. He has the builds. If you've ever had the pleasure of watching Clicks box fight, it is something else. He's one of the best in the business at it. And that's why he takes these fights, because he knows he can close them out. And Apex reloads. I don't remember where he placed, Monster, but he placed very, very highly in one of the qualification weeks. So not an easy player, but Clicks just makes it look easy against some of the best players in NA East. He will still just absolutely style on them in those box fights. And that's what some of these players have to do. Play to your strengths in these situations. If you know you're a great box fighter like that, try not to make it a big build fight. Make them play on your level and have that control. And it's exactly what Clicks does there.
That's right. Clicks plays to his strengths, and luckily his strengths favor the current meta of Fortnite, which is close fights. And oh my gosh, Starving Box gets hit. We're greeted with something serious there from Belty. It's another sniper shot, shutting down his opportunity to score points. Only 32, so he is up in the air now. His entire run here in the competition is up in the air. He has 1 more game in front of him, which he's going to need 1 point, at least 2, to solidify his way through. So pressure is on an all-time high now. I would love to see his drop spot coming into the next game. We're going to have to see how Starving Box lands, because that's how close it is right now. Top 25 on the line here. We're in game number 5, well beyond and past the halfway mark. Players like Aspect, players like Clicks, all in that 20-point threshold. That area, that range, still has a long stretch to make here. And yes, big sniper shot now for Aspect. Onto Ring.
And he can't secure the loot, but doesn't need too much of it. A decent upgrade to the AR, maybe, but doesn't need the huge refresh. 119 builds. But I was going to mention, Monster, it sounds so crazy to think that I was going to talk about how this is only a 6-game day. We've been talking about how some of these players have been doing 7+ hours of solos to get to this point. So it is really like the sprint at the end of the marathon after a small breather. But these 6 rounds at the highest level, where if you go down, you have to sit back and wait, it can be very mentally grueling. So it's going to be those players that can really hold on to their composure till the end. And that's where I'm looking at people like Aspect, who's shown up time and time again in competitive Fortnite, but had a bit of a break. He's kind of had a big jump back up into the spotlight out of nowhere. Honestly, he was one of the most dominant players in the early iterations of competitive Fortnite when online tournaments just started, but kind of finding his footing here again. And I'm looking at players like that to really hold on to those positions they're in, and players like Clicks who can handle the pressure, because one small mistake with 2 games to go is all it's going to take.
Here's a name we haven't seen much of. It's Knifer, and Knifer has been on quite the run as of late, but only 24 points in the competition right now. Another big profile in the Fortnite Pro scene that's on the line here, on the cusp of making or breaking his way to Grand Final Sunday, Championship Sunday. He's got the opportunity here to jump down. Yes, he's going to take it. Down he goes. He's going to avoid everything else, though, trying to get to these brick wall here. And yes, it is going to be just enough. Shambles, though. No heals for the boy. And the low ground now, so he's at the mercy of the rest of the lobby. Someone nearby, though. Can he find it? It's Tabs, who's not trying to hang out down here. He's going right up this mountain to hang out on the side.
Yeah, Tab's setting up there at a nice spot. Someone we also haven't seen a lot of in here. We know, obviously, Colazo, his well-renowned teammate, actually qualified out of Heat 1, only just coming in 23rd. So seeing if Tabs can back it up here as Knifer making his way up. I feel like Knifer needs to either put that hunting rifle to use, but I'm worried even if he gets the elimination of that hunting rifle monster, he won't get the refresh he needs. He needs health, he needs shield, he needs mats. If he gets one elimination, yes, it's a point, and yes, it'll be a little bit of siphon, but is that going to be enough to get him to the point of more placements? He's still 17 players away from placements as that shark gets in and opens it up. No!
Wow.
Hydrax Tix goes down. The shark comes through, breaks the build. Knifer aware of this and instantly gets the shot in that finishes it. That player is not too happy with. I talked about sharks in the lobby at the end of last game. We have literal sharks in this lobby, in the little swamp around Slurpy Swamps. And, oh, I mean, Knifer, though, showing his competitive prowess there to, like, see that opportunity monster, right? Fortnite has so many variables and so many things that can happen at any second. I feel like that is a very slim chance of happening, but he took his opportunity when it was in front of him.
I agree. Part of me just wishes that Knifer followed up with the AR, though. He let that player Rubify get away with all the loot that he hit the shot on. Either way, we'll see what ramifications that'll have later in the game. We'll see if they end up crossing paths if Rubify makes it to endgame. That'll be the key moment right there. The fact that Knifer kind of eased up on the gas pedal when he had it. But okay, P-God, though, 13 points. He was a part of that opening segment, that highlight package, as someone to look out for. And today, it's just not looking so good for him. Can P-God do something big? Yes. Okay, huge shots here. The crash pad goes in. He actually eats the edit as well to get inside the box. Okay, now, though, it's going to be a box fight. He's still on the hunt. Grabs the wall as well. He just walks through with the AR, making it look easy on Fish CPC.
And P-God needs this. Like we touched on, he actually won the first day of qualifiers. He came into FNCS solos hot. He was like, look, I'm the Peruvian. You need to know who I am. I'm putting myself on the map. I'm going to win a day. And now he's on 14 points. So he's proven he can have two big games, but he's going to need to have two very, very big games to close this out. And it's kind of those eliminations that matter. You get that massive refresh coming into endgame as Knifer making his rotate along too. So is Kanata. So we've got so many big names in here, but can they have that big game as we still need 12 to go down just for one more placement point?
I agree. Now, though, we're approaching that mid-game. The zone's only closing here now. Love that we're following Knifer's perspective, because Knifer, again, has been slowly clawing his way up. Someone's going to walk into the box. Okay, the golden edit there. He's going to let him down into the box like a trap door. And yes, he's going to find Eden. 50 HP left onto Knifer. He's going to have to back up. He needs this loot more than ever, though, as well.
He doesn't get the loot. He still doesn't get the loot. Knifer, please tell me Knifer finds some of this loot. He's been playing so well. He's now got 2 eliminations where the loot was just there. It was just out of reach, and now he has to look at it and just know that Haji took it. He has to get another elimination on Shambles. I think he still has that crash pad to maybe get in and try and go for something on Haji, and no, Knifer goes down 26 points, so he still can come back in this final game, but Haji now in a bad spot as well. Needs to find his way out of this, and he falls also, so that fight working out for nobody there.
Just like that, Knifer's now out, but the finish line is still very much close. Still very possible as we lead into the last game. Remember that, as we're going to be keeping a close eye on him. But okay, Rubified here has a decision to make. He's got crash pads, he's got launch pad. He's eyeing height right now as well. I think he's trying to decide whether or not he wants to take a stab at something up top. No, he's looking for the beams across. Yes, he's going to find a weak plank there in the cone, but it's not going to convert into anything. The fact that he's breaking the top panel there, yes, he's on his way out. That's the exit play there. You want to make sure there's only one panel above you when you crash pad to ensure your clear rotate there. So Similar to how you would set up the launch. Kind of how it works out. Rubified, though, in the box fight, catches it through the build, and it's going to be an easy one onto Owen. This is what we call an impact elimination because he can gather up all of the goodies here. And now he drops. He trades out the AR, the epic AR, for the legendary compact SMG. So you know he's looking at box dive. Okay, decisions though. He has to decide here.
Decisions. I mean, the issue when you get such a big impact elimination, you have too much loot to deal with. But I honestly think the SMG here is the play, especially with that charged shotgun. It obviously is the slower firing shotgun. If you miss your shot, you need to follow up with something. And having that compact SMG is so much better to do it. As Aspect takes down Ronaldo, that's two of the biggest names in here. But again, Ronaldo already up there on the points, so that's a big elimination for Aspect. And that was inside top 50, so all of these players have gained their placement point, and Rubified has 5 crash pads and 1 launch pad to make this rotate. He is in a really good spot going into game number 5 of NA East Heat 2. He needs to get top 25 to place here and go through to grand finals, as we're going to go back over to P-God now, someone we're putting a lot of pressure on here, who has had a very, very slow start to today. 15 points is not bad, but for someone who won one of the 4 weeks of heats, qualifiers, not the best spot to be in, but you can never count him out.
That is right. 15 points. He's halfway there. Can he find some more? He's going to need them, or it's going to be up to the last game, and you don't want it done like that. Not this late into the competition. Ooh. 2 crash pads. It is going to work. He lands right inside, right next to the enemy. Almost catches a flick, too. Time to pop the big pot. It's going to be 5 seconds. 5 seconds that he's not hunting either. Just look at how many players are on the move right now. Yes, he's going to find a free one onto Scolds. Point 16, he wants the loot as well. This is going to be massive for him now because he caps off onto Metal. And he's got himself a nice little path here to safety. Zone is so far, though. He's going to continue to have to cross here. 45 players in the game, and Storm Surge is ringing. So many players have to go down, so it's going to be full-on psycho mode in the lobby here.
And he hit those crash pads. He recycled them so well, so he still had 3 left. He just used 1 there, and now his players above him drops into his box, and this is where the charged shotgun can be.
Oh my God!
He somehow flicks back. He messed up the edit. He messed up the shot, but he flicks his last shot to take down France. I was gonna say this is where the charged shotgun can be such a hit or miss weapon. If you miss, it's a long time before your next shot. But P-God gets enough time to make it and lands the second one. He won't mess up 2, and he needed that elimination. If he did not get that, I have to say this player is not qualifying. P-God needs a good game here and a good final game, as Kaz, who is in our second place going into this game, just got another elimination in the feed. I haven't seen Cody. I did see Clicks get another elimination in the feed too, so he's up there, and there's another one onto Tabs. So these players that are on that bubble, not only are they trying to jump up, they're taking other players down as they make their way to the top.
Vamonos P-God, who's on fire right now, aka let's go, get it going here. He's got 3 eliminations. He's getting placement points and 1 through the air. Oh my gosh. Just like that. That's point number 4. Giving him up to 20 now. And the end game is in sight. What cannot he do? He's going crazy here. On the other side, though, Kanata is in the zone. And we got a beautiful third-party shot here. The third person came from P-God. It's looking like a victory lap for the kid. And that's number 5. Crash pads across now. And again, top 20, another placement point goes out. Will this be the qualifying run for him? 23 up, and he still has crash pads to rotate with, Aussie.
How do you start a game on, I think, less than 15 points and then somehow start to accrue a victory lap, right? He could qualify off this. 15 players alive. If he gets inside top 10, he's going to get so many placement points. He could jump above that 30 points with this one performance. We are focusing on P-God for a very good reason here. This player is having one of the best games of his life. He's now holding this angle with the charged shotgun. That floor, unfortunately, blocks his shot. He's got 67 builds left, so he's got a lot to work with. He's got 2 shotguns in the back pocket. Doesn't need either of them, though. Picks up another elimination. Clicks is over there too, so not only would that be a big elimination, it's someone else that's around his points, as P-God now tarping the front side, just trying to get as close to zone as he can. Dropping down here, he's got Blake beneath him. 9 players left. He's putting this blue AR to use.
Oh my
God! Shotgun. He is having his victory lap. You called it, Monster. He is running home with it. The sprint at the end of the marathon. P-God is sprinting faster than I think I've ever seen someone for a qualifier. 7 eliminations on the board. Top 10. Clicks gets another elimination, taking down Cody. Big names in here. Doesn't connect with the RPG. He needs to make something big happen to finally secure this one, Monster. He's had such a good finish. Can he get it? He does. Takes down 1, but someone's already on his heels. Someone's behind him. They drop into the box with him. Can he land? Another flawless charged shotgun shot. He's landed so many.
Oh my gosh,
it's
another
a 1v1.
one.
1v1. P-God has this. He's going to close it out. You have to think with this kind of momentum.
is so
with this
good!
power.
Oh my gosh!
He's got one more elimination. One player above him. Can he do it? Can he get the 11 elimination victory out of nowhere? P-God is qualified. This is the victory run. Can he close it out and get the win for bragging rights? Because this is for bragging rights now. He has secured it. 6 game does not matter. P-God lines up the charge shotgun again. Needs one more shot. He's landed so many. Can he get the last one? No.
So close.
He just goes down. Such a good game. I'm out of breath. Monster, you have to take it.
10 eliminations for P-God, representing one of the biggest strides, one of the biggest comebacks. Make that 11 elims. I was wrong, but it doesn't matter. He is now on the door for qualification. We're going to send it over. That was one of the most ridiculous endgames we have seen. Take it over, boys.
Oh man, that run from P-God, breaking into double digits. The last time we saw that was last week in qualifier number 4 when Mero hit 11. So this is the second time we're seeing this. Guys, what went wrong? Or what even went right for Juzo there? Because watching his HP, he was down to 31 and then drops on to make the play. So what happened here?
I mean, it's just a last-second clutch situation where you hit your shots and the other person doesn't necessarily. It's all quickness. It's all reaction these final moments, and it's also just having ice in the veins, in a sense.
And that elevation change really did not help P-God there. Put him in such an awkward spot, sliding down that mountain and trying to make the play.
Man, well, guys, after that game, let's take a look at the standings and see how things are shaping up for our final game on the day. And this is where things get really interesting. So right now, we got to talk about it. Cody at the top with 46 points, the 14 eliminations, and the victory royale. But look at the rest of the point spread. Now, you got to assume, right, Bala, looking down at top 5, these guys have probably qualified. Everyone else past that, though, from tabs down, anyone could still take this.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the spread. It's all close, and what that means is the lobby, the entire 100 players have a lot more points to kind of work with because it's not occupied by that top 1 or 10% in the lobby. So what it's going to mean is that there's going to be a lot up for grabs in this final game. We're going into game 6, and we still, for the most part, don't have a whole 10 of our players, maybe even up to 15. Maybe Ronaldo, P-God, these guys have clutched up and clinched, but there's still a lot of space. And what I saw in that last game was basically a whole tide of new players who weren't up in that top 25, all of a sudden all joining in, but not by much.
They don't want to close that chapter of this qualifiers just yet, this heat. They want to keep writing their story and get to that top 25 because that's the mark. As we see Stowe on the bubble yet again in 26th place with 25 points. He's going to need to look to just get to that top 5, maybe even victory royale placement and really clutch up here.
Especially when we look at, like, top 15, right? The guys here on the bubble, as you will say, like, these guys up at top 15, they're still not safe. They need to come into this last game, and they need to get the points to cement themselves in that top 25. Otherwise, they will slip out.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we saw definitely a number of different people start to rise up and do just that, but also some people who maybe had a good effort, but didn't quite make it there. We'll take a look at some of these shots that they had in these games, the highlights from this one. But first off, it was P-God who set that chapter and closed it for himself, Clay. Like you said, from 14 points and now all the way up to 33.
He was running through the lobby. We were talking about it earlier. He really needed a pop-off game to qualify, and this was it. This was his pop-off moment, and he didn't slow down at all. Even though there was a player in his box, he tried to edit out, and the flick of the wrist came through, and he ended up picking that clutch Elam up as well as through the air.
So much good moments.
Beautiful.
It is, Zeke. It really is. It's some of these things that you very rarely see, but thankfully P-God showed us not only on the day 1 that he ended up winning, but here today again. And you can't count it out because it was back-to-back-to-back elims in this final moments, even up to the top 10. You're like, okay, he's done. But no, he continues. He goes again. He says, I have not had enough on Deshmeeb and still more after this. But there's other people in this as well. And what we're talking about in terms of clutching up and clinching your spot in the grand finals. Is can you make it to that 30-point threshold? That's kind of the magic number that we're hoping for and expect to be, and get even higher than that like P-God did. Blake attempted it with these crazy plays, but even that might not be enough.
And Platinum Race is just looking to try to get something going there. We saw him at the end as well. The pickaxe there off spawn is now making it to the end game. They didn't have the best couple of games, but game number 5 looked really good for them, and they're going to need a really great game number 6 to get to that top 25.
Yeah, these guys all kind of sitting right outside Jizzo as well, who had the win in this game, ended up coming from 14 to where is it now? It's going to be way up there, very close to where he needs to be. And this final duel was back and forth between the two, taking jabs. Zeke, you asked how that final moment unfolded. There it is again. But Juzzo is going to be the guy who comes out on top over P-God, and that's thankful. I mean, P-God's kind of like, oh, I wish I could have done a little bit more, won the game. But what that would have done was made it so much more difficult for Juzzo to do anything and actually get close to that qual spot, because he is not clinched, like you said.
That's right, dude. We're about to hit the last game of the day, and no one is safe. Like, if P-God comes in here and he makes a mistake and he's eliminated off spawn, you're looking at other people that could potentially overtake that spot. Like, this is still very much open, and a lot of people looking at top 25 still have a chance. They just have to bring it to the table right here, right now.
This is the final moment. This is where they need to make, it's make or break, right? It's, if you go make this play, you're out. You're eliminated. We talked about it earlier. This is where every interaction is qualifying or not qualifying.
That's right. For you guys at home, watch the elimination feed, because that will tell you how things are going. With that being said, let's get ready to jump out of the battle bus one last time today. Monster D-Face, Aussie Antics, take us in a game.
And there you guys have it. The law was laid down and the rules are set in place. This is the last game, ladies and gentlemen, of the NA East Heat number 2. And my gosh, have they brought it. P-God with just a ridiculous run. I'm still stoked over that last one. Aussie, let's take it home.
Oh my gosh, like you just say, you hype them up in the mid game when you think this is it, this is their chance, can they have it? And just with Fortnite, it's solos, only one person normally gets to have that moment. It's crazy when a second place outshines first so brightly, but P-God having one of the best games I have to imagine of his career, just closing it out, clutching up the qualification, and now he gets to have a breezy game 6. But remember, we're all focusing around the 25, the qualification point for grand finals, but there's still bragging rights here. P-God won a week of the heats, the qualifiers, so if he wins that, he could be a winner of a week qualifier and the heats. That is huge bragging rights and confidence going into grand final. So it's not just about that top 25, but P-God, what an incredible performance.
It just shows that you can't count him out, even with how far he was in the competition. And honestly, that goes to anyone that's made it this far. One pop-off game will set you apart from the pack. P-God's shown that he can clutch up when it matters most. Let's not forget that he has had this drop spot to himself, so it is a matter in lead-up of can he do it again? Was that enough of a confidence boost for him to just break his way to a couple more placement points to make his way to Grand Finals Sunday? He's there, but he's not all the way through there. And on the other side, Outcast is fired here, is in the same predicament. Someone who needs a little bit more. 28 points. No, this is not what you want, to get tagged up and go through the majority of your material this early. He's going to be forced to heal. Oh my gosh, the crash pad comes in as well. He's out of mats. This is it. Aussie has to back up now. He's cornered.
This is it. He's got the crash pads so he can keep breaking through. He's got the pepper too, so he's got the fast movement now. He's got the crash pads to kind of break this up and get away, and he does. No, he doesn't. Oh my gosh, Hydraxtics. And that's it. Fired. He goes down before 30. He could possibly, but I can't see it dropping that far. You have to think that fight was it. That is why Fired will not be playing in the grand finals. Had a phenomenal performance today, but we've seen these early game fights in Misty are breaking out constantly. As we see Jack in a weird position here. He's down near, he's on the southeast side of the map, down here near Camp Cod. He's camping the chest. He may know this player is rotating here. Remember, these replay files are accessible after games. If you go down and you have a poor game, you can go back into the replay file. They can, you can at home as well through the Fortnite client and see how these players move. He knows this player goes to his chest. He's waiting for it, and he does. He gets the wall, gets the piece control, and he takes him out. That is such a smart play when Jack is on 27 points and every single fight matters. That is an extra point, which could be the difference in qualifying, and he now gets all this loot for himself and all the materials. We've talked about it a few times. I know Sunday Sundown loves it. Those old school battle royale tactics. We don't see them as much in Fortnite with the builds, but hiding out and baiting chests, it's massive. It can really pull off some big plays.
We see this every tournament, and there's a time to pull out the old tricks in the hat. It's now. It's when the last game is up. Your back's against the wall and qualification is right there. That was a point that he much desperately needed. We'll keep a close eye on Jack as the competition continues. On the other side, though, Ronaldo, who's, I think, actually just qualified himself all the way through. So this is a bigger fight for Eden than it is for Ronaldo, because Ronaldo's okay. So Eden needs so much more. He quite literally needs a winning game in order to pull him through. One build left, and pressure's on.
Doesn't have the winning loot monster. Talking about winning game, he's got 2 gray items, 1 build. That's it. 0 builds and no meds. This is not the loadout if you need to clutch up your game 6 to qualify, but could maybe start it here by taking down Ronaldo. The Armor Marauders there applying pressure, and as frustrating as the Marauders can be when you're in a fight like this, if he can kind of utilize that and kind of get the extra loot off them, maybe get some of those meds off them, it could help him a lot. As Ronaldo making his way up on the top, probably identifying that Eden has no material, and now he has no shield either. Ronaldo could have even heard that shield crack that was done by the Marauder here, as Ronaldo trying to make his way in. 34 points and close this one out. There it is. Eden goes down, and Ronaldo gets an elimination that he kind of needed as well. He's going to need to probably take down these Marauders as we get a little bit of the BM from Ronaldo. He is an entertainer through and through. Baller touched on it. The viewing party caster specialist who can then still show up and qualify for an FNCS finals, which I think is something that none of the rest of us can make a claim to.
That's right, Ronaldo. We'll see you on the battle bus on Sunday, as he likes to famously say. But here it is, Tycho on the other side, just a few points away from possibly qualing himself. And this is going to be the fight that matters most. And it looks like he doesn't quite have an idea that there's a player so close, lingering nearby on the other side of the mountain. It's just going to be a matter of who gets the jump on who first. No, he gets sniped because he was focused on the loot. He wanted the medal. That's
so
it.
Close. He's so close. That might be it, but that might not be it. We don't know. It could drop a little bit, so we can't completely count 30 out. But that top 50, all he had to do was survive for 22 more. And the disrespect, the dance. And he's watching that. He's sitting back, and now he has to sit back and watch this whole game 6 unfold with eyes glued to the leaderboard of whether he just scrapes in that top 25. And it's going to be so close now.
Just a couple points away. Such a good, consistent tournament. To be at 30 and then get taken out right then and there. It's heartbreaking, but that's Fortnite. That's BR for you. Here's another big engagement for 2 players. Once again, Logic just trying to get into some action. Hasn't had the running that he was looking for today, but remember, everyone here is a winner so far, this far in. Making it to the heats is no easy feat. Logic's going to get a nice little box right here. Baits the ramp break. Doesn't find the follow-up. Remember, these are all his walls. Yes, he tries to find it. The player's going to go ahead and hit the exit, hit the dash here now. It's a good old-fashioned box fight. Still, a bit of an extended one, but Haji is in the lead right now.
Yeah, Haji's got control, and he's obviously already qualified, so he's got the confidence coming into this. He doesn't need this fight. He doesn't need to win it as bad as his opponent does. He's trying to find his way through. He's got the left-hand peek, and that's enough. Logic goes down. Haji with the confidence. You can see why he's on 37 points. Went into this game inside the top 10, came in on 8th, so having a big run for this one as Clicks goes down. Clicks, no, never mind. Clicks had a big last game. He was on 40, top 5. I almost panicked then. Clicks has already qualified, but that is his tournament done and dusted. He gets to just watch these games closed out now with confidence, knowing he's qualified, but needs to figure out how he can maybe step it up a little bit more on grand finals. Had a really good performance today here, but came off the back of one of those big games, right? He was consistent, definitely consistent, but needs to tweak it a little bit, and he's a contender for Sunday.
He definitely is. Prickly Boy, someone who needs to reignite the flame that he had coming into the competition. He started off so strong and hasn't really earned anything ever since. Only clawing and inching his way to a couple of placement points. This is it. It's the big moment for him. This might be one of the first or few players we see have a near victory, right? He had 2nd place. It's about as good as a victory royale, but still, then just be put on complete pause. Showing that even if you have a great start, it's not enough. One game's not enough. One win's not enough. You need more.
I feel like Boxu in a similar position, up to 34 now. So he did have that real big kind of spark. He ignited the flames, like you said. They went out, and then he reignited them. So he's kind of gotten himself back up there. He's above the 30 points, having a fight here in Storm. And already you can see Monster 68 alive. A lot of these players that are around that point, it's either the players that already qualified, just having their kind of victory lap and trying to drop some big eliminations, and then the players are at the bottom just trying to hold on and maybe have their big games too, because this is already closing out so much faster than any of the games previously.
Absolutely, and there you have it. Starving Boxdew will find a elim in the frag that he needs. He fell just in the last game. I wanted to see his early game, and we got it. So shout out to the crew out back, delivering that action in the full 360 perspective on all the players battling right now, right here for top 25 for Grand Finals Sunday. This is the last game, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in from home. It's Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics here to close out the NA East region heat number 2. And my gosh, has it been quite the heat, quite the day of Fortnite competitive.
Ooh. And we see Beef go down, someone who was performing so well. And it's been a very, very exciting day. Thank you for joining us. And that's why these heats are so exciting, because it's who's battling out for first, who's battling out for bragging rights, and who's just going to slip through. We talked earlier about how so many of the players that are in that top 25 qualified off consistency. So even those players who don't have the best day today can still show up on Sunday in the grand finals. You can't count anyone out in solos. As we see it, Stowe sets up for the elimination. He gets it. The hunting rifle headshot snipe. He needed that. That's 27 points. He's 15 more to go down. He'll get top 50. That's 28. If he can get a few more eliminations and kind of slide into maybe that top 30 mark, he's looking really, really good.
That's right. So everything's on the line now for Stowe. On the other side, P-God, though, like we said, if he could just get a point or two, it'll be just enough. And he's done that because he made it to top 75. Take a look at the dance. Yeah, he's feeling it here. P-God is the first NA East players with a multiple of 20-plus point games in the FNCS, showing that he's the first one to do it that big with huge strides. No easy feat.
It's kind of crazy, though. You got to think how that's going to go into grand finals, right, Monster? Like having those big 20-point games, but he's doing it in heats and qualifiers, which are very stacked. Good players, to say the least, but he has those big explosion games. Maybe he needs to find some consistency, and it's off the backs of fights like this. He's going to have to go through what meds he has. He's got some minis, got some splashes, but never mind. No. This play with the harpoon, using it to break the builds, pushing forward, trying to end P-God's victory lap a little bit prematurely here. Larson trying to get in. Larson on 21 points, so he needs this fight. Larson needs this fight a lot more than P-God, but unfortunately has found the wrong player here. He's backed the Peruvian into a corner, and that's not where he wants to be. He's going to fight back with that heavy charge shotgun shot, and Larson got to try and get through here if he can. That harpoon has been instrumental in getting into these boxes and applying that pressure, but P-God now's healed up. He's got that pepper popped, and he gets another big shot. P-God is so good with this charge shotgun. Going to push forward through these builds now, steps the shot, jumps over it, but misses his, unfortunately. The movement causing him to miss his shot too. Trying to break through, gets the wall. This player's in the back corner. He's backed up against the wall, backs out. Remember, this player, Larson, if Larson goes down, his qualification chance is done. He will not be making grand finals, so he needs to win this. P-God on his victory lap. Larson just trying to hold on to his chance, and no, P-God ending another player's chance of qualifying. Larson goes down, his first elimination this game, and not the best fight for P-God. He's used a lot here, but again, like we said, he doesn't really need a good game here. It's just bragging rights for him.
More importantly, that will solidify his way to grand finals. So there you have it. If he was nervous before, no need to be anymore. I think we'll be seeing him on Championship Sunday. And yes, he's feeling it too. He's going to run right through Cody. Ooh. Cody was up there as well in the top of the food chain. But P-God's coming for first place. He's coming for the top. He's coming for the crown right now.
It's crazy to think, like, Cody's on 46 points coming into this game. He's first place. That was 13 points on P-God, but P-God has dropped multiple 20-point games. It is actually a reality that P-God can be going for first place right now and somehow take it. It would be an insane final 2 games, but if anyone's going to do it, P-God's shown that he can. He's also got those 6 stinks now, which, with the drop chance being lowered now, you don't see them as much as what we did in those first few weeks, but an incredibly strong item that just causes so much zoning, right? It does 5 damage per second of health too. It doesn't attack the shield, it goes straight for the health. So if you can throw a few of those at an enemy, especially endgame where they're looking a little bit weak, you can pick up so many free eliminations, or at the very least just control the area around you.
Definitely. You can back players up and do all kinds of lobby manipulation with those things where you get everyone to favor the players you're focusing on. But either way, P-God is off to a tremendous start here. He is literally the tsunami riding through the lazy lake. And no, finally he hits the wall, the crash to the rocks there, and he gets shut down. The wave no longer available in the lobby, but still such a great showing from P-God in the last 2 games. The final stretch, he made it count when it mattered most.
He did. He showed up when it mattered, and that's why he had that big game 5, so he didn't need that big game 6. And you could see he was playing incredibly aggressive there, more aggressive than we've seen him play today. All his eliminations last game, or almost all of them, were in the end game. He wasn't taking mid-game fights like this, so he changed up his tactic, and you're seeing a lot of players do that here again. Starving Box Jew also already qualified, taking these aggressive mid-game fights. They're having fun with it now. They don't want to play for the end game. They want to finish it. They know they've qualified, and they just want to kind of stamp their mark. As Starving can't find with the players in the box. He's back down now. He's boxed him, but unfortunately, I think Starving's the one boxed right now. Has a few of the edits to get out. The players on the back foot. I have to imagine this player's on less points, playing more defensively, a bit more scared, but not playing poorly, holding their own here as Starving tries to close this one out, possibly box Big CJ, and he does. The Big CJ falls. Starving box you on a similar rampage path as what P-God is, but it might end here at Lazy Lake as well as he's flying around, and there it is. Viable Soul takes him out of the sky.
He needed to play that tree there, and that's a massive frag here for Soul. Soul did have a great start to this competition, similar to some of the others we've seen so far, except he fizzled out as well, so he's going to need more this game, as did Dijon. Remember, 27 points. They were far from the win. They need more in order to hit top 25. So this is going to be a close running. We're seeing a few players now that need to qual through. Let's see, though. A great tactical shotgun. Little bit of zone favor here, though, so that could be massive. And, I mean, at least the lay of the land here is going to be okay. It's not going to be anything too crazy.
You think the placement points are going to start coming in a little bit faster now. If he gets top 50, then top 40, that's already 2 points, 1 elimination. Top 40 with 1 elimination doesn't sound that hard, but this is still very, very difficult. You touched on there, he has the gray tack, so he's definitely got the ability at range to pick up those eliminations, has the crash pad, so I'd have to think unless DJ gets in a sticky fight here, he can play for endgame and pick up a lot of placement points.
Spade on the other side, though, you see here. I believe it's our game 1 winner there. Clutching up 29 points here. 85 builds, not too bad. He's got the AR as well in his favor here. Tactical shotgun, I like it. This is a well-balanced loadout. A lot more to go for him, though. He's still going to need to finish this strong.
This is so close. Spade, another big name. We had the statistic run on the screen earlier as well. Spade obviously made it in off consistency. So one of those players who didn't show up in the qualifying weeks, trying to have a big day here, needs just 1 or 2 more points. To see him go down here would be devastating, but you never know, especially with those crash pads. Everyone is just taking such quick fights that can come out of nowhere. You can be in such a good spot in a fully built base of hard mats, and it can just end just like that. As we see NRG Ronaldo still in here having his victory lap as well. Spade is 7 players away from getting 30 points, which is going to make him so close.
That is definitely true here. And I mean, I love the balanced loadout like we mentioned before. A few of the players that are just there on the qualifying top 25 mark are looking pretty healthy, pretty strong, pretty decent for a mid-game closeout. It's just going to be a matter of whether or not it becomes easy with getting zones. On the other side, though, it's Posick at 15 points. He's going to need quite the finish. So much more points. He's very far from the finish line now, though. Loses the wall in front of him. Can he retaliate? Yes, the quick reaction to go for the side wall. 107's going to be what he greets his opponent with. A little bit of a sideline there, and he finds a player right on the build there. Tries to go for the edit. The fresh edit is going to go through. Gosh. 78 on the whites here. There you have it. He takes out Spade. No.
Spade, he doesn't get top 50, he doesn't get the elim. That's 29. He's got to sit back and wait. I don't think that's going to be enough. It's going to be so close. We talked about it. If any of these players went down 76, 51st, 26, just those thresholds, you're 1 point off, and you don't qualify for grand finals after 4 weeks of grueling qualifiers to get here. Sorry, 4 sessions of grueling qualifiers, 2 weeks. It's coming down to this. Viable Soul trying to make his push as well. Jumping in with the crash pad. If he goes down here, he doesn't. Takes down Nobu Divine, who we've seen a lot of today. Prickly Boy still in the feed. So many of these players on the bubble. Soul is now 1 player going down off top 50. He's going to need to rack up a few more. This is just so close, Monster.
It is getting closer and closer now. But who knows, maybe a little bit of luck will allow him to hold out with 29 points. It's just not looking likely. Either way, though, there's still more stories on the line, more big plays to be had here. Who will qualify? Who will clutch up when they needed most? Kanata at 41 points. He's chilling right now. Nothing to worry about for the big Kanata. He's got some threats here. Crash pads are coming in and out. Ooh, someone is behind the wall, but okay. He's going to elevate himself up. This player's going to walk right into the layer, so he goes in with the crash pad. Bye-bye, Cosmic. That's going to be his first elimination and a big impact frag now to upgrade the loadout. And there you have it. Full blue in the pocket now for him. Big shields are going to be popped, and he's back in the competition. 200 HP to work with.
And he's got a chance to win this. Kanata could clutch up the win. Clicks has gone down. We saw Nobu Divine go down and Cody. So Kanata was going in on sixth place. There's only 2 people ahead of him. So he could be winning this. Again, it was correct. He came 3rd place in one of the qualifying weeks. So already has a top 3 finish. Can he get the number 1 finish? But Stowe here on 28 needs to have a few big eliminations. This is it. 1 elimination here. The top 40 could be enough. So he really, really needs to make this count. He's got the crash pads. If he goes in, he needs to win. It doesn't go in though, and that's it. That's the elimination. That is huge. 1 point, 7 more to go down. Can he get into that 30 points? Can he jump up there? Stowe, a player with a lot of expectations on him to qualify, cutting it really close. Upgrades to the rocket as well. And this is where you're going to see, do they have the confidence monster? Can they go in the box? Can they crash pad in? Do they miss that shot? Does the pressure get to them? There is so much on the line here.
That's right, and someone who needs more here is Dijon now. He's going to make the cross country track. He's in the air. He has to land, and he is going to find himself a nice little spot here just off the side of the building. Base is up in metal. Still has so much loot to work with as well. He's not going to open up the big window there. He's going to find someone on the back storm line. Yes, 40. That's going to tick over as well. Top 40 is going to make it 30 points here now. Crash pads are coming out. Still has to rotate across. Just a few more points here now for Dijon. Can he do it with the great tactical shotgun? Is going to be the question. Kanata lighting up the feed is going to find Gen Z, so he is still fighting for first place as well. So much is on the line for all of these competitors. Everyone's in a different spot, but what matters is can Dijon get top 25, because we want to see him on Championship Sunday.
I think he might be able to do it. It's going to be hard, though. We've got so many big names still in this game. A lot of people on that edge. Jark as well. Can he hold out too? Can he get that extra placement point? This is coming down so close to the end. He's going to try and push through Jark. This fight is everything. Can Jark close it out? He can't go down here. He needs to make the rotate. The player goes down. Crash padding. This is where it's so dangerous. Going through the sky. Do you fall in a box? Does someone fall in your box? Jark, he's on 106. He needs this elimination. He can't go down. One more. That it is 31. He gets inside top 30, but he needs a few more just to guarantee it. Does he get top 25 now? Can he survive? No. He falls down 31st. 31 points might have to be enough. He goes down 27th. So close to one more point. All these players are so incredibly close. Viable Soul now as well, trying to get that top 20 point. He's one off as well. It's such a devastating point to go down, and it could be the difference between you making FNCS Grand Finals or not.
Top 20, and they're fighting for top 20 quite literally here. Viable So now 31 points. Can he do it? He's getting closer and closer. Kanata still lighting up the feed as well, but it's Soul who has the battle of the life right now. Zone is going to pop into his favor, so it's actually going to go back, and yes, he is getting closer and closer to top 10 to get a little bit more points. Take a look at the wide shot though. Rocks up on the mid ground there, giving Kanata a run for his money up on height. Seabass is going to fall on the feed there to 20. Viable Soul finds another point now for breaking top 15. That's 32. This could be just enough for him now. This Elam right here will seal the deal. Ooh. Yes, 33 now onto Arrow. And he might have just qualified his way through. Rox, on the other hand, is fighting for first. 49 points on height.
Rox is on the high ground. I think he's the only player here that was top 5, so I think Rox might be having his victory, and I think Rox might be able to close this tournament out. He's jumping up on high ground. He's going for France. He's trying to contest it. Can he take him out? He has the high ground, though. Everyone's scuffling down on low ground. You have Soul on the right side on 35 now. He is definitely qualified. We saw DJ go down earlier, so I think he was right on the bubble as well. Rox on 50 points now, breaking that threshold, getting another elimination. He is down a bit lower. He didn't take the high ground like he wanted. He is just closing it out on this mid-ground layer. Above 50 points, Vixels takes down France on the low ground. We now have 4 players remaining. Can Rox close it out? Can he get the win to win the tournament? Finishing off Game 6 with a victory is such a huge moment. It's so much momentum
my
taking the
gosh.
grand final. Speaking of momentum, takes down Cuddle Bear Gamer 1v1 around the corner. Can he get the shotgun through? He has the high ground. He could even close this player out. He has 11 builds left. Charge shotgun gets the white tag. You have to think he closes it out. Can he get the last elimination for the win in Game 6 as he wins the tournament? Jumps off the high ground. No, he holds the high ground. Charge shotgun in hand. 60 points, Monster.
And there it is, your first place 100% because Rox just popped off. And just like that, he does what he needs to do to secure the heats. And we saw that from so many other players. It was such a close run-in at the top. My gosh, we saw heartbreak after heartbreak. Players just outside of top 30 Aussie falling. So who knows how that's going to be. Here's the winner graphic. Yes, the 1 Victory Royale, the 17 elims, and the 60 points with the average placement of 17th Aussie.
Yeah, that's a good... I want to see that point split. That's a pretty even split between eliminations and placement. That's what we're talking about at the end of heats, going into grand finals. That's a really good spot to be in. He played consistently. It wasn't just one big pop-off game. He deserves to be up there, and he played so incredibly well.
Absolutely, and there you guys have it. That was the conclusion of NA East Heat number 2. Aussie, it played out just the way I wanted to. The rest of the weekend's going to continue to unfold. That's going to be it for myself, Monster D and Aussie Antics. We're going to send it over to the boys at the table to bring home the show.
Absolutely well played from Rox. In the final game there, pulling off the unthinkable. A 20-point game to end the day. Rox is like, hey, you want grand finals level quality? I got you, baby. Here you go. Here's the slurp juice. Check this out.
That was nasty. That was stinky. That was ridiculous. 20 points to end up winning the day. He didn't even need that much. He wins by 10 because of that. All he needed was the 10 and the win to beat our Kanata, but he did it. And that's definitely got to feel good for Rox because he's made it to grand finals pretty much every single FNCS. One of the most consistent players when you think about consistency and making it to the grand finals. But here in the heats, this is going to be one of the best performances he's had to date.
And just take a look. The spread is not that far from top to bottom. Only 21 points separated. You got Kanata. You got Cody. You got Ronaldo making a statement in 4th place there.
Look at that. When the list continues, Kaz finding himself in with the 43 points. Now, boys, obviously, top 10. It's not that far off from what we've seen. We did see some shakeups, but this is where we start to see the biggest shakeups that we did not anticipate. Take a look at the point threshold down to 32 points. Bala, I believe Prodigy Analytics predicted the 30 points coming into this.
Yeah, 30 points is what the prediction was, and it was pretty much spot on, which means that top 25 is going to be so difficult.
It is indeed, and I want to see who ended up getting that 25th spot as we go to the next page here. Who is it going to be? Who's going to be number 25 and who, unfortunately, is going to be number 26. And it's going to be the unsung hero, the hero we didn't know we needed today. It's Prickly Boy in 25th.
Wow. Well, gentlemen, you know, the hero that I never knew that I needed in my life, he's here. He has made it through that 25th spot, and we will be seeing him compete in grand finals. Bala, this is, you know,
Dude,
this is everything I wanted.
When it comes down to FNCS heats, there's always one of these characters. There's always one. In duos, it was X and B with the banana skin with Peely. This time, it's a man as a cactus with a Cactus Jack back bling. Everything matched. Yeah, you know, I get the excitement, guys, but Cool Your Horses is only 25th place. I don't know if that's going to be a replicable performance in the grand finals.
Well, that's it, boys. Tomorrow, we hit grand finals. For you guys at home, don't forget to come back, because for the next 2 days, we're going to be watching some intense Fortnite action. Till then, Fortnite fam, we love you guys, and we'll see you on the Battle Blast.